I think I just messed that up. Oops. Okay. So, we are now live on multiple platforms. And so with that being said, my apologies. Let's get going here. It is the 2nd of April, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David-Reimer. I think I just started a second stream by accident on some of these platforms. I apologize, but we won't be doing that again. We're going to be dealing with severe thunderstorms over the next several hours across portions of North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas, Central Texas. We'll go over the timeline, and then we'll start doing our live severe weather coverage. I suspect I'm going to be here for probably at least 6 hours. The yellow box you can see here as we take a look at the statewide view, that is a tornado watch that has now been issued. And this tornado watch does include all of North Texas, Texoma, the eastern big country, northern Brazos Valley, and a sliver of central Texas, and southern Oklahoma. And again, this tornado watch goes through 11 p.m. It means severe thunderstorms today will be capable of producing hail up to the size of, well, the most intense storms, frankly, hail larger than the size of baseballs. The potential for damaging wind gusts over 75 miles an hour. And we do have the threat for a few tornadoes, although in the very short term, we're not dealing with any tornado issues. We're dealing with hail. So with that being said, you can see we have round one of storms now firing up across North Texas, Texoma, Northwest Texas. These storms are generally moving off to the northeast at about, let's see what they've got storm motions at. These storms moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. And those of you in the Metroplex, it's about to get haily. So we got, I don't know what event we don't have ongoing in the Metroplex today, but if you're outside, you need to get in shelter. Same thing goes Wichita Falls. Round two, which will have severe weather threat, including the potential for a few tornadoes starting to fire up on the dry line just east of Abilene. Those are going to be moving east as well. All right, let's get to it. And again, we are live on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So, if you want to watch us, you have a plethora of objects to do. Did I say Twitter in that? Probably. Okay, let me get rid of the lightning. I thought the lightning would be a good idea, but obviously that has already become overloaded. So we're going to go ahead and start doing dedicated severe weather coverage. So, let's zoom on in. Let's start dealing with it. All right, first things first, severe storm over downtown Fort Worth. Potential for golf ball size hail. That's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Severe storm north of Venus. This just dropped golf ball size hail on 35W over Briar Oaks, Alvarado, moving into Mansfield. Again, these are moving northeast at 55 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour. And these are producing golf ball size hail. And it sounds like we're having outdoor warning sirens going galore now. Again, these outdoor warning sirens are sounded for golf ball size hail or larger in addition to tornadoes and hurricane force winds. So Fort Worth down to Mansfield, you may have outdoor warning sirens going off right now. And that's not because of a tornado, but that's because we've got hail. And again, these storms are moving off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So Arlington, the ballpark in Arlington, you know, the Taylor Swift concert, you're about to get golf ball size hail. Y'all need to get under cover like now. We've got events, Texas Motor Speedway. Y'all have a hail core just to your south. Hopefully this one will miss you, but we're going to have more storms later. Downtown Dallas, we're going to have storms coming on in soon, the potential for large hail. And again, all these storms capable of producing golf ball size hail or larger. And understand, this is going to be a multi-round sort of thing. Once these storms are gone, we're going to have more storms later. So, it's going to be a busy, busy day. All right, let's get some of this set up. I don't know why that's not loading. Let me make sure we've got all our cities on here. And again, we're going to be talking about the most intense storms today. And understand, we have to do triage here, just like you would do at a mass casualty event in terms of treating patients. So we're going to deal with the most intense storms. And if we're not talking about you, that's probably a good thing, because if we're talking about you, you've got problems. All these storms here are capable of producing golf ball size hail. These storms are moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. And again, these are going to be very efficient hail producers today, simply just because we've got a lot of instability aloft. We're not worried about tornadoes right now. These are not tornadic, but these are going to produce hail. Example, this storm over downtown Fort Worth, moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour, golf ball size hail at least. It's going to be in Bedford, North Richland Hills in the next 5 minutes. And sorry, I've got 11 monitors around me. I'm trying to maintain situational awareness. So we've got sirens going off everywhere pretty much in the Metroplex now. And again, these are going off due to the potential for very large hail. All right, let's press this button. So again, this storm over northeast downtown Fort Worth now. These are moving northeast at 55 to 60 miles an hour. So Bedford, 350, DFW International Airport, 355. Love Field, about 405. Carrollton, 405. Irving, especially along 183, about 4 o'clock. Richardson, about 415. Plano, 420. Garland, 420. Rockwall, 430. Wiley, 430. Lucas, about 425 to 430. Farmersville, about 440. Nevada in southeastern Collin County, about 435. Royce City in Rockwall County, about 440. And again, these storms, all capable of producing golf ball size hail. Notice we've got a new storm just southwest of Terrell, pulsing up quickly. This could start dropping quarter to golf ball size hail in the next 15 minutes if it continues to intensify. Moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Terrell about 355. Tawakoni, West Tawakoni, East Tawakoni, Lake Tawakoni about 415. Lone Oak on Highway 69 about 425 to 430. All right, back further west, we've got a severe storm north of Decatur, east of Alvord, east of the Nature Preserve. This is going to be moving up into northeastern Wise County towards Slidell, Leo in southwestern Cook County, Era in southwestern Cook County. This storm, quarter golf ball size hail. Leo about 4 o'clock, Era about 405, Valley View about 415, City of Gainesville 425, and this will drop hail on Interstate 35 from about Gainesville to Valley View. Back up into northwest Texas, severe thunderstorms capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail from Wichita Falls, just south of Jolly. You can see a hail core just southwest of Henrietta. That'll be moving over 287, so Wichita Falls all the way down to Bellevue here in northwest of Bowie, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail over the next 5 to 20 minutes. Looking back southwest, this is going to be what we're going to have to start watching for our next round of severe storms. We have a supercell developing just south of Bayard on Interstate 20. This is going to be northwest across Plains, southwest of Putnam, southwest of Morin, west of Eastland County, east of Abilene. These storms are going to likely start becoming severe pretty quickly over the next 1 hour or so. So again, we got a plethora of severe storms right now, and we've got outdoor warning sirens going bazinga, going, doing all sorts of loud stuff in the Metroplex at the moment. And again, understand, these are for the potential of golf ball size hail at least. So understand, these are hailers. They're going to drop a lot of hail. We're not talking tornadoes right now. We could be talking tornadoes with this next round of storms a bit later on, but for now we're dealing with hail. In fact, we'll just head on over, take a look at our live storm chasing video feeds. We've got storm chasers out and about today. Our storm chasers are actually waiting on the second round of storms back here to the southwest. So you can see Stephen Jones. I'm just going to list them all out as I can think of them in my head. We've got Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones, Ben McHone, Jason Cooley, out and about today. And we're going to have live video streams. And understand, our folks here are targeting the second round of storms. Although Jason, I believe, is actually in Colleyville. So he's about to get hail. He's in northwest Irving. So we're going to be waiting to see from him what he ends up with. So Jason, the top right video feed, is waiting for hail. He is in Irving, so we're going to get a view from him from this hailer moving across the Metroplex. Steven, Ben, Adam, Jenny, and Alex are all west, or North Texas, west of the Metroplex, for this second round of storms a bit later this afternoon. All right. I'm going to check a couple things here. And again, we're talking about the most intense storms right now, and we're not dealing with tornadoes. The outdoor warning sirens are generally sounded for hail larger than the size of golf balls and the potential for damaging winds. So we do know we do have sirens going off, but understand this is for hail. Alright, that's good. I'm just keeping an eye on things here. And understand, I'm me, myself, and I in this little office of mine. So what we're doing right now is simply making sure we're maintaining situational awareness. So again, let me turn off this. We'll just get all these to start showing us what's going on. Biggest hailer right now seems to be in North Richland Hills, moving into Hearst. Potential for golf ball size hail over DFW International Airport in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And understand, we've got outdoor warning sirens sounding across most of the Metroplex right now just for this hail potential. Remember, we've got the amount of outdoor events we have this weekend in early April. I mean, not really surprising we have a lot of outdoor events going on, so that is why we have sirens going off for golf ball size hail. And understand, we're going to have more storms a bit later on. All right, get all this set up. All right, so let's take a overview. For those of you just joining, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer. We're monitoring a round of severe storms bringing hail to portions of northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma this afternoon. Strongest storms are capable and have a history of producing golf ball size hail, and they're moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So what we're dealing with now is round one. We've got additional storms starting to fire up in the big country just east of Abilene. And we've got a tornado watch that's going to be going through 11 o'clock across North Texas, portions of Texoma, and Northwest Texas. So what we're going to do now is first, I'm going to turn everything off. I'm going to show you that tornado watch. So this is a tornado watch through 11 p.m. Understand, we're going to have multiple rounds of storms today. The round going through the Metroplex now is round one. We're going to have more storms, probably closer to 6, 7, 8 o'clock. And those storms are probably also going to be severe and could also have the potential to produce a few tornadoes, hence why we have a tornado watch. So again, tornado watch through 11 o'clock, Northwest Texas, the eastern big country, all of North Texas, the northern Brazos Valley, a sliver of northeast Texas, essentially along and east of a line from Vernon to Albany, Bayard to Coleman, east. This includes places like Brownwood, Mineral Wells, Wichita Falls, Gainesville, the entirety of the DFW Metroplex, Sherman, Paris, Canton, Greenville, Corsicana, Mahia, Hewitt, Fairfield, Palestine, all the way back to Cameron, Hillsborough, Waco, Temple, Belton, Fort Hood, Killeen, Lampasas, and Salba, Goldwaith, Stephenville. And understand, as we turn the radar back on, and I'll turn off the tornado watcher. We're going to turn on satellite so I can give you a bit of an idea of what we have going on in terms of right now. Understand, this activity, and I'm going to load a loop. This is round one. This is around 2. And is also going to be moving east-northeast. And you might be able to see the clearing skies over the last half hour. Notice how we've got skies clearing back here ahead of this second round of storms firing up on the dry line. That is allowing the atmosphere to destabilize further and thus increasing the potential that we have to deal with additional supercell thunderstorms over the next several hours as they get going and move east into North Texas. And understand, this may be more of a threat to southern North Texas down toward Waco. But right now, we've got hailers. And that's all we have right now, are hailers. So let's get back to it. And again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for Tarrant, Dallas, Denton counties for this severe thunderstorm approaching DFW International Airport. Ping pong ball to golf ball size hail with this. And that is where Storm Chaser Jason Cooley is, top right box. That's going to be meteorologist Jason Cooley. And he is in Irving at this point, keeping an eye out on storms. So again, we are live on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. So just search for Texas Storm Chasers on your favorite social media platform, and you're going to find us. We're also live on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, the Texas Storm Chasers website. And again, these storms here in Fort Worth up to North Richland Hills, Hurst, moving towards Irving, are moving off to the northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. This thing's flying faster than most of us can do in rush hour. And it doesn't have to stop for traffic, stop signs, traffic lights, or whatever nonsense has managed to occur on the highway. So again, this is going to be over DFW International Airport in the next 5 minutes. Ping pong ball to golf ball size hail. Hurst, pretty much right now. You can see worst hail core moving up towards Colleyville from North Richland Hills. And understand, this is moving at 60 miles an hour. It will not last more than a few minutes at your location, but we're going to have more storms possibly later on towards dinner time from about 5 to 8. If this storm holds together, Carrollton about 4:07, Love Field about 4:05, Richardson about 4:15, Plano about 4:20, Garland about 4:19, Wiley about 4:27, Lucas about 4:27, Nevada about 4:38, Royce City about 4:38, Caddo Mills about 4:45. And we've got multiple storm chasers out and about today, a majority of our team. We've got Jason Cooley, he's in Irving, so he's about to get hailed on. And then we have Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Jenny Brown, Stephen Jones, Ben McComb, and they are approaching Stephenville. They're heading south on 281 towards Stephenville. And something I want you to notice off their stream, that's the bottom right corner, notice it is clear, it is sunny. You don't want to see that on these days because that allows the atmosphere to destabilize. So even though we've had one round of storms already, it's clear, it's sunny, it's warm, it's toasty, and that's going to allow for additional thunderstorms to develop, and you can see that's already begun now, southeast of Bayard, northwest of Cross Plains. As we head back to the radar, you can see we have other thunderstorms extending from near Lake Worth up 199 Azle, northeast of Springtown, back into Wise County, approaching Boyd, 51 up to Bridgeport. These storms also moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Could have quarter to golf ball size hail. We've got a hailer coming up on Gainesville right now. We could have nickel to quarter size hail with that. And then across northwest Texas, we've just had a storm that's not severe at this point from near Henrietta up to Wichita Falls, moving up 79 towards Dean, Petrolia, Byers. That could have nickel to quarter size hail. And understand that right now we're worried about hail. We're going to become worried about tornadoes here in the next few hours as this activity back west starts to fire up. You can see we have a supercell thunderstorm now that is organizing near Putnam, moving east. Notice this storm's moving east, and it is also moving much more slowly than this activity further east. It's moving at about half the speed. All this nonsense across North Texas is moving northeast at about 55, 60 miles an hour. This nonsense further west, I'm just going to call it nonsense, this little storm is moving east at about 30. And understand, this stuff in North Texas right now, all these storms are hailers. This supercell that's all out by itself further west, as it moves east over the next few hours, is not only going to be a nasty hailer, but it could also become tornadic. And that's why we have a tornado watch through 11 o'clock. We'll load the severe weather outlook. And I'm going to knock some of these cities off just to make it a little easier to read. Understand this is the latest severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for today and this evening. And frankly, any risks, if you're in any risk zone here, you have a chance for severe storms. It's just the higher up you go in the risk level, the more likely it is you're going to be dealing with more severe storms in your neck of the woods. In terms of tornadoes, here's the tornado outlook. You can see, unlike the outlook I posted this morning, we've now upgraded to a medium threat of tornadoes. This includes North Texas, and understand this is for storms later. That little storm firing east of Abilene, that's for that. That's not for any of these storms we're dealing with right now that are dropping hail. So understand, we're going to have a whole nother round of storms ongoing. That isn't going to be a one-and-done situation. Welcome to spring, folks. It is April in Texas, and these are the kind of weather setups we have to deal with on sometimes almost a daily basis. So, again, understand, we're probably going to be dealing with some tornado warnings later, and that what we have right now is not going to be our only round of storms. These are hailers. What's forming just east of the dry line now in the eastern big country, southeast of Abilene, that's going to be making its way towards North Texas over the next several hours, this nonsense. Understand, this is what's going to be problematic, and not only hail and wind later, but possibly tornadoes. All this, for now, is hail. This is round 1. This is round 2. And you'll notice here on the visible satellite imagery, we're quickly clearing out ahead of round 2. Notice how we have clear skies? That's allowing the atmosphere to destabilize, so that's only helping to create a higher threat for some severe storms. But for now, we're dealing with hail. And again, thank you to all those who have joined in. We've got a lot of folks watching us on multiple social media platforms. I don't have the chats up right now. I'm just trying to maintain situational awareness on these storms right now, but we definitely appreciate it. All right, make sure I've got the cities back on. And we're going to take another look at what we have going on right now, and then we'll take a look at some of the short-term high-res weather model data that'll allow us to see what's going on. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is located in Irving, near DFW Airport, near this thunderstorm, which he is currently dealing with. And Stephen Jones is located closer to Stephenville, waiting on round 2. In terms of hail reports, let me see if I can't actually pop some data on here real quick. Give me just a second, please. In terms of hail reports, you might be able to see some of these. We've got hail reports, nickel size, pea size. We've had some quarter, even ping pong ball size hail reports. Hearst, North Richland Hills, Watauga, Colleyville. A bit earlier, this was dropping closer to ping pong, the golf ball size hail near Fort Worth. You can see this thunderstorm between Bridgeport and Boyd, capable of producing quarter size hail at least as it moves towards the city of Decatur to the northeast. And then all these other storms that are also moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So unfortunately, we're getting hail right on DFW International Airport right now, which obviously you do not want to see on vehicles at all. But the issue is you get hail on aircraft, and some aircraft are going to require inspections. And that could result in a plethora of delays in addition to what we're already dealing with now. So a couple notes, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your phone's device store. We've got a new app for Android devices. If you already had our app installed on your Android device, you're actually going to have to remove it and then re-download our new app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. Y'all are going to enjoy that. And then we also have an app out for iPhone and iPad devices. You can find that in the Apple App Store. And that'll be getting a new app here within the next week, which will be pretty nice. But you can watch our live severe weather coverage. We've got live storm chasing video feeds also. Same feed you're watching up here, you can also watch dedicated with audio on our YouTube channel. You just have to search for Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. And we're live streaming this severe weather coverage on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, on Texas Storm Chasers YouTube and Texas Weather Center on YouTube. We're also streaming this coverage on TikTok, which is a new feature we weren't previously able to do. But again, we're just trying to get the word out, which is why we are streaming to as many locations as we can. We definitely thank everyone who's been joining us. All right, I'm going to clean some of this up. So, as promised, let's take a look at what we're expecting for the remainder of the afternoon. What I'm going to do, first off, is I'm going to drink some water. Then we're going to take a look at what we're expecting. And then I'm going to take a minute to get all these chats loaded up. First, we'll take a look at the general expectation for the remainder of the day. All right, what we're going to do first is we're going to load the latest hourly run of the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And we're going to load it for now, 4 o'clock. And I just want to see how this model is doing. Now, let me turn the model data off real quick. This is right now. Notice how the HER model has storms in southeast Texas. Those do not exist in real time. So the model is being quite overly ambitious with developing stuff in the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. That's obviously not happened. But you can see, if we were to continue looking forward in time, you can see, at least in North Texas, look, more storms. So again, at 7 o'clock, we're still going to have more severe storms, possibly in the Metroplex, down to Waco, maybe even in northeast Texas. Here's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then hopefully we're winding things down by 11. This isn't going to be one of these events that goes on well into the night. But understand that as we approach dinner time, and some of these new storms fire up in the big country, which is the Abilene area, and move off to the east, we're probably going to see the threat for some large hail. Well, we're going to have large hail, we're going to have localized damaging winds, and possibly some threat for a few tornadoes. We definitely thank all those who were sending in those super chats on YouTube, the stars on Facebook, the GIFs on TikTok, and all that. I'm not actually monitoring those in real time because obviously I think y'all want me watching the weather versus, all that, but we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to load up some of these chats. Let me see if I can't center this. There we go. Those of you on TikTok, that should be a little closer to full screen. So, for those of you watching, at this point, we have a tornado watch until 11 p.m. across North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas. I'll go ahead, let me pause this data, and I'll show y'all. This big old yellow box is a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. It includes Wichita Falls, Brownwood, Stephenville, all of the DFW Metroplex. It includes Waco, Temple, Belton, Fort Hood, Killeen, Paris, Greenville, Canton, Palestine, Corsicana, Fairfield, Mahia, Bowie. So pretty much, if you're within 100 miles of the DFW Metroplex, you're in the tornado watch. Alright, I gotta set up some chat rooms. Give me just a second, please. And again, we're gonna have multiple rounds of storms, so we've had some hail, we've had some nonsense in DFW, but understand we're gonna have more in a few hours. That's just what we sometimes have to deal with on days like this. But not everyone's going to be getting hailed on. Not everyone's going to be dealing with severe storms. And not everyone's going to be dealing with multiple rounds of severe storms. Understand that it's just what we have to deal with. All right. I've got some chats open now. Just need to open some more. Let me tell you, even with 11 computer monitors around my head, it's not enough sometimes. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to get all these various chat rooms open. Alright, let's go back to the radar. While we do that, you can see a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the severe storm now on I-35E from Louisville all the way down past the Sam Rayburn Tollway, the President George Bush Turnpike, all the way down to 635, with this severe thunderstorm moving off to the east-northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So the potential for quarter-size hail in places like Richardson, Plano, Allen in the next 15 minutes, maybe Fairview to southern McKinney, Princeton about 438, Lucas about 430, Farmersville about 445, etc. So understand, potential for quarter-size hail. This storm has come down in intensity compared to what it was at when it was dropping golf ball-size hail over Fort Worth a bit earlier. But it is still capable of producing quarter-size hail at least. So the good news is, I guess if there is some good news, is once this initial round of storms moves past your location, we're going to have a break for the Metroplex. We're going to have some clearing skies. In fact, you can see that. If I switch over to the... I'm going to switch to a product here. Maybe this one. We'll go back to this. Notice how behind this initial round of storms, the skies are clearing. Back in Fort Worth, you're going to have sun here in probably 10 minutes. All this clearing, that's allowing the atmosphere to destabilize ahead of what's about to be more storms developing out west. Those are going to also be severe with large hail, damaging winds, and unlike round one, these will have the possibility of producing a few tornadoes. So the Metroplex, you're going to get a bit of a break. It's going to get sunny. But once it's sunny, you're already going to be able to see the new storms off to the west of you. And those are going to be moving on to the east. And again, they could be somewhat rowdy. So we're going to have to keep an eye on things. All right. Let me pop out this. There we go. Maybe. And again, I'm having to open up so many different chats right now. It's not even funny, but that's okay. All right. All right. Let's try this. Let's try that. Be nice. Thank you. Okay. Am I going to be able to close this without half of my computer blowing up? Oh, looks like it. That's nice. So again, let me take this opportunity to thank all our moderators on our various platforms. We've got a lot going on, and we definitely thank everyone who has our moderators who have been helping keep things together, answering questions, etc. So, if by chance those of y'all in the chat, if I talk about something and then someone else comes in and joins and asks the same question, you're welcome to answer them. All right, let's look. What do we got going on up here? So again, at this point, I'm just looking at stuff to maintain situational awareness. Got a bag of granola. Hey, look, camera. Why don't you look at my head? Jason's located near DFW Airport. Stephen, Ben are located near Stephenville. All right, so first things first, I want folks to understand we're not dealing with tornadoes right now. And understand, even if we are dealing with a few tornadoes later, you don't need to be worried. If you're watching this already, you're already in better shape than a lot of folks. And understand, I'm not necessarily saying we're going to have a lot of tornadoes later today. I do think we're going to have a few. But we're just going to be watching things. And we already have round 2 starting to fire up. You can see some what we call towering cumulus, very tall clouds bubbling up thunderheads around Throckmorton, down to just west of Eastland. To near Cross Plains. And as that continues to fire up, you can see one just north of Brady, we're going to have additional thunderstorms developing. So the Metroplex, you're going to have a bit of a break. Skies are going to clear. It's probably going to warm back up again. But that doesn't mean the event is over. Pretty good hailer now. Southwestern Grayson County, just west of Gunter. This storm is going to be moving off to the northeast quickly at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. This storm could have ping pong ball size hail in Gunter right now. It's going to be making its way up towards Dorchester, Sherman, in the next 20 minutes or so. And the potential for ping pong ball size hail as the storm moves northeast at 35 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and put this back on a loop. Y'all can get a good idea of storm motion. Understand, this is just what storms are doing now. Data will load in just a second. And we're going to be here through the evening hours. Okay, radar data, you want to actually load? Maybe not. All right, I'm going to reset that program real quick. We'll try this again. So here's what the radar's done over the last half hour or so, and you can see storms moving off to the northeast very quickly, about 55 to 60 miles an hour. We're only dealing with issues in North Texas right now. Little cell developing east of Belton right now we're going to have to watch. But otherwise, in southeast Texas, it's quiet. It's just cloudy. A few showers, nothing's going on. Same thing goes Austin, San Antonio, cloudy, windy. Not too much going on, and that's probably going to be the case. I don't think we're going to be dealing with severe storms in southeast Texas tonight. You know, south central Texas, places like San Antonio, Houston. Y'all are good tonight. It's all going to be off to your north. You can see we've got round one of storms. Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, moving northeast pretty quickly at about 55 miles an hour. So they're moving pretty quick. And then we have additional storms firing up east of the dry line now in western North Texas. One just north of Brady trying to develop, one approaching Cisco. That storm approaching Cisco is becoming a supercell and is probably going to continue intensifying over the next 30 minutes. These storms here in Texoma, North Texas. Hail are now moving into Collin County, Grayson County, and Cook County. I'll turn off that. I'll turn on the high-res radar data. You can see we've got a severe storm. Pretty nasty-looking hail core just north of Gunter on 289. That's going to be in Dorchester within the next few minutes. And as that continues to move northeast, it's going to be crossing over 75 around Howell up to Sherman by 4:30 p.m. It'll be crossing over highways 56, 69, and 82 near Bells at about 4:40 p.m. And again, the potential for ping pong to golf ball size hail. Severe storm over Valley View over Interstate 35 now is going to be moving towards Grayson County, Collinsville on Highway 377 or Preston Road if you prefer the Dallas terminology. About 4:35 to 4:40 p.m. South Maid about 4:50 p.m. The city of Sherman about 5:05 p.m. And notice further south, well, we have a little storm just west of Emory. That could have some dime to nickel size hail. We'll watch that, but that's also moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. And then we have scattered showers and storms in portions of Kaufman and Navarro counties that moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Those are not severe. We have a storm, just northeast of the city of Temple near Lott. And this one does have me concerned a bit because it's out by itself, and it is also a supercell. You can see that here. We have what we call a little bit of a hook echo or a bean shape to it. And if this were for some reason become tornadic, you'd see a hook echo down in that direction. But at this point, nothing like that. We are going to be watching this storm very carefully, though, as it moves off like that, because this storm does have an increased potential of becoming severe, including the potential for large hail, damaging winds, and we are going to have to closely monitor it for the potential of stronger low-level rotation. We're not seeing anything like that right now. We do see a bit of broad rotation northeast of Temple, and this would be approaching Lott. So we are going to watch this storm carefully. If that continues to intensify, that may need a warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Eastland County. That's going to be for a maturing supercell near the community of Cisco. This severe thunderstorm is currently capable of producing at least quarter to ping pong ball size hail. As it continues to intensify, which I believe it will, the threat for larger hail will increase over the next 30 to 60 minutes. This severe thunderstorm warning does include places like Eastland, Cisco, Ranger, Gorman, Lake Cisco, Lake Olden, Nimrod, Borden Valley, Scranton, Desdemona as well. And again, this storm moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Those of you asking about the Metroplex, round two of storms, probably 6 to 8 p.m., and they'll be coming in from the west. You can see we have stuff firing up along the dry line from near Olney, Woodson, north of Albany. We have another cell trying to develop northeast of Brady, and all this activity is going to be moving east at about 50 miles an hour. And in terms of my concern level for storms, frankly, it's this little storm right now just northeast of the city of Temple. This thunderstorm is showing increasing rotation aloft and a pretty good reflectivity structure, the how hard it's raining mode. So I would say in terms of the candidate for what might be our first tornado warning of the day, it may end up being this storm in the next 20 to 30 minutes as it moves like that. If this thunderstorm continues to intensify, it may start to turn a little more to the right, which would take it more like that. But we're going to have to watch this carefully because my concern regarding the potential for a first tornado warning of the day may be with this thunderstorm just northeast of Temple. And again, we don't see any strong low-level rotation right now, but we're looking up in tilts. This is 6,000 feet. And understand, at 6,000 feet, this thing has strong rotation. And as we lower the radar beam, this is 4,300 feet, same thing. And then that rotation does appear to be intensifying and descending. So I'm actually getting concerned to the point where I think we're probably going to have a tornado warning on this storm in the next 20 minutes. This storm northeast of Temple, that will be approaching Golinda, Lott, Rizal, probably staying west of Marlin, but could approach eastern McLennan County. So again, the potential for a tornado may be increasing within the next 20 minutes west of Lott, south of Golinda. Those of you in Golinda, Rizal, Marlin, and Lott should be prepared to take your tornado safety. Sorry, y'all couldn't hear it. My weather radio just went off with a loud siren sound, and this is where we are thankful for noise-canceling headphone or noise-canceling software. But again, this thunderstorm near Lott is quickly becoming concerning in the spinny doom department, so a tornado warning may be required for this thunderstorm soon. Further north, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County, a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail over Plano. This is going to be moving up towards Allen in the next 5 minutes. Fairview, Princeton, Farmersville by 4:35 to 4:40 p.m. Nasty looking hailer now over Highway 289 over Dorchester. North of Howell to Sherman, this thunderstorm going to be crossing over Highway 75 from Howell to the south side to Sherman in the next 5 minutes. Luwala, y'all are going to be getting it here within the next probably 10 minutes, so about 4:34 p.m. Highway 82 at 69 bells, about 4:43 to 4:45 p.m. We have other thunderstorms that are mostly behaving themselves right now, maybe some small hail. From Bellevue to Nocona, down 287, Alvord to north of Decatur. We've got some more storms in Denton County right now. These may have small hail. And then this activity that extends from Frisco to Plano to Rowlett, moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour, could also have nickel to quarter-sized hail. And again, this is generally moving towards Greenville up to Leonard to Bells in the next 15 to 45 minutes. But in terms of and then let's go back west. We have additional thunderstorms starting to develop now on the dry line from northeast of Brady on Highway 377. A supercell thunderstorm capable now of producing at least golf ball size hail. Coming up on Cisco. Notice this is starting to take a bit of a appendage here. The which way and how hard the wind's blowing mode. Showing winds of about 60 miles an hour. So we could have some wind-driven quarter to golf ball size hail. With this thunderstorm near Cisco, and given the favorable atmospheric conditions, we are anticipating this thunderstorm will continue to intensify as it moves east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And understand, this storm may be with us for several hours. This may be what we refer to as a long-lived supercell, meaning everyone in this little corridor here, you need to pay attention to what's going on to your west, because this storm may be with us for 4 or 5 hours. Capable of big hail, big wind, it may become tornadic. We're also seeing thunderstorm initiation developments. Thunderstorm initiation developments. South of Throckmorton to Woodson. And this activity generally moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. In terms of the most concerning storm in the short term, it might be this one west of Lot. It's out by itself. It's taking on supercellular characteristics. And folks, let me tell you now in chat rooms, we have no tornado warnings right now. We have no tornado warnings right now. There are no tornado warnings. The only one who issues tornado warnings are the National Weather Service. And we don't have one right now. So, this thunderstorm west of Lot is becoming more organized. It has some strong mid-level rotation. It looks like it almost might be on a boundary here northeast of Temple, which would help enhance the tornado threat. But for now, this storm is still in the developing phase. But if it continues to organize, the rotation aloft becomes stronger and descends into the low levels, we may see this thunderstorm potentially need a tornado warning in the next 15 to 20 minutes. But for now, no tornado warnings. That being said, those of you west of Lot to Golinda, west of Marlin, up to Rizal and southeastern McLennan counties, y'all may want to keep an eye on that and be ready just in case it does go tornadic. In terms of what we have ongoing further north, at this point, we have a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail over Highway 75. Just east of 75 now. Parker, Lucas, Allen, moving up towards Lowry Crossing, Princeton, and Farmersville at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. And this thunderstorm has the potential to produce quarter-size hail again. At times it's had hail up to the size of golf balls, but the storm itself is still at least capable of producing some small hail. Same thing goes for the storm over Rockwall. It may have dime, nickel-size hail, maybe some quarter-size hail as it moves up Interstate 30. So this is going to be right on I-30 all the way up towards Fate, Royce City, Caddo Mills, up to Greenville. Eventually, Greenville about 450, Campbell about 5, Commerce about 505, Cumbie about 505, and then hopefully, probably, the storm will be passing closer to Cooper about 520 and Tierra 523 versus Sulphur Springs. Of course, that's not necessarily great for y'all, but again, this storm currently not severe, but could have some small hail with it. Same thing goes for this little thunderstorm pulsing up northeast to Emory. This is going to be round 1 across the Red River Valley, Texoma, North Texas, moving into northeast Texas. This is round 1. Northeast. Round 2. And this is going to be moving east. So those of you on I-35 in North Texas, heads up. You're going to have more storms coming in from the west over the next 2 to 3 hours. And then we're also watching this developing supercell over Lot. This is northeast of Temple, southeast of Waco and McLennan County. And this storm is showing signs of organization with rotation aloft, but not in the low levels. Round 1's exiting east now. You're going to have a sun come out, but you already got new storms firing off to the west. Those are going to be problems. All right, so we know a lot of folks have outdoor events going on. I don't know what outdoor event isn't going on right now in the Metroplex, but Motor Speedway, Ballpark in Arlington, the Taylor Swift concert, we have stuff in Dallas. Understand you're going to have a 2-hour-ish break, and then we're going to have more storms coming in from the west. And that is just the general expectation of what we anticipate to occur this afternoon, this evening. And understand, not everyone's going to be getting hit by a severe storm. Not everyone's going to be dealing with big hail and even tornadoes. Understand that most folks won't. But where we end up with these supercells, we're going to have problems. So if one comes down your street, problems. So we do have a severe thunderstorm on 183 now, just south of Cisco. This storm continues to perk up in the hail department. This is going to be crossing near Carbon at about 4:49 to 4:50 p.m. The hail core is probably going to stay south of I-20 now, near Eastland. And then this is going to be crossing over Highway 16 north of De Leon and south of I-20. Eventually, this thunderstorm may pose a direct threat to Stephenville. So Stephenville, let's just say 6 o'clock. Y'all may have a dangerous thunderstorm approaching Stephenville. By 6 o'clock, this thunderstorm may be capable of producing baseball-size hail, winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, and it may be tornadic. So those of you in a corridor from De Leon to I-20 to Dublin to Stephenville need to be on guard from now through at least 6 o'clock and understand it's a supercell. It's got attitude. Our storm chasers are actually in Stephenville. Stephen Jones, Ben McComb. They're in Stephenville right now. That's the bottom right stream there. Jason Cooley is in DFW, enjoying driving through traffic. And we're going to definitely be watching them. And you can watch their live streaming storm chasing feeds too, by the way, on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. So we're down to 2 severe storm warnings with the storms now in round 1, I should say. We've got hail core, quarter-size hail over Luwala. That's not how you say it, probably, but that's Highway 11 just southeast of Sherman. Again, this storm's going to be moving northeast at about 16 miles an hour towards Bells, staying northwest of Whitewright, and is now northeast of Howe. Crossing 82 at 69 east of Sherman, west of Bonham near Bells at about 4:40 to 4:45 the next 10 minutes. And then this storm will be crossing north of Bonham and then crossing over Highway 78 near Ravenna to Tulip. So Bells, Savoy up to Ravenna and Tulip, the potential for quarter-size hail over the next 30 minutes. And then this storm eventually is going to start moving towards Hugo, Oklahoma. Further southwest, and again, we just have a lot of thunderstorms. It's a very messy situation in eastern North Texas right now. And all these storms are moving off to the northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. I'm going to turn off that radar. I'm going to put on satellite data, give the super high-res radar or super high-res satellite data. Now I'm going to switch it over to what we call just day cloud convection. It kind of lets you see what's going on here. I'm going to knock some of these cities off just so you can actually see the screen a bit. And here's just the last hour. And understand, advancements in technology have been awesome with weather satellite data. Each frame here is, with the satellite data, is taken every 60 seconds. So I can actually turn the radar data off, and you can see what we have with storms. You can actually see them bubbling up. And if I were to switch to a different mode here, you can actually see storms bubbling up. You can see how they keep the updrafts are essentially just pulsing up through the atmosphere. The anvil blow-off is blowing away. You can see how round 1, Texoma, North Texas, moving northeast. We actually have skies clearing out very quickly right behind the first round of storms. And then you can see our second round of storms starting to fire up. And understand, it's not going to be a widespread second round, but this thunderstorm Out near Eastland is round 1. And then we have round 2 developing. We're watching a thunderstorm northwest of Rosebud. That's a supercell. You can see it is becoming stronger in the as the colors here on this satellite image, as they go from blue and yellow and green up to red and white. That is the thunderstorm. The clouds are becoming taller, so stronger storms. You can see that supercell northwest of Cameron, Rosebud, northeast of Temple. That's one supercell. One supercell near Cisco with Anvil blow-off moving east, so it's about to get cloudy in Granbury, Cleburne, South Fort Worth again. And then we have a cluster of storms extending from near Norman, Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, Texoma. New severe storm warning for portions of Bowie and Grayson counties. Or excuse me, not Bowie County, Montague County. Severe storm passing just southeast of Sherman, now near Bells. My chair will not recline, and it makes me very sad. Oh, it reclined now. So we've got severe storms there. You can see this other cluster here. So one way we're able to look at things is with satellite data. And each frame is taken every 60 seconds thanks to, well, awesome satellite data. So actually, we're getting updates with satellite faster than we are with weather radar right now. Now, obviously, with satellite, we can only see, cloud tops, stuff like that, versus radar, which gives us a good low-level look at the storm structure, but it also allows us to see boundaries and stuff like that. So again, I'm just going to give you the live look at satellite data right now. This was taken 45 seconds ago, hundreds of miles above our heads. You can see round 1. 1 northeast, and this is round 2 starting to fire up. That's going to be moving more east, almost maybe even southeast. So understand, we are not done. We have more storms. And the Metroplex down Waco I-35, and frankly, these storms developing further west are more concerning in the tornado probability department, but we're also quite concerned with this thunderstorm trying to fire its lonesome self up here near Marlin. Switch back over to the high-res radar data. You can see what it looks like with radar data. Supercell structure here, you can see that it's a bean. It looks like a bean on radar, and it's all out by itself. Some weak low-level rotation, a bit of a hail core loft, so we might see a severe thunderstorm warning with that. And again, we got to watch this storm for signs that it increases with rotation. But we do seem to have a developing supercell now in central Texas. So this is going to be an issue for places like Rizal, Mart. If this storm organizes enough and is able to turn a bit to the right, then it may be more of an issue for Groesbeck eventually. Either way, this thing is probably going to become problematic in the hail department soon. And we can't rule out an increasing threat of a tornado over the next 20 to 30 to 60 minutes. Supercell thunderstorm now quite established south of Eastland. You can see this one has almost a flying eagle shape. You can see a little hook echo right there. We have warm, unstable air being pushed, or I should say pulled into the updraft of the thunderstorm. Strong rear flank downdraft on the back side. You can actually see that here on radar. That is the rear flank downdraft or cooler thunderstorm winds being pushed out of the thunderstorm. If I were to load the which way the wind was blowing mode, you could see that. This could be 60 plus mile-an-hour winds coming out of the thunderstorm. And then those greens, those are inflow. Now, this is not a tornado producer right now. And trust me, there are storm chasers galore watching it. But understand this storm could become problematic as it moves to the east, southeast. And we'll put a storm track on it. And again, actually, before I put a storm track on it, let me show you what winds. So the radar, the Dyess Air Force Base radar, detecting winds 55, 60, even 70 miles an hour out of this thunderstorm moving into Carbon. Understand, given how dry things have been, this thing could also be kicking up a lot of dust. So we're watching additional storms now intensifying in Young County. Stevens County, west of Graham, northwest of Breckenridge. Those could move east and become severe and pose a threat to places like Jacksboro, Mineral Wells in the next hour. And then 2 hours from now could be closer to Denton to Fort Worth. We have storms trying to fire up from northeast of Brady to north of Richland Springs to west of Goldwaith. Those, if they intensify, could become hailers. And understand, all this activity further to the east right now, heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, the potential for hail out of the stronger storms. These storms out by themselves, just southwest of Marlin, Eastland, storms trying to fire up between Graham and Breckenridge, as those move east, they will have the potential to become intense supercells as they move east at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. The potential, at worst case scenario in terms of hail sizes, baseball size hail, that's just under 3 inches in diameter. I really hope they don't get any bigger than that, but to be honest, if we get a real rampage in supercell, someone might get softball size hail, but hopefully that is not going to happen. The potential for localized winds, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. And certainly the potential for a few tornadoes, especially as these storms continue moving a little further east towards I-35 and we see low-level wind shear increase by about 6 o'clock. But again, that doesn't guarantee you're going to get hit with a severe storm. It doesn't guarantee you're going to get big hail, big wind, or even tornadoes. But we're watching things. And they're probably going to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for this storm any minute. This thing continues to intensify, now showing a hail signature of quarter to golf ball size hail. Those of you in Marlin, you may have hail on Highway 7 into Marlin on 6 within the next 10 to 15 minutes. This storm will be crossing over Marlin about 5 o'clock. And then thereafter, it's moving northeast about 25 miles an hour. It may be near Groesbeck if it continues at present course and speed about 5:40 to 5:50 p.m. So we head further north. We're taking a look at storms from Farmersville to Caddo Mills. Could have some hail. Moving over to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Greenville, Celeste. You're going to be getting some hail, some wind, some rain the next 30 minutes. And then it's just a lot of rain at this point from Nakona on 82 through Gainesville, Sherman Bells. Strong winds, the potential for some quarter-size hail, a lot of lightning. Now, this storm near Nakona is starting to look a little more interesting. Notice we have a bit of a rotation here aloft. And understand, we're not looking in the low levels here. We're looking at about 8,000 feet up. So the mid-level mesocyclone. And it's not unusual for these to be rotating, but we'll keep an eye on it anyway. It has a bit of an interesting appendage there. And then we have storms rapidly intensifying southwest of Newcastle. This could pose a threat to Graham and Young County with the potential for large hail in the next 30 minutes as that becomes a supercell. And as I switch to a closer radar, you can see, yeah, that's probably already got hail, to be honest with you. Newcastle, Graham, the next 30 minutes, y'all are going to have issues with hail. And then this cell that is now southeast of Eastland has not only become a developing supercell, it is now a full-blown happy birthday, it's soupy time. So this thunderstorm is becoming increasingly capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail in the next 60 minutes. Hail core mostly north of the community of Carbon. But we notice, I'll tell you now, if you have folks in Stephenville, friends, family, you might want to shoot them a message, shoot them a text or call them and let them know by 5:50, they could have a pretty nasty storm. And as I switch back over to our feed with chasers, we've got chasers galore. We've got Stephen Jones. They're heading to this storm west of Stephenville, and they're going to be tracking it as it comes into Stephenville. Jason, Adam, they're all heading that way. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to do some organization here. And again, it's just me, myself, and I in this office of mine, so understand that at times I'm going to have to do some work behind the scenes. So that's actually what I'm doing right now. All right, there we go. I'm going to press that real quick. We'll go back to this. Make All right. So again, what is it? About 4:45. Let me do a recap. Hi, my name is David-Reimer. I am Baldy in Chief here at the Texas Storm Chasers. It is the 2nd of April, 2023. 15 minutes before 5 p.m., we are in the midst of tracking multiple severe thunderstorms across Texas. We've had round 1 with hail and wind impact the Metroplex over the last hour and a half. That is moving into northeast Texas. With hail, we are now dealing with round 2. Supercell firing west of Graham. Supercell near Nocona. Mega angry supercell southeast of Eastland approaching Gorman and a direct threat to the city of Stephenville by 5:45 p.m. And now additional storms northeast of Brady, west of Goldwaith, and a supercell thunderstorm near Marlin. We're going to go from north to south. I want to also invite you. We've got Storm Chasers out and about. You can watch their feeds dedicated with audio on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. We've got a lot of followers and subscribers, so you'll find us pretty easily. In terms of live streams, top right, that is Jason Cooley. I believe he is heading down probably Interstate 20 to the southwest, if I had to guess. We've got Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, and Jenny Brown. They, I believe, are somewhere. If I had to guess, I'd say western North Texas. Probably. Heading towards Stephenville. And then we have Stephen Jones and Ben McHone in the bottom right box, and they are looking at the storm west of Stephenville. In fact, we'll just pop over to their stream real quick. And they're waiting for the storm to arrive. In terms of what they're looking at, that's a rain-free base to the bottom left side of the screen. And that's the hail and precipitation core off to the right side. Again, they're looking at the thunderstorm northwest of Gorman. How about Gorman and west of Stephenville? And understand, this storm near Gorman is moving towards Stephenville. And understand, this thunderstorm probably is going to be capable of producing baseball-sized hail before long. This thing's got an attitude. It's moving east at about 35 miles an hour. As we head, so again, now that I've introduced everyone, let's go north to south. Severe storm, the potential for quarter-size hail at least over Nocona on Highway 82 in Montague County. That's going to be east of Ringgold, west of St. Joe. This storm's moving northeast towards Leon, Oklahoma. Marietta, Oklahoma may actually clip Windstar there in Thackerville. We've got heavy rain, heavy winds, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail all over Cook County. We may have some flooding on streets, in fact. Munster, Gainesville 82, east of Whitesboro. Could have some hail northwest of Bonham. That's going to be making its way towards Ravenna and Telephone, Tulip there. North of 82, eventually making its way over towards Hugo, Oklahoma. We've got a little cluster of storms with some quarter-size hail from Celeste, Farmersville, Greenville, Caddo Mills, down to Cache, moving northeast towards Naylandville, Campbell, Cumbie, Commerce, Wolf City. And all these storms are producing quarter-size hail, the potential for very strong winds. And again, we're going to be here all evening. I'll tell you that now. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. That is for sure. And at times you might see me just quit talking and look around like the Baldian chief I am, and that's simply because I'm taking a look at what we have going on. Jethro Hudson. I will admit, that is surprising, but very appreciated. Thank you. And by the way, while I may not acknowledge it in real time because I'm keeping an eye on storms and things, and I think y'all would rather have me doing that versus, individually thanking each and every one of you, I do want to thank everyone for the super chats, the Facebook stars, the TikTok gifts, Twitch. Thank you. We do appreciate it. It helps pay the bills. It helps pay, well, yeah, bills. We all have bills, right? So we thank you. We appreciate it. But please don't take it personally if I do not call it out in real time. I'm simply, focused on storms. But we do try and go back after the event and individually thank you. There, I can talk, see? I may not be able to talk well, but I can talk. So it looks like pretty good view now from Adam Lucio and Stephen Jones. They are located near Desdonoma. For heaven's sake, let's try that again. They are located north of Gorman. They're looking at this storm. Now, we have something I haven't gotten to really show folks much yet this spring, but we have what's called a splitting supercell. Notice how that almost looks like it's going to go like that. This, and this may actually save Stephenville, this may end up turning southeast now. If we have a split occurring, these two updrafts split, the northern split or the left split takes a jog more north-northeast with hail, and then the right turning split, or the southern split, turns to the right and goes southeast. And that would be the one we'd watch for any sort of spinny, doom. Now, we don't see any sort of spinny, doom right now, but we do see a very strong surge of outflow winds. Check this out. We're seeing winds over 80 miles an hour now, north of Gorman, south of Ranger, on rural areas, west of Highway, 16, west of Disdome. Why can't I say that? Whatever, you can see it. Anyway, this storm west of Highway 16. So we could have strong winds over 75 miles an hour with baseball-size hail. And there's the latest scan there. That hail core came down just a wee bit, but nevertheless continues to be quite potent. I'll put a storm track on this real quick. But also understand, if this thing is splitting, we're about to have to change this up a bit. Nevertheless, Stephenville, as this storm does seem to be speeding up a bit, it may be closer to Stephenville by 5:40 at this point. But at this point, it's a hail issue and a wind issue, not a tornado issue. For what it's worth, supercell thunderstorms trying to get going in Young County, starting to see a bit of a hail signature southwest of Newcastle, west of Graham, and this could become severe over the next 15 minutes as it continues to develop. As we head further south, we have a supercell thunderstorm near Marlin, capable of producing quarter-size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. This does have mid-level rotation, but at this point, not strong low-level rotation. But while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and pop some of these some data up. And Adam and Steven there, the two bottom right cams, they are in Desdonoma, northeast of Gorman, west of Stephenville. They're looking at the storm that is east of Eastland. If y'all are tracking along with our free interactive weather radar on our website or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, they're on the storm that is east of Abilene and west of Granbury, west of Stephenville, way southwest of Fort Worth. At this point, I'm just... Ooh! Keeping an eye on things. For those of you asking, this is WSV3, this radar program we're using here. So let's take a statewide view while I take a look at some data. And here you go. I'll even turn the radar data on. So look over the last couple hours. You can see we've had round 1 across North Texas, the Metroplex. That ended up producing quite a bit of hail. And now we have round 2 starting to fire up. A storm all by itself near Marland in central Texas, the northern Brazos Valley. Storms northeast of Brady, south of Brownwood. Severe supercell now west of Stephenville. And a storm going up pretty quickly now just west of Graham in Young County. And understand each of these individual storms with round 2, so the western storms, are moving east at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. And they are going to have a pretty high chance of being severe for the remaining time they exist, which is probably going to be at least 3 to 5 hours. So these are going to make it east of 35 probably. And that's why we have a tornado watch across Texoma, North Texas, and parts of central Texas through 11 p.m. Hogtown, thank you. That's a lot easier for me to say. So, round 1 at this point, which is the stuff that brought some hail to Metroplex. You can see here, bringing plenty of widespread showers and storms. Some of these do have quarter-size hail. No tornadoes, not really worried about 60-plus mile-an-hour winds. But again, you can see these storms moving east-northeast about 55 miles an hour. And again, these storms are capable of lots of rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, the potential for localized gusty winds. We could see some street flooding, honestly. These are producing heavy rain, especially in areas that already have had a couple of these storms today. But not really too worried about a tornado threat with these storms at this point. These have some hail, some strong winds, etc., but not tornadoes. It is these storms further west that are all out by themselves, and then this one northeast of Rosebud, I'd be concerned about going tornadic if they were to go tornadic at all. All right, let's take a look at the tornado watch, and then we're going to take a look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model to give you all a good timing sense for the evening. Yellow box is a tornado watch through 11 p.m. tonight. Southern Oklahoma, roughly from Lawton to Pauls Valley to Ada to Atoka, south, and then, of course, Wichita Falls to let's just do it this way. Vernon to Breckenridge. Vernon, Seymour, Breckenridge, Albany, Coleman, east. This runs along the north of a line from San Saba to Killeen, Lampasas, Cameron, Franklin, Buffalo, Palestine. So that means Wichita Falls, Breckenridge, Mineral Wells, Cisco, Stephenville, Brownwood. You're in the tornado watch to 11 o'clock. Although your threat of severe weather across the western edges of this risk zone will probably be done by 8 p.m. Gainesville, Sherman, all of DFW, Hillsborough, Waco, Temple, Belton. You're in the tornado watch until 11 o'clock. Paris, Greenville, Terrell, Canton, Athens, Corsicana, Mahia, Fairfield, Corsicana, Cooper, Emory, Terrell, Greenville, Sulphur Springs. You're in the tornado watch until 11. All right, let's take a look. And again, understand, well, a couple housekeeping notes. I'll look at the HER in just a second. One, that's starting to get more concerning in terms of low-level organization with that hook echo starting to develop near Marlin. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Two, this storm near Gorman is starting to turn a little more to the southeast. Could pose a direct threat to the city of Stephenville with big hail by, at this point, let's just say 5:30, because the storm keeps speeding up. And then 3, all this activity further north, Nocona, Sherman, Paris, Greenville, down to Athens, round 1. Strongest storms could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Not really worried about a tornado threat right now with these. The heavy rain could cause some street flooding and gusty winds. Okay, now, while we have a chance, and before I forget and get distracted by something else in my little ADD world of nightmares, let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. The live streams you're looking at on the right are from the storm west to Stephenville. Jason's driving down. Actually, I think Jason's going west on Highway 1. He was going to go west on 180. I'm not sure he still is. No, he's on 20. So Jason's on I-20 southwest of Weatherford. Adam, Stephen are both looking at the severe storm near Gorman, Texas, which is west of Stephenville, east of Abilene. We have 3 live storm chasing video feeds up on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. If you want to watch each of those with audio from the vehicles, you can do so. Heading on over to Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. Now, let's take a look at the HER. And what we're going to do before we do anything is we're going to load the latest HER data, but we're going to look at right now at 5 o'clock. I just want to see how this model's doing. Now, for all intent of purposes, this model is doing decent, but it has too many storms down here. So understand this model's being overzealous. It has too many storms. So keep that in mind. But in terms of timing aspects, I can at least show you what we're expecting. Now, that was for 5 o'clock. This is for 6 o'clock. 7. So understand, more storms for DFW and Waco, probably by 7 o'clock. 8. You can see we've still got plenty of storms in northeast Texas. Some hail, some strong winds, maybe a tornado. This activity would have a higher threat for tornadoes and big hail. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we start to weaken. Northeast Texas drying out. We still have some storms, although they're weakening in portions of the piney woods of East Texas, Southeast Texas. 11 o'clock, and now 12 a.m., 1 a.m., and then we're done. And we have a tornado warning, all right? Well, folks, since we now have a tornado warning, let me be clear. We focus on the most dangerous storms. So while we have a plethora of storms, understand we focus on the most dangerous storms here. Meaning we're going to be focusing now specifically on this dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado near Marlin. This is going to be our first tornado warning of the day and is a tornado warning for southern Limestone and northeastern Falls counties at 5:02 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Marlin, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Marlin, Thornton, and I'm going to mess this name up. I've had people tell me it before, but I forgot. Cosi is how that thing says it. I don't know if it's Cosi, but we'll just pretend it is. Area of strong circulation now, just southeast of Marlin. This potential tornado will remain southeast of town of Marlin, but again, we now have what we call a good gate-to-gate circulation. That is winds moving away from the radar there. What radar am I looking from? Okay, I'm looking from the next round in Fort Worth. That might be why I've got a good view. So again, this possible tornado just southeast of Marlin, now moving towards Cosi. So if you're in Cosi, if you're in Marlin, if you're in Thornton, if you're north of Reagan, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Limestone and Falls counties until 5:45. I'm going to look from a different radar real quick, a little closer to the ground. You can see better here. So again, in all likelihood, if we have a tornado, it is just southeast of Marlin. We don't want any travel right now on Highway 7. What, you don't like me Kosi. Okay, thank you. What? It's not Mahia? I thought it was Mahia. It's not Mexia, that's for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Mahia. So again, this potential tornado and the development phase is going to be crossing over Highway 7, a couple miles east of Marlin, way west of Kosi, but still could actually ride Highway 7 a bit east towards Kosi. Mahia. And by the way, yes, we do appreciate our moderators on our Kosi. Thank you. So again, I'll go ahead and just link the radar in the chat. And again, tornado warning until 5:45 for Limestone and Falls counties. Okay, real quick, before we get busier, I'm going to do what all humans have to do eventually, and that is take a visit to the little boys' room. So, real quick, give me 90 seconds. I'm going to be right back. And we're just going to go tune into Steven's stream real quick, since he's getting some hail, and then I will be right back.
From DFW radar. See, new area forming pretty much right here on the edge of the fort. The fort flank. Right there, that's going to become a new.
And again, you're watching live coverage from the Texas Storm Chasers. Baldy and Chief David will be right back. You're watching live storm chasing video at the moment from Stephen Jones, Ben McCone in and west of Stephenville, Texas. Again, I'll be right back and we'll continue our severe weather coverage.
Appreciate all the support. Chamber, thank you very much for all those lightning gifts.
Alright, my apologies, I am back. That was live video from west of Stephenville from Stephen Jones and Ben McCone. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. We are back. We've got a tornado warning for portions of Limestone and Falls counties until 5:45 p.m. This is going to be a possible tornado now, probably about 2 to 3 miles east of Marlin, Texas, on Highway 7. You can definitely see that hook echo from this radar site. And again, we have no ground reports yet, but This thunderstorm is moving towards Highway 14 from Thornton down to Caussey. And again, you know, dysgraphia, dyslexia, trust me, I can't spell any better than I can articulate some of these town names, but it's not because I am doing it intentionally, but I definitely thank all those sending in the pronunciations. So again, latest scan here, you can see this thunderstorm is trying to wrap up in the spinny, spinny, doom, doom department, which is why we have a tornado warning until 5:45 for Falls and Limestone counties. And again, the radar is taking on a 70s look. Let's fix that, thank you. And we're going to, again, have this approaching Thornton by 5:35 to 5:37. And near Caussey, about 5:25 to 5:30. Storm spotter just reported a rotating wall cloud with this thunderstorm, which we would expect. No reports of a ground circulation at this point, which is good. All right, let's go back north. Let's keep a good eye on what we have right now. Storms near San Salva to Galway so far struggling to break through the cap. We've got a pretty nasty-looking hailer now heading towards the city of Stephenville and maybe Dublin if it keeps trending more southeast. It's going to be a severe storm capable of producing at least golf ball size hail, though let's be honest, it may be a lot bigger than that. And this is going to be crossing Highway 67 between Stephenville and Dublin within the next 20 to 30 minutes. I would strongly recommend you not be anywhere near that as this storm crosses over Highway 67, unless you want to end up losing your windows and pretty much requiring a considerable amount of body work on your vehicle. So again, Stephenville by 5:35 to 5:40. If it trends south of town towards Dublin, it'd be closer to 5:35 to 5:40. And again, we're focusing on the most intense storms at the moment. We have free interactive weather radar in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. If you are on an Android device, we released a new app last week, version 2.0. That's pretty much a full-fledged weather app, including geolocated weather forecasts. You just have to uninstall our old app if you had it installed and install the new app. It's in the Google Play Store as Texas Storm Chasers. Those of you on Apple, our app's there too. Texas Storm Chasers in the Apple App Store. You can watch our live coverage. You can watch our live storm chasing videos. You can watch... I'm going to turn that off. Sorry, I know y'all hearing that dinging. My apologies. I had to turn the speaker audio source on when I had to take a brief break, but it's off now. Well, Wendy, I'm sorry, but alas, God gave me the gift of being able to tell you where the storms are going, but I'm afraid my skill set does not extend substantially to the exact pronunciations. Luckily, most people are understanding of that and generally understand that, hey, you know, stuff happens. Sometimes you may not get someone that's able to pronounce something perfectly, but hey, you know what? If you don't like it, you are more than welcome to go find someone else to watch who knows how to pronounce every local little town to your exact liking. But that being said, I do accept the criticism of that. But I don't need Karening either. All right, so we've got, well, actually, we have a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's read that real quick. These little short-term discussions from the Storm Prediction Center allow us to maintain situational awareness, and they're issued to help us maintain situational awareness. All right. So some of this I'm going to read is going to be a bit technical. I'm going to do my best to translate it into non-meteorological terms. All right, as summary, the threat for Supercell is capable of all severe hazards, including very large hail and tornadoes. will continue for at least the next few hours across portions of central Texas and northern Texas. Discussion. Recent surface analysis places a surface low about 60 miles northeast of Abilene. Dry line extending south from this low toward near Brownwood, then back southwest towards the Edwards Plateau. A few storms have initiated along the dry line over the low-rolling plains where surface temperatures are in the low 80s, amid dew points in the mid-60s. Mid-level lapse rates remain steep, which is just a measure of how unstable the mid-levels of the atmosphere are, generally the hail growth zone, which combined with the relatively warm and moist low levels is supporting moderate instability. Additionally, surface winds throughout the warm sector are south at 15 to 20 miles an hour, varying to more southwesterly at about 45 miles an hour by about 1 kilometer above the ground. This shear is well sampled by recent profiles at the Fort Worth and Fort Hood weather radars, which place the 0 to 1 storm relative helicity around 200 meters squared, which is just a measure of the amount of spin available within the lowest 1 kilometer of the atmosphere, and that's a pretty high amount of spin available for thunderstorms. These conditions suggest the ongoing storms should continue, with the overall environment remaining supportive of supercells for at least the next few hours. All severe hazards will remain possible, including very large hail and tornadoes. All right, speaking of which, this storm on Highway 7 west of Cossie, east of Marlin, definitely looking much, much closer to producing a tornado. This thing is wrapped up more than a Karen and complaining about me not pronouncing a town correctly. It's going to be, again, very near Highway 7, about halfway between Marlin, west of Highway 14 on Highway 7, generally moving probably east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. This thing could definitely drop a tornado at any time. There's the latest velocity scan that just came in. But again, if we had a tornado down, and I'll put some streets on here real quick. It's going to be coming up towards County Road 243, and obviously you have Highway 7 here. Eventually County Road 240, and then you're going to get to Highway 14. Well, trust me, trying to pronounce all the city names wrong would not be difficult. Let me tell you that now. So we zoom back out. Let me go ahead. Let's look at these storms further north real quick. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. And again, we have to focus and triage here when dealing with multiple storms. We're going to focus on the most life-threatening, which means the tornado-warned storms. Severe storm now north of Highway 6, passing north of DeLeon, north of Dublin, although we do note this storm has turned southeast, as I theorized it might about 20 minutes ago. So the hail core from this may actually pass closer to Dublin now than Stephenville. Do not be on Highway 67 between Stephenville and Dublin for at least the next 40 minutes. This storm could have damaging hail. If it passes over Stephenville, it's going to be in about, 20 minutes. Dublin, this is probably going to pass just north of town in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We do note this could be making a beeline eventually in about 2 hours. So by about 7 to 7:30, this could be approaching Waco. Understand, these are the kind of storms that aren't going to be going away in 2 hours. They're still going to be with us, so I can say with confidence this is going to be crossing I-35 between 7 and 8 p.m., probably close to Waco and McLennan County with severe weather. So, Meridian, Hiko, Clifton, Golson, Valley Mills, Lacey Lakeview, Crawford maybe, unless this doesn't turn right more. To Waco, you need to be ready. This thing's coming on to pay you a visit as it moves southeast now at about 35 miles an hour. Further north, storms near Graham haven't really taken off, which is good. Still could have small hail. We've got rain, we've got storms. It's storming and pouring on Highway 82 all the way from Munster, Gainesville, Sherman, Bonham, Paris. I-30, it's pouring and storming. Greenville over to Mount Pleasant. We've got storms on I-20 now from near Terrell all the way through Tyler, approaching Kilgore. A majority of this activity, which we refer to as round 1, is not severe. There's a lot of cloud to ground lightning. There are strong winds. There's some small hail. And then there are pockets of quarter-size hail. Example, with the storm now north of 82, north of Munster. How about Munster, northeast of St. Joe, moving towards Marietta, Oklahoma? Quarter-size hail. Could have some nickel to quarter-size hail with this storm from Valley View to Gainesville to Windstar in Thackerville. And then same thing goes, maybe some dime-size hail in Denison right now. But understand, these storms moving northeast about 55 miles an hour, generally behaving themselves in all aspects. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll take a look at the tornado warning again. And this is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Falls and Limestone counties until 5:45. This is a possible tornado developing west of Highway 14 on Highway 7 now, near County Road 243 and State Highway 7. Just had a report of ping pong ball size hail in Desdemona. Desdemona. See, I can say it relatively easily now. Yeah, it's going to be the Supercell west of Stephenville. Sorry, I'm doubling up here. Caffeine in a protein shake. So again, for those of you watching, we're live on the Texas Storm Chasers Facebook page, the Texas Storm Chasers fan group on Facebook, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. We're live on what used to be Periscope, but now is Twitter video. And we are live on TikTok for the first time, now that that is able to be a thing. So we try to broadcast our video everywhere we can. And I'm going to take just a second to see if I can set up a live video on Instagram. As far as I know, Instagram has not enabled that for our account yet in terms of being able to broadcast this whole live thing to Instiville, but if they have, I'm going to set that up real quick too. We have no reports of a tornado down at this point. We've had a funnel cloud report from this storm in the last several minutes. You can see the latest radar scan there. Got nickel-sized hail from the fire chief in Thornton. That makes sense. Their hail's probably going to get a bit bigger here shortly. You can see this is a well-defined supercell. This little notch north of 7, west of 14 is going to be an inflow notch where warm, unstable air is being sucked into the thunderstorm. And then the hook echo, that's actually winds on the backside of the thunderstorm along with some rain and hail. And this is the only tornado warning we have right now. And real quick, sorry, I'm actually trying to get us up on Instagram. It's me, myself, and I in here, so I can't have someone off screen do this, so it is me, myself, and I. Probably going to have to use some backdoor method that's going to cost me like $20, but that's okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. So I am able to. Oh, give me just a second. We're going to get us up on the Instas and then. Just a second. I don't know if Insta's going to like me doing this horizontally, but oh well. Okay, so Insta's got it vertical. That's okay. But y'all can at least hear me. All right, we're now live on the Instagram. So we're now live on the Facebag, the Tweeter, the YouHoot, the TikTok, the Instagram, the Twitter, the Twitch. Those of you on Twitter, or excuse me, those of you on Instagram, you're probably seeing this as a vertical video, but hey, you know what? At least you can hear me, and I can tell you to go watch us on something that lets you follow us on horizontal. All right, Storm Prediction Center just issued another discussion. We're going to have a tornado watch issued for Northeast Texas, the East Texas area, the Piney Woods of East Texas within the next couple hours. So we'll have a new tornado watch for Northeast Texas and East Texas. We have a tornado warning until 5:45 p.m. This is going to be a tornado warning for Highway 14 from just south of Groesbeck through Thornton down to Highway 7 for a possible tornado trying to spin up now north of Cost. We have an unconfirmed report that there may be a tornado now. And if there, well, I mean, it makes sense based off the radar signature. So, again, tornado warning for Limestone and Falls counties. And moderators in the chats, if you see someone posting fake tornado warnings, you have the utmost permission to ban them or message me and I'll ban them. We're not doing fake tornado warnings. That's one way to get hit on the head by a mallet. And in case you're wondering, I've got a mallet. So again, we've got, and something broken on my desk from said mallet, but that's okay. We've got a tornado warning for a possible tornado approaching Highway 14 between Thornton and Cossie. And this is going to be 10 to 13 miles northeast of Marlin, with the thunderstorm moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour. All right, let's go north. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for storms from near Gun Barrel City and Maybank, northeast to Van, south of Canton. These are going to be storms capable of producing quarter-size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. I'll just read the Weather Service warning. Again, severe storms located from near Purtis Creek State Park near Gun Barrel City, moving northeast at 35. Locations included Gun Barrel City, Canton, Maybank, Van, Eustis, and Enchanted Oaks. Cedar Creek Reservoir, Payne Springs, Ben Wheeler, Winton, Roddy Jackson, Oakland, Walton Jones, Primrose, Pruitt, and Tundra. I-20 from mile markers 527 to 542. Again, storms moving northeast 35, capable of quarter-size hail. We're going to watch them. All right, real quick, before we go back to the tornado warning storm, severe storm capable of golf ball size hail coming up on Highway 67 from Stephenville down to Dublin. Generally moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. The storm's been pretty steady state for a while now. No signs of low-level rotation. Almost looks like it's shot an outflow boundary out just ahead of it, which would help keep the tornado threat on the lower side of things for a while. All right, we've got a confirmed tornado now reported. At 5:26 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located 12 miles north of Braymond or 14 miles southwest of Groesbeck, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado is located on Highway 14 near Coss at 5:24 p.m. So again, we now have folks reporting a tornado down on Highway 14 near Coss. This is going to be south of Thornton. Thornton, you're getting hail. Those of you in Kos, or Kasi, whatever, may have a tornado just north of you or near town. After that, this tornado is going to be over mainly rural areas, well west of Buffalo, well northwest of Marquez. So again, that's what we're looking at now. This is well south of Groesbeck. Groesbeck, you don't need to worry about this. This is not a tornado warning for you. Buffalo to Centerville, Hewitt to Marquez. Y'all may have issues with this, but this storm appears to be moving more towards Buffalo than Centerville or Marquez. And those of you watching on Instagram, I know the video is vertical. You're going to have to tune into us on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or Twitch to see it in horizontal and see everything. I'm sorry, I just don't have time to set up a dedicated vertical video with this right now. We'll try to make sure that is done before tomorrow and Tuesday's severe weather chances. But for now, you're just going to have to deal. You can listen at least. That's the only tornado warning. Now, we'll zoom out. We'll take a look at what we have going on in the watch department. This yellow box is a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes. We have a tornado down now 2 miles north of Kos on Highway 14. A confirmed tornado now 2 miles north of Kos on Highway 14. Y'all from Thornton down to Kos, east of Kos, well northwest of Marquez, southwest of Farr, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This yellow box, again, tornado watch until 11 o'clock. North Texas, parts of Central Texas, Texoma. We're going to have a new tornado watch issued in the next 1 to 2 hours for Northeast Texas and East Texas. That will include places like Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Tyler, Nacogdoches, Carthage, maybe down to Dibble and Pineland to Jasper. We'll see how far south they issue it. But again, a tornado is down now about 2 miles north of Kos near Highway 14. And this has been visually confirmed by spotters. And then this is going to be moving east, staying north of Highway 7. It could be a threat to Buffalo, honestly. I'll put some roads on here in just a second. So again, this could eventually be an issue for Buffalo. Otherwise, it's going to be over fairly rural areas east of 14, but I'll put some roads on here. All right, that's Moss Springs Road, County Road 758, County Road 750. I'm just trying to get some roads on here. Because I know, since we're out in the middle of rural areas, we don't exactly have the greatest landmark availability. But I can at least try to get some. If you live out here, you probably know where I'm talking about. If you don't live anywhere near here, you're probably like, where's he talking about? Well, if you live here, you need to be dieball, thank you. You need to pay attention. If you don't live here and you're not in the issue, you're okie dokie. So again, this could be a direct threat to Buffalo. As this storm's moving like that with my worst drawn arrow of all time. So again, Highway 14, this is going to be east of you in the next 10 minutes. Sorry. I'm multitasking. I'm making sure I get myself set up situationally awareness-wise. And Instagram. Y'all can watch us on Instagram. I'm going to stop the Instagram feed. That vertical video is useless right now. I'm going to have to go in and build a custom layout for that later, but I can't do that right now. Alright. Set this up. What radar am I looking at this from? I'm just going to get rid of all this for now. Make sure I've got That closed. That closed. I need that. Okay, I'm looking from that. Switch over here for that. Sorry, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors around me, all on this one computer. So, one, it makes it easy to keep track of things, but two, sometimes I have to look around and get things set up. And what I'm doing now is I'm making sure I have a weather radar and Shreveport set up so I'm able to maintain situational awareness off screen with this activity further east. And I am a little concerned about this storm now. West of Tyler, we're starting to see a little more in the way of mid-level rotation. So let's take a quick look out here. These storms, we're starting to see some of these exhibit stronger mid-level rotation. Earlier, these were all just hail, some strong wind, some rain, but we're starting to see a little more organization, mainly with this tail end Charlie east of Gun Barrel City. Now, let me be very clear. I'm not talking about a tornado right now. Absolutely not. But in the mid-levels, this thunderstorm is starting to show more of a supercellular storm structure versus, just a blob of rain and some hail. So we're going to need to watch this one northeast of Gun Barrel City, just in case it tries to become a little more rambunctious. We've got storm southwest of Stephenville that frankly doesn't look all that... I mean, it's a supercell, but it doesn't have that well-defined structure we had earlier. Nevertheless, this remains a supercell, capable of probably golf ball-sized hail at this point, as it moves east-southeast. Speaking of which, let's pop in and take a look at our chasers. They're all located near Stephenville, I believe. Jason may be near Mineral Wells, and I can tell you that for sure here in a second. Jason is taking a look at the Mineral Wells activity. He's heading north on 281 towards Mineral Wells, where we have a couple of behaving storms. Stephen and I believe Adam are located in Dublin, and they're repositioning for these storms. So again, Jason's keeping an eye on this activity near Mineral Wells, which thus far has not been able to organize, and that's going to be a good thing. Nevertheless, if it does, it's going to move east into the Metroplex in the next hour and a half. Farther south, the supercell that is on 67 between Dublin and Stephenville is moving east-southeast, frankly. Probably going to be passing over Walnut Springs to Meridian in about 1 hour. So at about 6:35 to 6:40. Right now, it's capable of hail, but a tornado watch is in effect, and we're going to have to watch carefully just in case. Spotters reporting a funnel cloud about 3 to 5 miles north of Koss, moving towards Lake Limestone, and that is from Emergency Management in Limestone County. They do a great job down in Limestone County, and we thank them and all the spotters out there for that information, because obviously Texas is a big state. We only have so many chasers, and well, getting those ground truth reports are extremely helpful. So again, let's take a Texas view. We haven't done that in a little while. Let me show you what we have going on across the entire state. I'll turn on radar. This is what we've had going on. Western half of Texas, it's drier than a popcorn fart. Y'all are enjoying a beautiful day. Enjoy it, because the fire weather threat goes up again tomorrow. And then Tuesday is going to be a very bad fire day out here. It's going to be about as bad as it can get, possibly. So, unfortunately, if we have any fires get going out here in the Panhandle, West Texas on Tuesday, they could burn, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 acres in the span of like 4 hours. So let's not, please, do that. Farther east, right now, today, here is what we're monitoring. We've got the cluster of showers and storms, Texoma, northeast Texas. Most of those are behaving. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail. A few of these do have quarter-size hail. Round 2, these more discrete storms capable of producing quarter golf ball size hail right now, and the potential for a tornado moving towards Lake Limestone. And real quick, just for fun, I'm going to actually call Jason Cooley. I want to see what he's thinking. Jason Cooley, top right feed there. He is near Mineral Wells. And I'm just curious to hear his thoughts. I'm going old-fashioned, so y'all will hear them. Hey, yeah, I've got you on stream, too. Look, what are you seeing visually with that activity near Mineral Wells?
Yeah, I'm trying really because I'm going to hear me. My service is spotty, but
Nope, I hear you.
I'm trying to get a visual on it. It looks like I'm just struggling to organize go up and get established as right now. I'm too much concerned in the short term.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just waiting to see when it consolidates, and that's when I think, if it consolidates, it would take off, so...
So, it could become serious, but as of right now, develop yet.
Alrighty, sounds good. Stay safe. I've got your vid. Yep. Jason's a meteorologist. For the record, I'm not. Jason has a bachelor's degree out of the University of Oklahoma for meteorology, and I'm just baldy in chief. I'm decent at communicating at times, but what we're seeing right now, what he was talking about with this activity north of Mineral Wells, this is a cluster of multicellular storms right now. There are multiple thunderstorms all trying to go up at once, and they're fighting each other to become dominant, which is good for us because that's keeping the intensity low. If and when one of these is able to become dominant, and for the lack of a better term, annihilate the other little storms nearby, that is when we could see a problem and intensification occur and a supercell materialize. But for now, unlike the storm down by Stephenville, this activity south of Jacksboro near Grayford, northwest of Mineral Wells, is behaving. But I can't guarantee it's going to stay that way, and it's moving east. All right. And then we have this activity in east-northeast Texas again, or excuse me, northeast Texas, moving northeast at about 40, 50, 60. Strongest storms could have hail, but otherwise we're getting a lot of good rain out of this. Most of these are behaving right now, which is good. And hopefully it'll stay that way, but we'll just have to wait and see. All right, what is not behaving is one, I had to restart the radar program because I broke it. Excuse me. And two, we're dealing with the possibility of a tornado approaching Lake Limestone. Make sure I've got this radar set. I need to make sure I'm at the closest radar site here. And I am. And I'm singing because I am. Okay, we're not doing that again. Okay, so again, we have a possible tornado now approaching Lake Limestone. This is going to be well east of Highway 14. If you're on Highway 14, you are clear to go. I can't rule out more storms, and in fact, we have little beams going up over McLennan County right now. So we're starting to get storms going out all by themselves. Those of you who have watched me for a long time know we do not like it when storms go up by themselves, because they can become supercellular very quickly. So again, we're going to have to watch this carefully in case those start taking off. But again, we've got a very strong circulation now. This is what is probably going to be a tornado approaching Lake Limestone. This is east of Thornton, east of Highway 14. If you're on 14, you're clear. There's going to be more storms later. All right, we've got a new tornado warning. This is going to pop up here in just a second. This is going to be a tornado warning for southwestern Freestone, western Leon, southeastern Limestone counties until 4:30 p.m. And again, we're going to focus on the most intense storms. I don't care if they're in the middle of nowhere and they're in the middle of the Metroplex. We're going to focus on where the most life-threatening weather is to give folks the life-saving information they need. We know other stations tend to focus on the metros all the time. We don't. So again, what we have now is a probable tornado located near Lake Limestone. This is going to be moving towards portions of Freestone, and Leon County. So again, at 5:42 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles southeast of Thornton, moving east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. This has been a weather spotter confirmed tornado. This tornado will be near Lake Limestone at 6:10 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Thornton, Farrer, Fallen, Box Church, Donnie, Freestone, and Hewitt. And again, this thunderstorm and this tornado warning, this tornado warning does not yet include Buffalo. This tornado warning does not include Teague. This tornado warning does not include Fairfield. But if this thunderstorm persists, this will be a direct threat to the city of Buffalo and Interstate 45 by 6:30 p.m. So again, I'm thinking ahead here. We're going to probably need traffic stopped on I-45 in both directions by 6:30 as this possible, well, it's a tornado now, as this storm with a history of producing tornadoes crosses Interstate 45, potentially very near the city of Buffalo. That being said, those of you traveling today, I'd recommend no travel between Highway 179 and Interstate 45, which is south of Fairfield, and the city of Centerville, where Highway 7 crosses. So we'd advise no travel between 6 and 7 p.m. on Interstate 45 from south of Fairfield, Highway 179, where it crosses Interstate 45, and the city of Centerfield. If you know anyone out there traveling, you let them know they don't want to be in the path of this, as it is not only producing a tornado, it is producing nasty size hail, which tends to create a ruckus on vehicles. And this is the only tornado warning in the state of Texas we are dealing with right now. We have the warning scroll at the bottom of the screen here, and we have a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings, but again, this is the only tornado warning. We have live streaming storm chasing videos on our YouTube channel at Texas Storm Chasers. And again, we're watching these storms. Jason's in Mineral Wells. All right, we've got train spotters reporting a funnel cloud at FM 937 in the Old Union area. And again, thank you to the emergency management for reporting that. Let me make sure we've got this on. All right, we'll switch that to that. I want this to that. I want this over here. And we're going to keep a close eye on all this. So again, real quick, we're going to go from north to south. I just want to go over what we have going on. Severe thunderstorm now capable of producing quarter-size hail coming up on Whitesboro, 377 Collinsville. A little bit of rotation with that too, but nothing tornadic at this point. This storm moving east at 40 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on it real quick. Let me get that set up. Obviously, I'm a discombobulated mess, but yeah, you know what? That's what makes David Baldy in chief. It's going to be near South Maid, 611, the city of Sherman, 628, Knollwood, 627, Luella on Highway 11, about 635, Bells, about 645 to 650. Again, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour as this storm moves east. And again, I told y'all, we're going to be dealing with multiple rounds. We've got another storm back west, near Munster. That could also have hail, and it's moving east. Bonham, it's raining, it's pouring, you might have some pea to dime size hail, but that is not tornadic or, severe at this point. We've got severe storms. One coming up on Lindale. It's on I-20 right now, about 5 miles east of Van. That could have quarter-size hail. This storm, Lindale, 604, Hawkins, 630, staying north of Tyler, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We've got a storm on Highway 19, probably 10 miles south of Ken. That could have quarter-size hail and is also moving east at about 30 miles an hour. And we're going to have, and honestly, we're going to have to start watching some of these for increasing low-level rotation now that we're getting into the time of night where low-level wind shear increases. This storm north of Mineral Wells looks like it's starting to organize a bit. Again, I said if one of these let's try that again. We've had multiple little storms out here north of Mineral Wells fighting it out over the local area. If one of those storms can become dominant, kill the other storms, that storm will likely become severe quickly, just like these others, and become supercellular with large hail. It's moving east right now at about 30 miles an hour. We've got a severe storm now passing south of Stephenville. Most of the hail stayed just south of Stephenville, moving east-southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. This is going to be near Walnut Springs at 625. Meridian, 635 to 640. Morgan, about 640. And again, this thunderstorm is generally on track to impact Interstate 35, probably between Hillsborough and the north sides of Waco by 8 p.m., if not sooner, and probably going to have hail with it. We've got multiple storms trying to go up between Temple and Waco now. Those are behaving. We're going to have to watch them carefully. We've got a storm taking shape now southeast of Goldthwaite. It might have small hail, not severe right now. We're going to watch it carefully. We've got a thunderstorm with a history of producing brief tornadoes now about 7 to 8 miles east of Thornton, approaching Limestone Lake, or Lake Limestone. And then it's going to be moving over Farrar, Donnie, probably staying just north of Hewitt, and then moving right towards Buffalo. We advise no travel on Interstate 45 from 6 p.m. to probably 6:45 p.m. as this storm with a history of producing tornadoes crosses Interstate 45 near Buffalo. We just had a report of a tornado 9 miles east-southeast of Thornton. So again, we now have a confirmed tornado just reported again, approaching Lake Limestone. That'll be crossing over the lake, becoming a waterspout briefly, and then Farrar, Donnie, probably staying northwest of Hewitt, but a direct threat to the city of Buffalo. Buffalo, you're not in a tornado warning right now. You're going to be in a tornado warning before too much longer. And so I'll put a storm track on this Buffalo. Again, this could be crossing I-45 by 6:25 p.m. And this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. Heading north, we're starting to see a little bit of rotation now with this thunderstorm near Collinsville. Not a tornado warning right now, but again, we're starting to note some rotation with this storm near Collinsville. This is generally moving east at about 35 miles an hour towards the city of Sherman, South May, Dorchester, and Sherman. So again, at the least, this storm has an increasing threat of hail as rotation intensifies aloft. At the worst, this could try to become tornadic. No tornado warning right now, but again, we're monitoring it carefully in the event this does go tornadic. And again, a tornado watch is in effect. Versus what we were dealing with a bit earlier, which were all these storms with hail in the Metroplex. We're now starting to deal with the potential for some of these to spin up into tornadic circulations, which again, we're not dealing with long-lived tornadoes here, at least we haven't, but understand, we're getting busier. Storm east of Goldthwaite is starting to become a supercell, it looks like. If that continues, that might need a severe warning. This storm just west of Tyler has a pretty good hail core aloft, it looks like. Also starting to take on some supercellular characteristics, a high precipitation supercellular characteristics. I have a report of a tornado on FM 1246 right now near Lake Limestone. Tornado appears to be tracking more east. So we're going to go ahead and deal with this. And again, understand, we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms. We pay a good deal of money every month to have a free interactive weather radar available for y'all on our website. We have free mobile apps, Google Play, Apple iPhone, and the iPad. We got radar, we got live video, we've got live streams. If we're not talking about the storm near you right now, that's a good thing. If we're talking about a storm near you right now, that's because it's probably dropping a tornado. So again, currently have a report of a tornado now approaching Lake Limestone, and then this is going to be moving towards Farrar and Donnie. That includes Highway 80. This does pose a threat to the city of Buffalo by 6:25 p.m. If you're in Buffalo, you're not in a tornado warning yet, but you do need to be moving to your safe place soon, because you will likely have a tornado warning for Buffalo soon. This is also going to impact Interstate 45. We encourage no travel between Tag, FM 179 and Interstate 45 south of Fairfield, and from down to Centerville. As again, this thunderstorm has a tornado with it now. This is probably the third tornado we've had in the last 45 minutes with this storm, so it's a cyclic tornado producer and has a history of producing tornadoes and has one reported as of 90 seconds ago. Understand, a tornado's a tornado. It doesn't matter if the tornado is small, large, narrow, or wide. If it hits you, it's going to be a bad day for you, so please take it seriously. In terms of the which way the wind's blowing mode, we have stronger inflows being detected, and again, we have a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm now near Lake Limestone, moving towards Farrar and Donnie. Tornado reported 30 seconds ago. FM 937 and LCR 746. And this is from a trained weather spotter and Limestone County Emergency Management. So again, this is a confirmed tornado approaching Lake Limestone, then Farrar, Donnie, Highway 164 east, and this will pose a direct threat to Buffalo. If you are in Buffalo or traveling between Fairfield and Centerville, be prepared for the possibility of a tornado crossing Interstate 45 by 6:25 p.m. near Buffalo. Thereafter, this thunderstorm may approach Oakwood by 7 p.m. And this may be a storm that we're dealing with until it's in Louisiana. A tornado watch is now in effect until 1 a.m. for Northeast Texas, East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas. This includes Mount Pleasant, Atlanta, Mineola, Tyler, Jacksonville, Carthage, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Crockett. I'll show you the new tornado watch when it is available on our graphic system. So again, we've got the warning scroll at the bottom of this feed. For warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings mean hail. Tornado warnings mean tornadoes. We have one tornado warning right now. All right, I want to get some roads back on this. And again, thank you to all those in our chats helping each other with answering questions, and a big thank you to our moderators. Right, just had 2-inch hail reported 8 miles northwest of Hico, which is going to be a supercell now southeast of Stephenville. All right, I'm going to get some roads on here real quick. I'm cluster-brained, I know. A lot of brain fog going on and trying to keep up with everything. Make sure I'm not missing anything. That's severe storm west of Gatesville now. We'll look at that. All right. So I'm going to get some roads on here. Just a second. And I'm just putting all these roads on here now to try and give us good situational awareness. And folks, honestly, if you don't live here, I don't expect you to know where any of these are. But if you live here, pay attention because we have a tornado down in progress. Latest report was near FM 937 and Limestone County Road 746. All right. Now, we're going to zoom back out. So again, if you're in Farrar, Donnie, to near Buffalo, frankly, a tornado's down. Be ready. Moving east at 35. New severe thunderstorm warning. Supercell is rapidly taking shape east of Goldwaith now. We have a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be 11 miles east of Goldwaith, 24 miles northeast of San Saba, moving east at 35. Well, Nelly, sweet Nelly. Holy moly, guacamole. No, bad. Moving east at 35. Right now, storm could have hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This warning includes Avant, Arnett, Moline, Permella, Adamsville, Levita, Pearl, Center City, B House, King, Star, and Pitcoke. And again, this storm's moving east. 35 miles an hour. Could be a threat to Gatesville. But if this storm turns right, as these more organized supercells have today, this could be a threat to Moody, Morgan's Point Resort, and maybe Temple here in about 2 hours. Understand, with these individual storms, they tend to be long-lived. Supercell thunderstorms. This storm north of Hiko has golf ball to tennis ball size hail moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. City of just had tennis balls reported, so tennis ball size hail now. With this storm north of Hiko, southeast of Stephenville, Meridian 640, Morgan 640, Walnut Springs 630, Urbadell about 620 on Highway 6. This thunderstorm has tennis ball size hail and is generally on track to impact someone on Interstate 35, probably between Hillsborough and Waco, by 8 o'clock. Okay, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Boy, that thing took off quick. I told you, once this thing was done fighting off storms and it was able to dominate, this thing would take off faster and a state trooper going to get a donut. And let me tell you, this thing just did that. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for portions of Jack, Wise, Paca counties until 7. Severe storm located 10 miles northwest of Poolville, 13 southeast of Jacksboro, moving east at 40. Currently, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Let me tell you, that thing intensifies. It's going to have bigger hail than that. So, again, severe storm, hail, wind, generally speaking, could ride 199 all the way down. If this intensifies further, hail sizes are going to go up quickly, as is the potential for more significant severe weather. And again, those of you in the Metroplex, you're not done. You're not done at all. Let me tell you, now that this thing's starting to take off, you better watch that like a hawk, because if you think you're done, that thing's going to come in and hit you on the head with hail. Severe storm, Lindale, just north of the city of Tyler. We could have winds 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. Generally speaking, this is moving towards Winona. Hawkins, Big Sandy at about 30 miles an hour. I'm going to put a storm track on it real quick. And understand, we're in essentially a storm triage mode here. We're going to focus on the most intense storms. And some of y'all, you know what? If you're under a severe storm warning, quarter golf ball size hail, strongest storms at baseballs. Winds of 60 to 70. If you're not under a tornado warning, guess what? Be happy. So again, and we have free interactive weather radar on our mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers. It is a free mobile app. Search for it. You got radar. It's great. You can track all the storms. And we have live coverage, live storm chasing video, etc. Jason's got a good look at the Mineral Wells storm. That is starting to look more organized visually. I'm going to send him a message. Sorry, I'm singing. I know, it's what I do. Multitasking. Is this a good time to sing Baby Shark? Probably not. I'm pretty sure there's a copyright strike if I sing that. So again, this is a severe storm, hail, wind moving east at 30 miles an hour towards Big Sandy, Winona. It's raining, it's pouring, there's hail, there's wind. Severe storm up here in southwestern Grayson County. Could have strong winds. The rotation's much weaker than it was, so I'm not worried about a tornado issue right now. As this storm moves east at about 30 miles an hour. City of Sherman by 6:30, maybe a few minutes sooner. Luella on Highway 11 about 6:35. The city of, or the community of Bells north of Whitewright on 82, 56, 69, 650. Quarter-size hail. And again, this thunderstorm in Wise County, southeast of Jacksboro, southwest of Decatur, just south of Runaway Bay on 199. Let me tell you, if it intensifies, it could do so quickly. Be ready. I'm telling you now, this thing could be a problem for the Metroplex and the hail department, and hopefully just the hail department. Severe storm now north of Hiko has tennis ball-sized hail moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Meridian by 6:40 p.m. Steven is on the Hiko storm. Jason is on the severe storm that is southwest of Runaway Bay, northeast of Mineral Wells. We have a severe storm that's taken shape now. Going to be staying south of Avant, south of 84 for now. The potential for golf ball size hail. This could approach 84 near Gatesville by 7 o'clock. We have a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes. This is still showing strong rotation now, probably on the north sides of Lake Limestone, moving north or east at about 30 miles an hour. This is going to pose a direct threat to the city of Buffalo on I-45 by 625. So again, we're probably going to have a new tornado warning for this soon. For Buffalo, I-45 between Fairfield and Centerville, we'd advise no travel. Farrar, Donnie, you need to be in your safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Absolutely no one should be in a trailer manufactured home during tornadoes. They do not handle tornadoes well. Trust me. The situation with Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where our chasers were located a week ago, essentially. Many fatalities occurred in manufactured housing. And let me tell you, our team which had EMTs, there were fatalities. Those of you who watched the live stream of that tornado crossing over the road just before Rolling Fork, and then the stream cut out. They were in Rolling Fork for hours thereafter doing, pulling people out of rubble, CPR, and then some folks were just, it was too late. So understand, you cannot be in a mobile home during a tornado. You're better off being in a ditch outside than being in a mobile home during a tornado. That's about as clear-cut as I can be in that department. Okay, back to the radar. Let's see what we have going on. Let's go to a state view. Let's take a look what we have going statewide. And I'm going to switch to a different product here, see if we can't do better. Yeah, I'm just going to kill the satellite data for now. Here's the last few hours. You can see round one. Now in northeastern Texas, southern Oklahoma, East Texas. Some of these storms are still severe with hail and wind. Round two, we've got storms now just west of the Metroplex. Southwest of the Metroplex, we've got a severe storm with quarter-sized hail just south of Runaway Bay, moving towards Boyd and Springtown. We've got a severe storm with tennis ball-sized hail about 5 miles north of Hiko, moving towards Meridian. We have a severe storm intensifying quickly with mid-level rotation, maybe golf ball-sized hail, west of Adamsville on 271, southwest of Avant, south of Star, generally moving towards Pitcoke, Arnett, and the city of Gainesville. We have a tornadic thunderstorm that is approaching Buffalo, Texas. We have a severe storm with hail just northwest of the city of Tyler near Lindale. We have a severe storm with hail approaching Sherman and Howe. We have a severe storm that could have hail just southwest of the city of Gainesville. Most of these storms are either moving east at 30 to 50, or some of these supercells out west are moving southeast at 30 to 50. And again, round two of these storms are going to make it all the way into the piney woods of East Texas this evening. In terms of the severe weather watches, let's turn off all the magical labels. Let me turn off some of these cities. Okay. So again, we have two tornado watches now. Tornado watch number 1 for North Texas, Central Texas through 11 p.m. A new tornado watch for East Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, until 1 a.m. Yellow boxes equal tornado watch through at least 11 to 1. All right. Let's get back to it. And again, the storm southwest of Avant is starting to show signs of increasing rotation. If that continues, the storm may attempt to go tornadic and require a tornado warning in the future. Let's get back to what we need to deal with here. Still watching this thunderstorm east of Collinsville. Hail, quarters. Sherman, be in town the next 15 minutes. Quarter-size hail, strong wind, heavy rain. Etc. Okay. What? Stand by. And understand, we're getting reports here that, well, I have to filter them. I'm not going to tell you all these reports. I mean, some reports are made in good faith, and unfortunately, some reports are just outright garbage, but that's what we're doing, or what I'm doing. I'm looking around. Again, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors here, and that doesn't even count cell phones. And again, we are live streaming video. We are on TikTok. We're on multiple YouTube channels. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on Twitch. Pick your platform, and there you go. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and the Texas Storm Chasers website. If you have a Google or an Android device, we released a new app last week. You have to uninstall our current app to get the new app, generally speaking, but it is a good app. iPhone, iPad, we've got the app out there too, and we're going to have a new app next week, but that app we have now works great too. All right. All right. Okay, what do we got going on here? So, let's see. So what I'm doing is off screen, I'm looking at multiple radar products. I've actually got, for those of you weather weenies out there, I've got multiple GR Analyst windows open, 4-paned, different storms. I've got reflectivity, storm relative velocity, correlation coefficient, NROP, and of course also I'm having to keep an eye on these hail cores as well. For the non-weather folks wondering what the heck I just said, I'm essentially keeping an eye on the most intense storms across multiple regions of Texas, the storm structures, etc., just trying to maintain situational awareness. And of course, that is in addition to this display WSV. So again, here's what we have going on right now. We've got storms in northeast Texas. They're booking it off to the east-northeast pretty quickly. I'll just loop it here for the last hour. All right, so, excuse me, this is the how hard it's raining mode, just the last hour. I'm going to zoom out so you can see what we have going on a regional view. One moment, please. Mouse. You know what? Unfortunate is when you have 11 monitors, sometimes the mouse gets stuck on one and you lose it. All right, here is the regional radar over the last hour. Storms northeast Texas, east Texas. We have a storm near Lindale with hail, some rotation. We have a storm southwest of Sherman with hail. We have a storm now from Perrin to Paradise, still kind of disorganized, could have quarter-size hail. It's borderline severe. We have an intense supercell thunderstorm north of Hico that has a history of producing tennis ball-size hail. That's moving southeast towards Meridian, Clifton, Laguna Park, eventually could impact places like Waco to west. We have a relatively new supercell showing rotation and hail that's approaching Adamsville on Highway 271 south of Avant. And then you've got that view from Adam Lucio, Jason Cooley. In fact, let's take a look at Adam's feed. This is Adam Lucio. There's Jenny Brown there in her green Texas Storm Chaser shirt. And I believe they are located on the cell that is now northeast of Hico. And again, what they're looking at there is the base of the thunderstorm. I don't see any organized low-level rotation at this point. We'll pop over to meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's located with the storms further north that are approaching Southern Wise, Northern Parker counties. He's currently repositioning. And Stephen Jones and Ben McCone are also repositioning. You could see chaser convergence galore. I mean, there are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of storm chasers out today. And understand, chasing storms this day and age is probably the most dangerous aspect of it all. Driving. And there you can see Good view of the base of that storm northwest of Hiko. Looks mostly outflow dominant for now. Those scud tags there, those are some clouds condensing. And at this point, that's not really a strong rotational signature. We're going to be watching it, though. So again, we have a multitude of severe storm warnings, but we have one tornado warning. And that's what we're going to get back to right now, since it is the most threatening thunderstorm. This thunderstorm, still getting reports of funnel clouds, now approaching Interstate 45 near Buffalo. Yeah, poor Dave, as I try to pronounce, I know. Hey, just be happy I can mute the mic when I'm chewing on a peanut butter granola bar. All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning for Freestone and Leon counties. This does include the city of Buffalo. This is going to be a tornado warning until 7 o'clock. For a thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes, this tornado warning includes Oakwood, Flo, Buffalo, and Dew. At 6:15 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles west of Buffalo, moving northeast at 30. This tornado warning includes mile markers 173 through 190 on Interstate 45. We already told y'all probably 30 minutes ago we didn't want anyone on I-45 between 6 and 7. Other locations in this tornado warning include Langley, Dew, Flo, Oakwood, Corinth, Donnie, Freestone, Red Lake. And again, this includes Interstate 45 between mile markers 173 and 190. So be in a safe place. That is a tornado warning for a possible tornado approaching Buffalo. A tornado warning for northern Leon and southeastern Freestone counties in central Texas. Further west, this thunderstorm south of Avant, approaching Adamsville, is organizing, in all methodology, in terms of severe weather methodologies, large hail, damaging winds, and definitely not going to rule a tornado out with that. This could be approaching Gatesville by 7:10 p.m. Severe storm northeast of Hiko will be near Meridian by 6:45 to 6:50. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail has been reported in the last 30 minutes. Further north, still dealing with these storms, trying to get their act together, but could have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds southwest of Bridgeport, down on 199, between Joplin and Aggs, northwest of Springtown. That's generally moving east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, generally towards northeastern Parker, eastern Wise, southwestern Denton, and northwestern Tarrant counties. You can see our storm chasers on the right. They're located on the... Jason's located with the storms in Wise County. He's having to reposition. Stephen, Ben, Adam, Jenny, Alex are located on the storm northeast of Hiko. And again, these storms coming on towards the Metroplex. And then we have this stuff in East Texas. We have a severe storm near Winona. Potential for some quarter-size hail. Strong winds. This one's perking up, too. Gladewater, 6:43. Liberty City, 6:44. City of Longview, 7 o'clock. Again, this storm could have large hail, damaging winds, and we're keeping an eye out just in case we have to deal with any sort of spinny, doom. And there is a tornado watch in effect for all of North Texas, East Texas, parts of Central Texas. We'll head back to the regional radar. Let y'all look at this for a second. And I'm going to finish eating my little peanut butter granola bar, but I'm not going to let you listen because it's crunchy. And we don't need ASPR crunchy sounds. I did mean ASMR, by the way. Sorry. Oh, there's granola everywhere now. Sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing to y'all because I had to be muted. I'm apologizing to myself because I'm going to have to clean up granola. But, oh well. Alright. We got storms. But we have only one tornado warning for now. Let's get back to it. It's going to be a tornado warning for a storm near Buffalo. We still getting reports of rotating wall cloud and a funnel cloud. Is not as good looking in terms of the radar signature as it was a bit earlier, but it's getting a bit further away from the radar as well. So, that might be part of it. So if you're in Buffalo, the worst of this is probably just to your north, but you definitely need to be in a safe place, and that's where you should be, since you're under a tornado warning. Lowest floors, center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's go back north. And by the way, let's put a track on this. Oakwood, you're in the tornado warning. Flow, which is down here, you're technically in the tornado warning. This is going to stay north of Flow. Dew, this is staying south of you, where I-45 and 84 split off west. Oakwood, this is coming up your way, so be ready. Safe place, lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thunderstorm east of Lindale near Winona is definitely intensifying. We're seeing a stronger hail signature now. And we're also starting to see some rotation aloft. A severe thunderstorm warning for Smith, Harrison, Wood, Upshur, and Glade counties until 7 o'clock. A severe storm located over Winona and Big Sandy moving east at 40. This could have ping-pong to golf ball size hail as this thunderstorm moves east at about 40 miles an hour. Gladewater about 640 to 645. Liberty City about 640 to 645. The city of Longview, you're getting a bad storm now, but you're going to have a worse storm by 7. This is probably going to stay a little north of Kilgore, but it's going to be close in about 20 minutes. Lakeport, probably about 650 to 7. Hallsville, about 615. And that would place it in Marshall by 625. Again, this is a severe storm that's also turned right. It could have very strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour and the potential for golf ball size hail. Whoa, that was an accent. Anyway, the potential for golf ball size hail. We're also seeing a very strong wind signature of over 70 miles an hour. So this could have the potential of producing wind-driven hail, knocking trees down, the potential for some rotation as well. We're going to be watching that carefully. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's heading towards Longview. Let's go back down into portions of North Texas. We're going to go south to north. Severe thunderstorm, Supercell, crossing over Highway 281, probably 10 miles south of Avant, very near the community of Adamsville. It's going to be moving towards Pitcoke, and eventually Flat, the Grove, and eventually this may come say hello to Moffett, Troy, Moody, Lorena. This could be a threat to both McLennan County down into Bell County by 8 o'clock. And this cell, for what it's worth, does have rotation, and spotters are monitoring a rotating wall cloud, so it is not improbable that may end up with a tornado warning at some point. Severe storm. This one's going to be a storm we've been tracking since it was all the way back east of Abilene. This is a storm with golf ball size hail. Hail cores come down a bit from earlier. Could be near Meridian at about 650. Morgan about 650. Whitney, Lake Whitney, the state park over there. Beautiful state park by 725. Thereafter, it could impact Abbott and West on I-35 by 8 o'clock. Back north, we have a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail. This is going to be on Highway 199 near Agnes. Springtown, moving towards Springtown. Down Highway 199, essentially. This one's moving a bit, about 40 miles an hour, moving to the southeast. So far, these storms are remaining relatively disorganized compared to what they could be doing, but still may have quarter-size hail. And we note a pretty good surge of wind coming into Boyd on the which way the wind's blowing mode. We could have winds 50 to 60 right there. We're going to be monitoring those storms carefully. Storms kind of almost developing back now into a line from just west of Sanger, near Slidell, up to Valley View to Whitesboro. Could have quarter-size hail winds of 60. Still seeing the potential for dime to quarter-size hail with winds to 60 near Sherman. A bit of weak rotation near Howe. Nothing I'm really worried about. This activity in Lamar County near Paris could have some small hail with it, but not seeing that much in the way of big-time organization. So let's go over some things real quick. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We are monitoring multiple thunderstorms, some of which are rowdy this evening. I'm here in the Texas Storm Chasers weather office with my nerd cave. We've got multiple storm chasers out and about today. We've got Jason Cooley. He's watching the storms near Springtown. We've got Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown, Alex Bartholomew. They're on the storm near Hico. We've got Stephen Jones and Ben McCone. They're also on the storm near Hico. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Buffalo, moving northeast up Highway 79 towards Oakwood. Those of you in Buffalo up to Oakwood and everyone in between need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm going to actually take just a second to pull up a TxDOT camera, if they have one in Buffalo. I hope they do. I'm going to see if there's actually any sort of defined lowering with this, assuming I can pull up a TxDOT camera. Actually, yes. There's definitely a wall cloud, and we've still got reports of wall clouds and occasional funnels with this thunderstorm. So those of you in Buffalo should be in a safe place. We don't want anyone on I-45 for another 15 minutes. And we note more storms are off to the west, and those could impact I-45 later. All right, let's take a look at the storm moving towards Longview. Again, this storm, now just east of Winona, could have golf ball-sized hail, winds of 70 miles an hour as it approaches Gladewater and Liberty City. Both in the next 10 minutes. City of Longview still looking like 6:55 to 7 o'clock. Hallsville, 7:15. And again, this thunderstorm is in an environment where it could try to be a spinny if it attempts. But for now, we got a lot of wind and hail. No tornado with that. All right, back into Central Texas we go. Ho, 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 ho. We've got a severe storm, a supercell, southeast of Avant, southwest of Gatesville, out by its lonesome near Adamsville, I believe that is. Adamsville, moving towards Pidcoke. This storm could have quarter to golf ball size hail. Moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Oh, and Violet, I assume you're listening. If there's an issue, message me in the Discord and I'll ban the user. So again, this storm is going to be moving towards Pidcoke, which is southwest of Gatesville. And then thereafter, this could be a threat to places like Moffett. And then eventually I-35 between Temple and the south sides of Waco. We'll just have to see how and where it ends up. All right, let's look at this storm from this radar. It's going to be a severe storm again. Ooh. We've transitioned to a bit more of an interesting reflectivity structure with this storm east of Hico, northwest of Meridian. What we call a hook echo now. That doesn't mean we have a tornado. But it's definitely a more interesting reflectivity shape to it. No signs of strong low-level rotation. Yep, thank you, Violet. I've got it up here. I'm just not looking over here too quickly, or over at it too much, but if you need me to ban someone, let me know. And just message me the username in the Discord. We've got a severe storm northwest of Springtown. And now this is starting to get a little interesting. Notice how now we're starting to get a consolidated storm here northwest of Springtown. For like the past hour, we've ended up having storms fighting over each other, but now it's kind of getting itself back into an individual storm here. And if that happens, this could take off a bit in the hail department, and the latest radar scans showed that. So we could have some quarter-size hail here in Springtown, probably in the next 15 minutes, so by 6:50. Boyd, y'all have a comparatively weaker storm, but some strong winds. Y'all are probably getting some small hail. Aurora, Rome to Newark, Fairview, same thing goes. Watching this little line segment now from Collinsville back to Sanger. Not severe warned right now. Could have some hail. And then, again, just most storms today we're going to be dealing with could produce at least some hail, some strong winds. The more intense storms are going to have big hail, big winds, and then the really bad storms are going to have baseball-size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, and what I like to refer to as spinny doom-dooms, but in technicality they're called tornadoes. Starting to see a little bit of a circulation develop now near Gladewater, north of Liberty City with this thunderstorm in East Texas. And again, that's not out of the realm of possibility. We're going to watch that carefully. If there were any sort of spinny mischief, it would be completely and utterly wrapped in rotating bands of rain and hail. Nevertheless, severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-sized hail winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour and maybe a tornado. No tornado warnings right now, but we're going to be watching. Those of you in the Metroplex, I know you're asking. Let's look real quick. Right now, storms, Valley View, Sanger, Boyd, Springtown. Yes, they're moving towards the Metroplex. Not everyone in the Metroplex is going to have problems, but you're going to want to pay attention. Starting to see many of these storms take on more supercellular-like appearances with those hooks, and that may be in response to increasing low-level winds and increasing low-level wind shear as we get closer to 7 o'clock. The low-level wind shear increasing. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning. Please don't take it as a sign of insult that I've been rotating around these storms, but we haven't had any recent reports. And those of you in our chat rooms, by the way, if you see a question someone asks, and I have recently answered it, please feel free to convey that answer, since people are coming and going. I'm not completely naive to that fact. So this possible tornado now is going to be located probably about 3 to 4 miles northeast of Buffalo. If you're on I-45, you're clear to go now. Understand, more severe storms are possible, but the tornado threat for now is past I-45. This thunderstorm is going to be near Oakwood, and especially south of 79, about 655. This could be a threat to Highway 287 between Elkhart and Grapeland by 725. I'm going to go ahead and put some roads on here, but I want to emphasize we're a pretty good distance away from the radar now, so we are not necessarily looking at the low levels here, so what may be shown on radar may be off by a mile or two compared to what is actually at the surface. Thunderstorms, they're tilted. Okay. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Again, there's County Road 223. You've got County Road 264. And again, unless you live down here, I have no expectations for y'all to know where I'm talking about. But those of you who live here probably do know where I'm talking about, which is why I'm putting these road labels on here to give it a better geographic location. And I'm just going to keep doing that all the way out east right now. Try to get ahead of this a little. And again, this is the only tornado warning we have right now. Just got a video on Twitter of the rotation. We appreciate your reports, by the way. All right, so again, Oakwood down to Flow, east of Buffalo, you need to be in a safe place. And eventually, this is probably going to impact areas further east towards Elkhart and Grapeland on 287. Back west, back northeast, then we'll go back west. We've got a severe storm. This one near Gladewater, Liberty City is, well, let's just say it's getting a little more concerning. In the hail department, we're seeing hail sizes increase. This could have at least golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And a tornado threat is not ruled out. For now, the rotation's on the weaker side. But as this storm moves east at about 40 miles an hour, those of you on Longview, by 6:55, Lakeport 7, Hallsville 7:10, the city of Marshall by 7:25. Be ready for the potential of damaging hail with strong winds, and a tornado cannot be ruled out. All right, let's go back west. Make sure I haven't completely lost all situational awareness. And again, our storm chasers are, Jason is in Weatherford trying to get back to the storm here north of northern Parker, southern Wise County. Stephen, Adam are located on this storm northwest of Meridian. And that's the views they have. At this point, I'm going to put this there. I keep that open. Okay. The storm near Engs, up here in Parker County, still showing the potential for some quarter-size hail. And then for what it's, as it moves east, southeast, this is moving now towards Denton, Tarrant counties. Texas Motor Speedway. Texas Motor Speedway. Hey, Texas Motor Speedway. Y'all could have a dangerous storm with hail and wind by 7:25. If you're at Texas Motor Speedway, start taking your precautions. And this storm again, Newark, 7:05, Keller, 7:30, Hazlitt, 7:20, Roanoke, 7:30, Texas Motor Speedway, 7:25. Flower Mound at present course, 7:45. North side to DFW Airport, about 7:45 as well. And understand, this may turn right a little more, which would take it further southeast. Not seeing any defined low-level rotation right now. All right, further south, we've got a severe storm. That is where Adam and Stephen are located. You can see the storm structure on Adam's shot. That's actually really neat. I want to pop over. Again, this is a classic supercell thunderstorm. This is the storm near Meridian, Texas. You can see that giant, it's not a wall cloud, but the band coming from right to left, that is a inflow tail into this thunderstorm. This is a well-sculpted, well-organized supercell. And then the wall cloud, that is a developing wall cloud, is there left side of the stream, where the inflow band from the right converges with the updraft on the left. You can actually see that whole thing rotating counterclockwise. And again, this storm does appear to be gaining organization, both visually from storm chasers and from the radar. We'll go back here, and this is the storm they're on. And again, that is a shot from Adam. That is a great shot from them. This thunderstorm, hook echo on radar. We're seeing the hail indications go back up. And we are now starting to see some rotation on the radar, which way the wind's blowing mode. So the storm is rotating. Golf ball size hail possible. This is going to be very near Meridian by 6:55 to 7. Hail core is probably going to stay just north of Meridian, but the circulation, if we have one, may pass closer to Meridian. And again, so we head back over to the view from Adam, Alex, and Jenny. There's Jenny's head blocking the wall cloud. I expect many to give grief to Jenny for this, by the way. That is a noob mistake. But anyway, that is the storm there. You can also see the Jenny Brown head. And then further south, for what it's worth, let's real quick look. This could be approaching Lake Whitney, the state park there, just southwest of the town of Whitney by 7:35. That dam. That burned pretty bad back in 2011. Here in further south, southwest of Gatesville, north sides of Fort Hood. Severe storm could have quarter-size hail. This eventually may pose a threat to Morgan's Point Resort and Temple by about 8 o'clock. All right, let's go back east. Tornado warning continues until 7 o'clock for a severe storm located about 7 miles northeast of Buffalo. Moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. And again, approaching County Road 264 near or south of 79. An event, this should probably stay mostly south of Oakwood, at least in terms of the tornado threat. And then could be a threat to places like Grapeland, maybe Elkhart, in about an hour. It's over mostly rural areas right now, north of Flo. It'll be crossing over the Buffalo Creek stream, north of Flo. And again, this is pretty far east-northeast of Buffalo now. If you're in Buffalo, you're clear from this storm. All right, let's go back north. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this little line segment from Collinsville, Tioga to Sanger. This little line of storms is moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could have the potential for quarter-size hail. I'll put a storm track on this real quick. I just have to pop up the magical super-duper awesome blossom hey, I'm crazy button. I won't lie, it took me 20 seconds to think about where that button was now. So let's go ahead, we'll put a storm track on this. Just do that because it makes me happy. They got it moving at 30. I don't know if it's moving like that, but we'll just pretend it's like that. Got 30. No, I'm going to do it like this. So let's do that. Okay, so this has Aubrey 650, Prosper 705 to 710, Salina 7, Gunter next 5 minutes, Van Alstyne by 705, Howe next 10-15 minutes, Anna 715, Melissa 720, McKinney 725 to 730, Trenton about 730 to 735, Whitewright at about 720 to 725, then Leonard would be about 745 to 750. And again, that's for this little line of storms now with some hail, some strong winds. And we are watching this little tail-end Charlie thing here in case we have any sort of spinning mischief near Sanger. I don't think we do right now, but again, we always watch for the little appendages just in case. It looks like Sanger, I-35 and Sanger's already messed up anyway. It looks like people have managed to crash into the barrier wall / the cable there. All right, let's zoom back out. Let's go on south. We've got a severe storm over Springtown. Correction, we have a new tornado warning, so let me go back down here. We're going to focus on the new tornado warning first. This is going to be a new tornado warning issued by the Weather Service in Houston, I believe. And this is going to be for Grapeland. So this is just going to be an extension of the tornado warning for areas farther west near Buffalo, north of Flo. Let me see if I can't clean up this radar data a little. We're kind of in the radar fuzzy data hole. The other program I'm using is able to clean this up a little more efficiently. And now I just broke the program. Storm over Longview is really ramping up in the hail department aloft. Here's the storm again, northeast of Buffalo by about 10 miles, now east of County Road 264, coming up on County Road 2636. Then Rock Hill Road, County Road 2260, County Road 117, County Road 112, southwest of Elkhart, and then areas to Grapeland. So again, tornado warning until 7 o'clock for eastern Freestone, northeastern Leon counties, and a tornado warning until 7:15 for northwestern Houston County. This does not include Crockett, Texoma, but this does include Grapeland on Highway 287. We have multiple reports of quarter-size hail around Sanger. Just had a report of nickel-size hail in Springtown. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I say, sir, you're not a sir. Sorry, I'm looking at multiple windows here. I'm reading something from a... Right, what was that? All right. All right. My apologies. Let's get back to it. This thing over Longview, Kilgore, is taking on a temper tantrum. Let me tell you, Longview, it is entirely possible y'all are getting nasty hail now. Like, this thing's got nasty hail. Nasty hail core on the southwest sides of Longview right now. Hail may be larger than golf balls. We also note that appendage here on the southeast side of Kilgore. This storm's obvious. Notice how we now have nothing south of this either. This thing ate all the little showers and storms south of it. So now I'm definitely getting concerned about this, not only because it could have golf ball to, frankly, it wouldn't shock me if this was dropping tennis balls in southwest Longview right now. We haven't had ground truth, but let me tell you, that thing's got a nasty. No hail at all in Longview. Well, hey, you know what? I hope it stays that way. But those of you just southwest of Longview could have nasty hail. Rotation-wise, we're not seeing anything substantial right now, but we are watching this hook echo. Nevertheless, as this storm moves east, those of you in Lakeport, Easton, Hallsville, be ready. Notice how this is starting to turn a little more to the east-southeast now versus the east it was moving. This storm could have, again, golf ball plus size hail, winds of 60 to 70, and we're going to have to watch it carefully. So those of you, Tatum over to Barry, Darko, south of Marsh, she'll be ready. New severe storm warning for Marshall. We note very strong winds in Marshall right now. Showing up on radar. Could have winds 60 to 70 miles an hour in the city of Marshall right now from straight line winds. Could also have some very strong. How about some very heavy rain and hail? And again, this storm moving east towards Scottsville, Wascom, uncertain, and then eventually towards Shreveport, where I'm sure the moment it crosses the state line into Louisiana, I'm sure it's going to try and spin up just because that seems to be the pattern here with storms that attack Louisiana. In terms of what we have going on, I'd say these two storms are some of the most concerning now, frankly, in Far East Texas. We've got a severe storm with rotation now, hail in Longview, some rotation now approaching Lakeport just south of Interstate 20. Very strong signature with a hook echo. So if that organizes, the Weather Service at Shreveport may issue a tornado warning for that. We've got a storm rolling through Marshall, showing a very strong outflow wind signature of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We could also have quarter-size hail. We're going to go back down into central Texas real quick, trying to maintain situational awareness. Let's start north. I'm sorry. Line of storms, Bells, Howell, Gunter, Pilot Point, Sanger, moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Severe storm over Rome down to Springtown. winds of 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. That is moving towards the Texas Motor Speedway. Texas Motor Speedway, you should have been getting ready 15 minutes ago when I told you had a storm coming, but if you're just tuning in, Texas Motor Speedway, you need to take your severe weather safety precautions as a dangerous storm approaches with lightning, strong winds, some hail. And again, none of these are tornado warned. Let me make that clear. These storms from Bell, Sherman, Howe, Tioga, Aubrey, Sanger, back down to Springtown have strong winds and hail. They are not tornadic right now. They're moving east-southeast about 30 miles an hour. This one's going to go visit DFW Airport again just to make a mockery of the flight schedules. Not that they weren't messed up enough earlier. Severe thunderstorm with golf ball size hail. Pretty cute little hook echo here. That's where our storm chasers Adam and Steven are located with the live videos. They're moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour, it looks like. This storm's going to be near the Lake Whitney Dam, the state park there. That dam you drive over on 22 just southwest of Whitney by 7:30. And then it's going to be moving towards Quilla by 7:50. And then the community or the town of West by probably 8 o'clock. And we all know what's in West. And now I want one. And now I'm sad. Boy, Alright, Supercell north of Copper's Cove over Fort Hood grounds, north of Fort Hood. Storm is going to be moving towards, well, if it'd give me a storm track, I'd appreciate it. But since it's not, I'll just go look over here on my super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up cool words too, weather radar. Okay, so they're actually going to be putting a, looks like we may have a new tornado warning in a second. Yeah, y'all quit writing in caps. In that chat, you be good. Alright, so this thunderstorm near Meridian does seem to be getting better organized in terms of radar data. So we may have a problem there in a minute. So let's go back south. Again, this thunderstorm moving towards Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point at about 35 miles an hour. So that's going to be an issue for I-35 sooner than later. We have a tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning now for a storm now showing stronger rotation. That's going to be the storm Adam and Steven are both looking at. This is a tornado warning now for Bosque and Hill counties. This will be until 7:45. At 6:56 p.m., a possible developing tornado is located near Meridian, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Clifton, 7:15. Laguna Park, 7:30. This is a tornado warning. Clifton, Whitney, Lake Whitney, the state park, Meridian, Morgan. Take your tornado safety precautions. Laguna Park, which is the lake, I guess, there. And again, our storm chasers have a view. They are there. Adam and Steven, both there right now. Here's a look from Adam. That might be a wall cloud on the right. Here's a view from Steven. They're just waiting for it. You can see the Congo line of storm chasers there. And again, we're going to be watching their live streams carefully, and we'll see what happens. But again, that is a tornado warning for a supercell near Meridian moving towards Laguna Park, Whitney, Clifton. For what it's worth, this could eventually impact northern McLennan and further portions of southern Hill County thereafter by 8:15. All right. Severe storm moving towards Colleen, Fort Hood, eventually Belton, Temple, Salado could have quarter-size hail winds of, 60. I have all these chats open. I do. Okay, so Back into the other tornado warning. This is a possible tornado located just southeast of Oakwood. Not getting a great radar look right now. We're in a radar hole, but this storm could possibly be capable of producing a tornado moving towards Elkhart and Grapeland. We will probably have a tornado warning for Elkhart here in any minute, so y'all's phones are going to go yippee, 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 yippee. But otherwise, those of you in Grapeland, you're under a tornado warning now. So again, tornado warning probably coming for portions of southern Leon County soon, staying south of Palestine, moving towards Elkhart and Grapeland, eventually towards Alto. Let's go back up into East Texas, where we have storms with hail and a lot of wind. Marshall, you have a signature of 60, 70 mile an hour winds just northeast of town now. Y'all are getting heavy rain. This moving towards Uncertain and Scottsville. Bit of a circulation there, too. We're going to have to see if that tightens up. If it does, it could go tornadic. Storm with one heck of a hail core now just southeast of Longview. This storm took a hard right and is moving southeast now. The radar thinks it has softball-size hail. I don't think it has softball-size hail. We haven't had a report of anything that large. We did just have a report of at least golf ball size hail with this storm between Kilgore and Longview. So yeah, there's at least golf balls, maybe baseballs with this. Moving east-southeast, easton, the potential by 705 Tatum, probably 710, 715. Then that's going to be moving towards Darko, Beckville, Carthage, and DeBerry. DeBerry by 745. Currently, this thunderstorm is capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour. And we're watching it closely just in case it tries to spin a tornado up. Right now, it's not. Back in the Metroplex, let's go through this real quickly. We've got a line of storms, quarter-size hail, 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Whitewright, Howell, Gunter, Pilot Point, Aubrey, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour towards Prosper, Salina, Annan, Van Alstyne, Weston, Melissa, McKinney. North sides of Frisco. No signs of tornadoes with this. A lot of rain, hail, wind. Back south, we got some storms capable of quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour here. These storms are capable of 60, 70 mile an hour winds locally, moving towards Justin, Texas Motor Speedway. You've got 5 minutes, Trophy Club, Roanoke, Keller, Watauga, Colleyville, Bedford, Grapevine, DFW International Airport, Louisville, Flower Mound, Double Oak, Saginaw, north sides of Fort Worth, north of Richland Hills, Watauga, Hazlitt. So again, y'all are going to get that. Those storms don't look too strong right now. And then we've got this supercell, which is trying to do spinny things here near Meridian, moving towards Laguna Park, Whitney. Probably staying north of Clifton unless it turns further south, which is possible. Otherwise, this could pose a threat to Aquala, Golson, Ross, West here in the next hour. We're going to need to watch that carefully. Speaking of watching things carefully, this thing over the grounds of Fort Hood, moving towards Killeen. Copperas Cove is also starting to show indications of enhanced low-level rotation. This could pose a direct threat to Killeen, Copperas Cove, Parker Heights, Salado, and Belton within the next 1 hour. Currently capable of probably golf ball size hail, winds of 60, but it's over the, I believe it is over the Fort Hood grounds. If not, it's about to be. And then it's going to move over I-14 down the Killeen, Harker Heights, and then move towards Salado and Belton. And again, this storm is also a deviant right mover, which helps enhance the low-level wind shear and could result in the potential for mischief. Nothing going on further south right now. So again, that's what we have going on right now. Aquila, thank you. That's what we got going on. We've got storm chasers out and about. We've got Jason Cooley. I believe he is on the stuff just west of the Metroplex. Let me check. We've got Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown, Alex Bartholomew. They are located with this storm near Meridian. We have Stephen Jones and Ben McCone also located near the storm near Meridian. In fact, we'll pop on over and say hello. If I turn their audio on, you can hear they're driving through some rain. They're probably heading southwest towards Meridian right now so they can take the highway southeast out of Meridian. Although they might end up having to go south of,
I think we'll be good if we're...
Yeah, we'll see.
Far.
But anyway, that is what they're dealing with right now, and we're going to keep an eye on all their streams. Starting to see a little more rotation develop. Well, that was gone the last scam. In terms of tornado warnings, again, let me go over them real quick. I'm just going to read them while I switch radar sites here. Tornado warning near Meridian, moving southeast at 30 towards Clifton, Laguna Park, and Whitney. Tornado probably 3 miles southeast of Oakwood, moving towards Elkhart and Grapeland. Again, so those are the 2 tornado-warned storms right now. Those of you on 287 from Elkhart, just southeast of Palestine, down to Grapeland, need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get out of manufactured homes or trailers. You're better off in a ditch, but try to go to a 24-hour gas station, something like that. Little concerned, we're starting to see a circulation spin up here just north of Scottsville, moving towards Karnak, Leah, and eventually Wascom. Ooh, that scared me half to death. Baseball-sized hail reported near Kilgore with this storm. So again, this thing had baseballs in it now, so ouch. So again, this thing near Scottsville, 60, 70 mile an hour outflow winds, but I'm also a little concerned it's trying to spin up a circulation, but it's also about to be out of Texas, so it may, but that being said, this thing spins up, it's going to be an issue for Shreveport. In which case, we might monitor it anyway, because, well, it's close enough to the Texas state line, and it's a major city center. All right, let's go back here. Storm near Lakeport, capable in a history of producing baseball-sized hail near Easton now. Going to be moving towards Tatum, Darko, Beckville, DeBerry, probably staying north of Carthage. So again, keep an eye on that. We got storms back here in North Texas. Line of storms from Lean Edge, Anna, Salina, back to Aubrey. Could have some hail with that. Little pockets of rotation, nothing to write home about at the moment. And then 2 cells that are capable of producing some strong winds from near Justin to Saginaw. Frankly, not looking all that impressive there right now. Let's take a look at the terminal Doppler weather radar, though. And in terms of wind, you can actually see these cells near Justin. Unfortunately, right over Texas Motor Speedway, 65 mile an hour wind. So we have tents up, we have mobile homes, stuff like that. There's a good chance we got stuff flying around right now in that 65 mile an hour wind. So again, Texas Motor Speedway, Highway 11435W, seeing an enhanced pocket of straight line winds right now. And that's going to be moving towards Roanoke, Trophy Club, etc. All right, let's go back. We're going to play the magical super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up cool words too because I'm not a marketing genius. Weather radar. All right, and again, these storms here moving towards Colleyville, Keller, Grapevine, Nickel quarter-size hail, the potential for strong outflow winds of 60 miles an hour plus. Let's go back south. We're dealing with 3 supercells. Supercell number 1, which is where Stephen and Adam are, now passing just southeast of Meridian. We haven't seen any tornadoes at this point on the ground visually, but we do have a tornado warning for Bosque County until 7:45. Possible tornado, if there was one to develop now, probably be just east of Meridian by a mile or 2. This is going to be moving towards Laguna Park down here, just southwest of Whitney, and eventually this could pose a threat to areas as far east as Abbott, West, Ross, Lacey, Lakeview, and if this turns right anymore, it's going to pose a threat to northern Waco. We're just going to have to wait and see, but this is going to be a problem for I-35 around west, most likely. Supercell number 2 is on the northwest sides of Fort Hood, just northwest of Killeen. Hook echo now extremely prominent with this storm. That's about as clear-cut of a hook echo as you get. Moving towards Temple and Belton. Belton by 7:55 p.m. Probably passing closer to Killeen now in the next 15 minutes. Right now, the potential for golf ball size hail at least. No tornado warning right now. The rotation remains weak in the low levels, but we are going to be watching this storm with great interest as it has the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, and we can't rule out a tornado. Let me tell you, it's a good thing that Aubrey storm is behind an outflow boundary based off what it just did on the TDWR. It ate a shower and it's got a hook echo. Behind an outflow boundary means typically winds have pushed out ahead of the thunderstorms and greatly reduces the threat of a tornado, but we'll watch it just in case. 60 mile an hour winds potential for some hail. So we head back over and take a look at... All right, press that. All right. All right, getting a tornado vortex signature now on my primary program with the circulation northwest of Fort Hood and northwest of Killeen. That's a false. That might not be a false signature. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. All I know is Alex Bartholomew is about to be really unhappy. So again, severe thunderstorm warning around Fort Hood. Could have some hail and strong winds. And that's this thunderstorm right here. All right, going back further east. Let me see which radar is closest to this tornado-warned storm. Probably Shreveport. Yep, closest weather radar is 100 miles away. Unacceptable. This is how people get killed in the middle of the night because we can't see the bloody tornadoes visually. Not to mention you can't see them on visually anyway, mostly because of trees, but when your closest weather radar is 100 miles away, and the lowest look you can get at the storm is... Well, here, I'll tell you. I'm going to look. I'm going to tell you. Closest look at this storm right now, we're looking at 12,000 feet above the ground. You know what we're looking at? We're not looking at the low levels of this storm. We're looking in the mid-levels. This thing could have... If there was a tornado down right now, the only way we'd know is if it lofted debris to 13,000 feet. And if it was lofting debris to 13,000 feet, it would probably be an EF2, EF3 tornado. And that's the only way we'd know. Unless someone visually saw it, and then again, chasing out here in the day is difficult enough. At night, it's just not a good idea. So, we had the same issue in northeast Texas, and we still do for a few more weeks, but Durant, Oklahoma, the emergency manager there got a grant, and they bought and installed their own weather radar in Durant, Oklahoma. And guess what? They're going to share that data with everyone, which means northeast Texas, your radar data hole that's about 14,000 feet above the ground is about to go down to 4,000 feet. It's going to be a great tool, and we can't thank the Durant emergency manager for going through the grant process and all that enough. I don't know many communities that have actually bought and installed their own weather radar. But it was needed there, and we need one here, too. We get tornadoes enough down here that we need a radar. Alright, so again, possible tornado. I can't tell you if it's down because I can't see below 12,000 feet because the closest weather radar is in Shreveport. So again, those of you in Elkhart, Grapeland, get down. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard-soled tennis shoes and a helmet, just in case stuff starts flying around. Trailer safety. You are better off being in a ditch than being in a mobile home. Get out. Go to a gas station. Go to a friend's house. If they have a site-built structure, go to a restaurant, fast food area, whatever. Just don't be in a mobile home in a tornado warning. Starting to see this area east of Scottsville starting to spin up a bit. This is a convergent signature right here. Green, winds moving east, winds moving west, and right now it's a straight line wind signature, but if this in the upcoming scans goes from a signature like this, where it's pretty much a horizontal up-down convergence, shear axis, to one where we see it more horizontal, left, right, top left, bottom right, that's when we could see that area of rotation, and that's exactly what it's doing. See, look, we're starting to get even more of that signature there. So this could be trying to develop a tornado now just northwest of Wascom. East of Scottsville, south of Leah. And I would honestly just treat it like it was trying to develop a tornado. And this is eventually, and there you go, there's a tornado warning from the Shreveport office. So we now have a tornado warning for far eastern sections of Harrison County and western Caddo Parish in Louisiana. Now, I'm going to go ahead and cover this part in Louisiana as well, just because we're here. This tornado warning, those of you in Scottsville, Leah, Wascom, Texas, Greenwood, Louisiana, Blanchard, Louisiana, Mooringsport, Louisiana, all the way to North Highlands, and technically this runs to the west sides of Shreveport. You need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Thank you, Jason. So again, this is a tornado warning for far eastern Harrison County, and western Caddo Parish in Louisiana. For this tornado developing signature now, which is going to be just south of Leah. This is on highway, what is that? Show me the bloody road. Road, Farm to Market 134. Hopefully this is going to stay just north of Wascom, making a beeline for Blanchard, Louisiana. We've got a tornado warning, again, back down towards Houston County. That's for the storm moving towards Elkhart and Grapeland. What are we doing with the Fort Hood storm? Why? Well, that's interesting. Okay, so again, this possible tornado moving just north of Wascom, just southeast of Leah over Farm to Market 134. It is now east of Scottsville by probably 3 miles, moving towards Blanchard, Louisiana, and eventually Shreveport, Louisiana. Take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You do not need to be in a mobile home. In fact, you're better off being in a ditch. All right, let's go southwest. We've got a severe storm capable of producing baseball-size hail just north of Tatum. This storm has a history of baseball-size hail. Also starting to see a little area of enhanced wind. Nothing that's showing up in the spinny doom department, but I wouldn't be shocked if it went to go do that. Okay, but we now need to get back to our tornado warnings. First, real quick again. Those of you in Elkhart, be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Grapeland, it's going to stay north of you. But if you're in Elkhart, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Possible tornado will be there in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thereafter, it's going to take 294 east towards Alto. We're going to have a tornado warning now. I'll tell you this, okay, this storm now southeast of Meridian, riding 22 towards Laguna Park. Possibility of a tornado, very strong rotation aloft. Our storm chasers are there, but now they're dealing with trees. So those of y'all in Whitney, Laguna Park, you need to be in a safe place. If this storm remains organized, a tornado warning may be required for places like Aquila, West, Abbott, Golson, and Ross down the road. This thunderstorm near Fort Hood and Killeen, I'm going to go ahead and say it. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is trying to develop a tornado. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. If you are on Fort Hood, Copper's Cove, Killeen, Parker Heights, Belton, Salado, this is a tornado warning. Take shelter now. Tornado warning for Fort Hood, Killeen, Parker Heights, Belton, Salado. This includes Interstate 14 from Copper's Cove to Belton on I-35. A possible tornado was located over Fort Hood, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This possible tornado will be located near Harker Heights at 7:30, Colleen and Nolanville at 7:35, Salado and Stillhouse Hollow Lake at 7:45, Belton at 7:50. And let me tell you, Alex Bartholomew is now very unhappy. Again, this is a possible developing tornado. You can see a clear-cut hook echo. It doesn't get much more clear than that, folks. Let me tell you. So again, if you take your tornado safety precautions, you're going to be fine. Look, we don't have basements here in the state of Texas. I mean, we got evil soil in that regard. But, you know what? If you take precautions, you're going to be all right. Seriously. You're going to be fine. I mean, you're already watching this, so you're in better shape than anyone. So again, here are the safety facts we want you to take. Lowest floor, center room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you on I-35 between Temple and Gerald. Gerald, stop at the travel plazas there, going north. Temple, same story. Don't go past 190. If you are on I-14 from I-35 and Bellum to Copper's Cove, get off and get into shelter. Or better yet, don't drive into the tornado. So again, that is what you need to do, and you'll be all right. So again, we have multiple tornado warnings now. I told you we might get busy around 7 o'clock, and lo and behold, we're busy. Tornado number 1, possibly now on the Louisiana-Texas state line. This is going to be about 2 miles west of the state line, north of I-20, north of Wascom. moving towards Blanchard, Louisiana, and eventually Shreveport. That's going to be out of the state of Texas in the next 5 minutes. Area of rotation now southwest of Marshall. Almost looks anticyclonic, honestly. I think it is. Big hail core now on Highway 43 just south of I-20 down to Tatum. Baseball-size hail. That storm moving towards DeBerry. Darko, you're getting it right now. Let me tell you, y'all are probably losing windows. Should stay just north of Beckville, north of Carthage, moving towards DeBerry. Okay, tornado number 1. That was 1. Elkhart, you need to be in your lowest floor center room away from windows. Those of you in Elkhart to just north of Grapeland. Possible tornado located on County Road 112, probably 3 to 4 miles southwest of Elkhart. And again, the lowest radar beam we have here is 12,000 feet above the ground. So I can't tell you exactly where this is or if it's down. But those of you in Elkhart, you need to be in a safe place. You're getting hail first and then possible tornado. If this storm continues, it's going to take 294 east towards Alto, where a new warning may be required. We have severe thunderstorms in the Metroplex. Understand, these storms have 60, 70 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. No tornadoes with these in the Metroplex. And understand, we need to focus on the storms most threatening to people. And those are the tornadic storms at this point. You can track severe storms with our interactive weather radar on our website. And better yet, just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. But no tornadoes in the Metroplex, strong winds and hail. Possible tornado on Highway 22 approaching Laguna Park, just southwest of Whitney. This storm is moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour, generally towards Aquala and west and Ross, where a tornado warning may be needed soon for northern McLennan County. Newest tornado warnings for a storm over Fort Hood approaching Killeen and Interstate 14. This storm's wrapped up like a top, moving towards Killeen and Harker Heights. No reports of a tornado down right now, but that doesn't mean we might not have a tornado develop at any point. The storm's moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour as well towards Belton, Salado, Harker Heights. Killeen. And again, we're live streaming on Facebook. Candid Wings, if you're on Android, uninstall the app and re-download it from the Google Play Store. Those of you, that might be your issue. So again, possible tornado, Fort Hood, moving towards Killeen. Then it'll be going towards Harker Heights, Belton, Salado. That is a tornado warning until 8 p.m. No storms further south than that, which is good, because they'd probably be causing problems too. All right, let's go back. We're going to go north to south again. Area of rotation, not as strong as a few minutes ago now. This is more of a straight line shear axis wind signature versus a tornadic signature for now at the surface. North of Wascom, now east of Leah. Generally between... what was that? Is that Blanchard Lakes Road on both sides of the state line? Okay, Blanchard Lakes Road, at least here on the Louisiana side of the state line, down to Wascom. So that'll be out of Texas in the next 5 minutes. We got a nasty hailer on 43 between Marshall and Tatum. That could have baseball-sized hail on Highway 59, east of Darko, south, in the next 5 minutes, and then eventually moving right towards DeBerry. All right, Storm Prediction Center just put out a discussion. We'll read that in a minute, but for now, let's get back to this. Possibility of a tornado and large hail approaching Elkhart in southern portions of Anderson County, where a tornado warning continues until 7:45 p.m. A tornado warning technically includes far northern portions of Houston County. But so far, this is staying north of Houston County. Eventually, it's going to be moving over towards Alto. Heading back further west, tornado warning near over Fort Hood, now coming into Killeen. Seeing a pretty good rear flank downdraft signature now. Some winds of what could be 60 miles an hour on the backside of a circulation now over Killeen. And Fort Hood, this is going to be moving southeast towards Harker Heights, Nolanville, Belton and Salado, where a tornado warning is in effect until 8 p.m. Again, y'all should be taking your tornado safety precautions. We encourage no travel between on Interstate 14 between Coppers Cove to Belton. No travel on I-35 between Temple and Gerald. Stop at the travel plazas going north through Gerald. Stop going south through Troy or Temple. You can stop at the Buc-ee's if you want to get yourself some beaver nuggets. Further north, we have a tornado warning for a storm looking a little less organized reflectivity-wise. This is going to be approaching Laguna Park and Whitney, moving southeast towards Aquila, West, Ross, and Golson. And we'll see if they end up needing to issue a new warning for that. Also starting to see a bit of a circulation now with this storm south of Bonham near Bailey, moving towards Ladonia, Wolf City, Pecan Gap. That little appendage right there north of Bailey is an indication of inflow being ingested into this thunderstorm. So we'll have to watch that and see if the circulation there tries to spin up at all. Otherwise, we have storms extending from Trenton, Melissa down 121, McKinney, a little break in the line near Frisco. Then 2 more small storms between Louisville and Saginaw. All could have some small hail. Winds of 50, 60, 70s miles an hour. Not that big of a deal. And weaker than the storms that attacked earlier with the hail. Much, much less hail threat with those storms right now. Biggest hail threats with this storm moving towards DeBerry in Far East Texas with baseball to softball size hail possible. Okay, so let's review. 1, possible tornado now approaching Elkhart and portions of East Texas. We don't have a good radar look here. Mid-levels, we're looking 12,000 feet above the ground, but that's a very strong mesocyclone and definitely possible we could have a tornado drop at any point if one hasn't been down. Again, I just can't tell you. We don't have a good radar nearby there. Closest radar, again, 12,000 feet above the ground. That's not going to help you very much. And if we see a debris signature at 12,000 feet, that's because there's a large tornado down, and we don't need any of that nonsense either. And frankly, 90% of the time, that doesn't happen anyway with most of these tornadoes that tend to be weak and brief. All right, we've got a possible tornado on Highway 22 trying to develop. Our chasers are there. You can see the stream from Steven. In fact, I'm going to look. Steven's got a pretty good view through the trees. You can see that beautiful supercell structure, that updraft there. We don't have a visual of a tornado right now, but very well-defined supercell. So we head farther south. We have this storm over Fort Hood, Killeen. Potential for a tornado. Nothing down right now, according to spotters. Some low-level rotation with a rotating wall cloud. Pretty good surge of wind on the backside of the circulation. West of in Killeen right now could have some 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then probably some golf ball-sized hail falling over Fort Hood right now. That's going to be moving towards Belton and Temple. All right, real quick, since it is now time for one of my super-duper awesome blossom, take a 2-minute break, visit the little boys' room. We're going to head over and watch the live storm chasing feed from Steven, who is located near Laguna Park. And again, I'll be right back with continuing severe weather coverage in just a moment. All right, I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer, continuing severe weather coverage on the 2nd of April, 2023. It is now 7:30 p.m. We've been here for 4 hours, and oh, good, we're still here. All right, again, we have multiple tornado warnings now. One in Far East Texas that I don't even think is going to be an issue for us anymore, moving towards Blanchard and Shreveport, Louisiana. So, for all intents and purposes, that tornado warning, if you're in Wascom, Scottsville, this is east of you now, you're good to go with the tornado threat. Still pouring in Wascom. This storm on Highway 59. In fact, we just got a hail report off 59 from Savannah on Twitter. We appreciate that. Now moving right towards DeBerry. It'll be in DeBerry here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That storm has the potential for baseball-sized hail. In fact, it probably just sets your phones off. Heading back west into the magical world of the Metroplex. These two storms, Louisville down the North Richland Hills, frankly, there might be a pocket of maybe 55, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming up on the Sam Rayburn Tollway. All right, that's not even the Rayburn Tollway. That's just 121 business, the free part there that goes through Louisville. Just west of 35W, or 35E, which is also going to make Alex Bartholomew very mad. Otherwise, these storms, maybe some small hail, heavy rain, but meh. And then severe storm now east of Bailey, moving towards Ladonia, Honeygrove, hail, quarter size, strong winds. The rotation that was showing up earlier, not really showing up now, so that is good. And then we've got just ordinary storms from Mount Pleasant back southwest of Mineola, Wills Point, Quitman. Pea-size hail, winds maybe 40, 50 miles an hour, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, but we are not seeing any sort of major severe weather issues with those storms right now. Hey, Mousy, you want to... What's going on down here? Get under the chair, phone. Rude. Let me tell you, the amount of cords I have in this room right now, it's a miracle I don't somehow get myself tied up and get sucked in the ceiling, fam. Okay, mouse, give me my mouse. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's get back to it. So again, Metroplex, you're going to probably be done with all this within the next hour. But until this section of storms from Leonard down 121 to Melissa McKinney, these little two babies here approaching DFW and Louisville are gone, y'all have to keep an eye out. Severe storm looking a little anemic as it approaches Laguna Park. That's a tornado warning. That's where Stephen and Adam are located. And this storm, generally speaking, a little weaker than it was earlier. We haven't had any ground confirmation of a tornado. Moving southeast towards Aquila and west, very near Laguna Park now. Further south, a tornado warning for a supercell near eastern sections of Killeen, just southeast of Fort Hood, now approaching Harker Heights. And this is a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing golf ball-size hail, winds of 60, and the potential for a tornado. Harker Heights, Belton, Nolanville, Salado, you are in the tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we do not want anyone traveling on I-35 south of Temple or north of Gerald until this dangerous thunderstorm moves east of the interstate, lest you not only get hit by a possible tornado, but take golf ball-size hail. And let me tell you, most folks don't want golf ball-size hail smashing into their vehicles. And trust me, we're going to be watching this storm carefully for a while yet. And again, that's one storm capable of producing golf ball-size hail, perhaps a tornado. Severe storm approaching Laguna Park and Whitney. Honestly, almost looks like it's starting to encounter a bit of a capping inversion. It kind of looks anemic, which may mean as we get closer to sunset and beyond sunset, we're going to start losing some of that daytime heating. Some of these storms are going to start weakening. Some of them weakening being the key word. We're probably still going to have storms through 10, 11 o'clock, but at least we'll start to behave. Further east, you can see this one near Elkhart's throwing a temper tantrum in the hail department. That's looking from the radar in Fort Hood. Let's look from Shreveport. You can see a bit of a different look. Still signs of rotation east of Highway 19. Now, if you're in Elkhart, you're good to go. If you're in Slocum or Purcell, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, especially folks on 294 for east of Elkhart all the way almost to Alto. Now, you'll notice the Shreveport Weather Service office is not putting a tornado warning out ahead of this storm for now. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this storm for now. That includes Alto, Rusk, Cushing, Reclaw, and then eventually may move towards Mount Enterprise. But for now, that storm does have a tornado warning until 7:45 for portions of southeastern Anderson County and far, far north Houston County. Wascom, you're going to be clear here in the next 10 minutes. You're probably still getting some rain, but for now, or I should say for now, this is all about to be east of y'all. So Wascom, give another 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, you can come out of your shelters now if you want. If there's a tornado, it's probably way in Louisiana by now and not even seeing the tornado signature. But Wascom, it's raining, it's pouring, it's storming, but you're good to go from any sort of tornado issue, as is far eastern portions of Harrison County. This is in Louisiana now. We do still have a very nasty hail core approaching to Barry. You can see the radar still thinking we have softball-sized hail, and that is a nasty hail core for sure. Back west, again, we'll take a look at what's going on in the Metroplex. You can see we've got one storm, Colleyville, Bedford, Grapevine, small hail, maybe dimes, maybe 55-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think this storm is weakening, it seems like. Second storm over Louisville. We'll switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar, showing some strong winds, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour. But honestly, both these storms are weakening. Little bit of hail still possible just east of 121, between 121 and 360 in Euless, north of 183. And then otherwise, we have these storms that extend from near Leonard and Celeste up to Wolf City, Ladonia, Honeygrove, moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And these storms are not really, I mean, could have some quarter-size hail, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not worried about tornadoes with those storms. They don't show any indication of tornadoes right now. This storm approaching Laguna Park, the dam there, the state park, southwest of Whitney, still showing the potential for some hail. But at this point, honestly, based off the visuals we're seeing from pictures, there's not a tornado right now. This may be beginning to weaken a bit. Still definitely a hail. It's a very photogenic storm. But hopefully, we'll be able to get away without a new tornado warning being needed with this storm. That's not going to be the case with this storm further south over Killeen. This thing's a pretty textbook supercell. There's your flying eagle shape. You can see hail core here over Fort Hood, just southwest of Morgan's Point Resort. If we had a tornado, it'd be right down here, right over Harker Heights. Likely seeing winds 60 miles an hour in the backside of the circulation, and a tornado could develop at any time. So again, those of you in Belton, Salado, I-14 west of Harker Heights and Nolanville, you need to be in your safe place. In addition to the potential for a tornado, again, this thing is pushing out 60, 70 mile an hour winds on the backside of the circulation. And just north of where a tornado would be, this thing could be dropping golf ball to tennis ball size hail. And for all intents and purposes, it is moving, as far as I know, like this. So this would be tornado. This would be hail. Tornado warning for Harrison County has been expired. How about canceled? Now that the tornado has moved into Louisiana. So anyway, we are live streaming this coverage on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. And hopefully in the coming days, I'll be able to get us set up on Instagram too. That's a pure vertical video format, so I'm going to actually have to build something that's going to take this coverage in the program I use, ingest it into a second computer, and build it to where it is in a vertical layout, essentially. Which isn't super duper easy, but I can make it work. All right, I need to read the new discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. All right, this was issued about 20 minutes ago. And in fact, I'm going to clear everything off this map, and I will show you what I'm talking about when I say mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center are the ones who issue our severe weather outlooks, our tornado and severe thunderstorm watches, but they also issue short-term discussions that help keep forecasters up to date. And this is the applicable area for the discussion, what I'm going to read. I'll read the summary, and then I'll read the detailed part, which may have some technical terminology, but I will translate that. Summary. Threat for severe storms capable of all severe hazards, including tornadoes and very large hail, remain possible. Localized area for the greatest tornado risk likely across central Texas, aka the Fort Hood storm, over the next hour. Discussion. Discrete supercells continue to move southeastward across north central Texas this evening. Southernmost pair of supercells over Bosque Hill and Correll Bell counties is upstream of a narrow corridor of more favorable low-level moisture and slightly stronger southeasterly surface winds. Recent surface observations along I-35 show dew points in the upper 60s to low 70s, which is quite high. That's tropical moisture, amid temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s. Recent mesoanalysis estimates effective layer significant tornado parameter is 4 to 5 in this region. As a result, additional storm intensification organization is possible as the ongoing supercells enter this region. All severe hazards are possible, including very large hail and tornadoes. So what they're saying is the Fort Hood storm and the Bosque County storm near Laguna Park are moving into a more favorable environment for significant severe weather, including tornadoes. Whether that materializes or not is to be determined, but again, it's something we are going to be watching. And here's a look over the last couple hours. I'll turn off the satellite now that we're getting into... Actually, I can switch it to... Nope. Yep, there we go. You can see a new severe storm warning for Tarrant, Dallas counties. Hail core over Irving's perking up a bit. That's going to be moving towards Irving, Dallas, University Park, Love Field, again, Balk Springs, Mesquite, Sunnyvale, etc. You can see we've got storms in northeast Texas and Texoma moving off to the northeast, mostly behaving. We have that one nasty hailer near DeBerry. That'll be out of Texas shortly. The storm that tried to spin a tornado up near Wascom moving east out of Texas now. We have this severe storm that is very near now east of Elkhart. Elkhart, you're clear. Grapeland, you're clear. This is east of 287 near Slocum and Purcell, where you just have a reported quarter-size hail near Slocum. And then this storm will be moving towards Reclaw, Rusk, Cushing, Lilbert, Douglas, Alto. And it looks like they're going to put that as a severe thunderstorm warning for now. And then we've got a tornado warning for the storm approaching Belton and Salado now east of Killeen. If you're in Killeen, you're clear from this. It's east of you now. You can come out. This is staying just southwest of Morgan's Point Resort, at least the tornadic portion of this. Nolanville, you're in the middle of it. And then Belton and Salado need to be in a safe place. Temple, you're getting a lightning barrage right now. Maybe some heavy rain and hail shortly, but tornado threat staying southwest of there. And it looks like they've let the warning for the Laguna Park storm. I think they may have just canceled it. Yeah, the Laguna Park storm, it's showing up still on this graph, except that the tornado warning is being allowed to expire at 7:45, so it'll be gone in just a minute. I'm going to call Jason real quick. I'm going to let him take this for just a few minutes. At least his audio. Hey, if I put your audio over the stream with just a radar loop, you want to take it for about 5 minutes? Okay, you don't have to change your stream or anything. I've just got the radar up here, statewide or regional, and let me add you real quick, and I can get your audio added. Give me just a second. Wow, there is hardly any latency. Like, you said that, and I heard it on the stream within a second. That was pretty neat. All right, so pretty much you could just talk over it. They can see your stream, and Adams and Stevens actually got a cute little base right now. But I'll call you when I'm back. All right, sweet. Your audio is on now.
Thanks. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, so Jason's going to take it for just a few minutes, and I'm going to go take a potty break. BRB!
Alrighty. Alright. Just waiting for David to hang it up. Looks like David's hanging it up now, so I'm Jason Cooley, storm chasing at the moment. I am on Interstate 35 in Hillsborough, driving south to Abbott and then west to Texas, the city of West Texas. We are going to be just pushing out ahead of this tornado-warned Supercell. So, getting into the rain now. I'm going to go ahead and take the audio from here for a little bit while David-Reimer takes a 5-minute break. So, just bear with me. I am currently on Interstate 35 driving south toward Abbott, Texas to intercept a storm near Aquilia. But right now what we have is a few tornado-warned supercells. The first tornado-warned supercell in Killeen to Temple, coming into Belton right now. Tornado warning still in effect. That tornado warning is in effect, I believe, for at least 12 more minutes. I'm having trouble pulling it up here. So, 11 minutes, Bell County, Texas, being your tornado shelter. Folks in Belton. The main part of the storm does look to be headed south of Temple, but on the south side of Temple, you may see some hail. The interesting area for tornado production would be coming in at Belton now. So again, Belton and folks right around the Belton region need to be in tornado shelter right now. Circulation about to cross Interstate 14. Interstate 14 coming right into Belton, right at the 35 junction. So again, Belton, Texas does need to be in tornado shelter right now. Farther north, we have an unwarned thunderstorm near Aquilia. There's no longer a tornado warning. If you can see it, the tornado warning just got dropped. The storm southwest of Hillsborough. So that thunderstorm is no longer warned at this moment. However, our chasers Adam and Steven do have some video from there. It does show that there's still a structured supercell updraft. So what happens with that updraft, we'll see here in the short term. That supercell updraft does have striations and a very laminar look to it, so it may still keep going, may become severe tornado warning here shortly again, but we'll see. Again, the southwest of Hillsborough, no longer tornado warned at this very moment. We have Stephen Jones pretty much right under the wall cloud. You can see his video on the bottom right. He is right near the wall cloud of that Aquilia storm, southwest of Hillsborough. Yeah, at this moment, it does not have a tornado warning any longer. We also, let's see, we no longer have a tornado warning for our folks near Alto and south of Rusk. No longer tornado warning. We can see just in the last couple scans that tornado warning box does get dropped. That storm approaching Alto, Texas. Looking farther east near Shreveport, folks, Shreveport still under a tornado warning. Again, that is not including the state of Texas any longer. That is for Shreveport, Louisiana, still the tornado warning. As a very powerful storm pushes into downtown Shreveport. Right now, it is tornado warning for a little longer. So folks in Shreveport are taking shelter, I hope. Again, that does not include the state of Texas any longer. It looks like most of our storms are beginning to decay. In the state of Texas, we are probably seeing some capping issues now that we are becoming dark. However, our Belton, Texas storm still our biggest priority. So Belton, Texas needs to continue to take shelter. So David-Reimer's sitting in his chair. He's back from break. Go ahead and take.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooley, and thank you to all. When we're doing this live coverage for hours on end, sometimes you got to take a break and visit the little boy's room. All right. I am going to find where I have that stream audio playing. Oh, I know why I'm hearing that. All right, I can fix that. All right. Thank you to Jason. We'll get back at it. There we go. All right, it is now 7:52 on the 2nd of April, 2023. We still have a few severe storms ongoing, and we're still going to be dealing with severe storms for a few more hours yet. We're going to go ahead and start taking a look at all these storms. You'll note we've lost a couple tornado warnings now. The tornado warning that was in effect east of Elkhart has been changed to a severe thunderstorm warning, still a dangerous storm with hail. The tornado warning we had near Wascom is going bye-bye and is now in Louisiana. We've got some storms still impacting northwestern Dallas County with some hail. That's actually perked back up a bit over the last 10 minutes. The storm near Laguna Park, now southeast of Laguna Park, seems to be dying. Is weakening, which tends to happen with some of these supercells as we get closer to sunset. And then we're still dealing with the thunderstorm capable of producing large hail and strong outflow winds and perhaps a tornado in Belton down to Salado. All right, so that is the look at what radar looks like right now. I'm going to actually take us over. I'm going to look at what we're expecting for the remainder of this evening. So to do that, we're going to switch up this upper third, and we're going to take a look at what's called the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And to do that, load some data. And the first thing we're going to look at is what the model is showing for 8 p.m. And this is so we can see how well the model's handling current situations. And, okay, that's not bad, actually. It's actually doing a pretty good job. It's a little more robust with that cell around Hillsboro, but in terms of positioning, you don't expect this model to have it completely right, etc. But it's doing pretty good now. You notice it no longer has all of those extra storms that never materialized across southeast Texas. So let's go to 10 o'clock, or 10 o'clock. Here's 10 o'clock. You can see generally down in central Texas, we've still got the one storm in the northern Brazos Valley. And we've got some storms down now in northeast Texas. And again, still going to have hail winds, maybe a tornado threat. Here's 11 o'clock. You can actually see a couple of storms in East Texas getting more rambunctious again around Marshall, Carthage, Wascom. So we may not be totally done out there. And then that storm approaching Huntsville. Here's midnight. Still a storm north of Marshall. Still a storm near Huntsville, but overall starting to quiet down. Here is 1 a.m., and by this point, I am hoping we are done. And then here's 2 a.m. You can see a whole lot of storms east of us, but we are done here in the state of Texas. So in terms of western extent, if you're west of where storms are right now, in terms of Dallas down to Belton, I don't think we're going to see any new storms tonight. Further east, we need to watch these storms in terms of what's going on right now, but I don't know if we're necessarily going to see any new storms fire up. We might just have to deal with the storms we have until they finally either, one, move out of Texas, or two, go bye-bye. The Weather Service just reported a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust in Belton. So this thunderstorm coming into Belton, apparently, in addition to the potential of a tornado, has 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds on this circulation, on the back side of this circulation. So Belton, definitely the potential for very large hail right now. Looks like they're going to let the tornado warning go and go with a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, this thunderstorm just produced a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust in Belton. And this storm is also capable of producing ping-pong ball-sized hail. We actually haven't heard of too much hail reports out of this, which is surprising. But again, if there's hail right now, it's over the north sides of Belton, southern sides of Temple, moving towards Little River Academy. And again, this thunderstorm does remain capable of producing hail, strong winds, and we're going to be watching it closely in case we see signs that the low-level circulation is beginning to intensify again. And again, you can see the hail marker here. We'll put that on as a storm track so I can give y'all some times. And yeah, little tornadic vortex signature. So again, Rogers probably by 8:20, Buckholtz 8:30, Cameron 8:45. And at present course, this is going to continue moving southeast towards, into the Brazos Valley. Again, one storm, and then you can see the storm further north is beginning the shriveling up dying process. In terms of what it looks like right now, we'll have photos later, but you can see it off Adam's shot. Here, I'll just switch to Adam. You can see that is the Supercell near Aquala, southeast of Laguna Park, west of West. And you can see, this is still a supercell. You could see it. You could visually see that updraft, how very cauliflower hard the top of that is. That thing's rotating like a top, a corkscrew. You could see the base of it down below, that inflow band from the right. This is a supercell. This is what a supercell looks like. You can see that band of clouds from the left being rotated in. That's inflow, and that rotates in the whole updraft and then gets shot up 50,000 feet. But it looks like this thunderstorm is, generally speaking, weakening. But this storm is still spinning like a top. But it is not currently capable of producing a tornado. It might have some very small hail, but otherwise this is just a beautiful shot from Adam. I mean, look, you're even getting the some stacked plate structure. In fact, I'm going to try and manipulate this a little bit real quick. I think I can actually adjust this. Yeah, here. Now, this is me just playing with their video. Check this out. You can actually see some stacked plate structure if I adjust the contrast there. So, a supercell, for all intent and purposes, is a... I'm not going to say it's a living, breathing thing, but it kind of acts like it at times. You know, they have attitudes. They behave differently at times. But you can see this whole thing. If I put this in a time-lapse, and oh, I hope these guys are making a time-lapse out of this, you could see this whole thing's just rotating around in a counterclockwise motion. All those clouds from the left getting sucked in and rotated around the updraft. You can see that little inflow band there on the right. You can see our our lime green Jenny Brown there walking up the road. Oh, that's a beautiful storm structure. That's what you want to see. If you're a storm chaser, you know, if you're not going to go out and see tornadoes, I mean, storm chasers chase, but this is the kind of stuff I really enjoy, this kind of storm structure. You can take pictures from that from your high-quality cameras and Hang them as pictures on your wall. And that's what I hope Jenny Brown's doing right now. I'm hoping she's getting some good shots of that, because I want a big old... I want that blown up right onto my wall. But again, enough about my infatuation with Supercell storm structure. Oh, is that beautiful? That is this little storm right here. Look, it's not severe warned. It's not tornado warned. It's probably what we call a dying supercell. And as that occurs, the structure, the updraft is going to become more and more narrow. And eventually, the updraft will become disconnected and it'll shrivel up and die. And then an hour later, you'll have nothing left except remnant cloud debris. But again, all right, I got to look at that one more time. Sorry. I've been talking for hours. What can I say? Sometimes I like looking at the stormies. You can see that's even a wall cloud. And I mean, if I have a... let me see if I'm able to actually draw on this. Again, I think I can. Again, I'm going to try my best to draw. Let me see. No. That's your wall cloud right there. Look, I mean, then you've got all this. This is all rotating around. I don't know why we're making squares, but oh well. Again, this is the storm west of West Texas. That's your wall cloud. This is all is rotating counterclockwise like that, but rotating on the backside of the storm. You can see how this has just changed in the last few minutes. It's all going like that. If there was ever to be a tornado, it would occur under the wall cloud. This is your base of the storm. And then you've got your wall cloud right there. An absolute beauty. I'm also more happy I just learned how to draw on this thing. That's something I wasn't able to do previously. I might have just crashed this whole streaming program, though. Let's see if I can switch sources. Okay. Noted. Don't ever do that again if I don't want to crash this program. But, oh, look at that. Steven's got a different view of it. Ah, look. Lookity, lookity. All right, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at other storms now. Sorry. Pretty storms make me happy. All right, so let's go back to this. And let me tell you, that's not good. This thing's got attitude still. And let me tell you, we don't have a tornado warning right now, but do not think the tornado threat's zero. This thing could spin back up faster than a state trooper going to get a donut or me trying to go find a wig at the hair store. This thing is not done. Let me tell you, this thing's got about as classic of a supercellular appearance as it has so far. And just as I was enjoying the visual storm structure from our chasers, I'm enjoying the reflectivity structure on this. So here's your storm. Oh, I was drawing, man. Come on. That was rude. But then again, there's the update. You can see we still have a hook echo. Hail core now exiting Temple, now east of I-35 and Belton. And we're going to be watching that. And again, this storm's moving towards Cameron, Rogers, Buckholz, Little River Academy. Hail, rain, whatever, it'll be done in Temple and Belton here in the next 10 minutes. Rogers, 8:20. Buckholz, 8:30. Cameron, 8:50. Further north, this storm near west, again, is shriveling up and starting to die. You can see that process on the live stream. And boy, they better be making time lapses out of this, because that's a beautiful storm. That is what I would chase for. You know, I mean, storm chasers go out to chase, you know, tornadoes, all that, but this is the kind of storm structure. You know, when we make our weather calendar every year, there's going to be this storm in that weather calendar, I bet, for 2024. That is the kind of structure we love to see. And I mean, it looks like even Jason has a visual of it. I mean, Jason just got lightning out of the bloody thing. That was awesome, man. I mean, if I could, I would literally just put all those full screen, put me in a little box, and just stare at those. But obviously, we have stuff to talk about here. And y'all are here for weather information. You aren't here for me just to be all squealy about storm structure. But boy, is that beautiful. And you can see, I'll just look at Steven's shot real quick. You can see it's still got a wall cloud under it. That wall cloud's still slowly rotating. You can see little scud under it. I don't think we're going to have a tornado issue, but you can see, just even as the supercell itself is in its weakening phase, I mean, that's where all the air is being sucked up. I mean, there's Jason. Hi, Jason. And then you've got Adam from a different perspective, and then we go back to everyone. And there you go. Everyone's looking at it. Different angles from everyone. Could you imagine if we were streaming a tornado and we had different angles just like we have now? You see, this is why we go out there to chase. We love seeing the weather, but we love bringing it to y'all as well. It's beautiful. All right, so again, we've got, at this point, a couple of severe storm warnings. We're actually down to 3 severe storm warnings. I don't think we're going to be done, mind you, yet, but we've got storms over Dallas, quarter-size hail, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour winds. These are generally moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Then we've got some other storms, northeast Texas. None of them are currently severe, but we could still have some hail and some strong winds. Example, this cell southwest of Gilmer showing some mid-level rotation. So the threat's not over yet in East Texas. We're going to need to watch these storms. This storm southwest of Rusk is actually weakening quite quickly, it looks like. Much, much less impressive of a reflectivity structure. So that is a good thing, and honestly, kind of the same thing with these storms back west. The one over west is weakening, and then we're still watching this storm near Temple that still has quite a bit of a hail core. Storm's still rotating. Hail now exiting Belton and Temple to the southeast. Getting a pretty good lightning cloud to ground lightning barrage now. With this thunderstorm to the southeast of the precipitation down here north of Holland, which could start grass fires, unfortunately. Little River Academy, you're in the middle of it right now. You might have hailstones falling. And again, we're still seeing indications of winds over 60 miles an hour with the rear flank downdraft. The Fort Hood radar is not all that far away. So this is the shear axis here, the rear flank downdraft winds out of the north-northwest, up to 60 miles an hour in some cases. Switch over to the radar. You can see this outflow from this is actually out ahead of the circulation a bit, which is probably why we don't have a tornado issue right now, because the rear flank downdraft has kind of cut off the inflow into the surface here. Look, you can see it here. Let me clear this off. Rude. Thank you. There you go. See? Out ahead of it. So that's why we're not so concerned about a tornado issue right now. But again, well-defined supercell, and this thing, if it sucks this little inflow back in, that's a mile ahead of it, it could spin itself up into a jiffy real quick. So, right now, this is a hailer. We've got hail falling out of this. As it moves towards Rogers, Buckholtz, and Cameron. Oh, little web browser, where have you gone? Steven... I'll tell you where all our chasers are. Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown, Alex Bartholomew are all located right up here, south of Hillsborough, near West. In fact, that shot from Adam's interesting. Notice how that storm, even though it's weakening, it still has a scary-looking... okay, that's not as scary-looking. That's just the base, which seems to be starting to disintegrate. And you can see the shot from Jason there. That's Jason's shot. Let me see if I can't brighten that up just a little bit on my end. I can. And again, I'm just playing with some buttons here, so don't mind me and my messing around tools. But again, you can see, even though it's a weakening supercell, it still has inflow. This updraft is still rotating, but the air updraft is narrowing. And eventually, it's going to be gone. In fact, it'll probably be gone in 30 minutes. The radar signature, it'll just poof, be gone. Like my hairline. Got a report of golf ball size hail out of Temple. All right, we'll go back to cams. So again, let's take a look at what we have going across the state right now. I know we've been here for a while. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer. It's 8:10 on the 2nd of April. Sunday evening. We have been monitoring severe storms since about 3 p.m. today. Tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. for East Texas, portions of eastern North Texas. But I think we're going to be done with this before 1 a.m., though we're still probably going to have some severe storms through at least 11 p.m. Let's talk about what we have going on right now. One cluster of severe storms over Shreveport. That was in East Texas. We've got storms still in Northeast Texas behaving themselves for now, but we're going to watch them. We've got a weakening storm now approaching Rusk. This was a relatively long-track supercell that fired up back over Marlin area. So that's been going for a while, crossed over I-45 near Buffalo, but is weakening just like the storm over West. And that might be because as the sun is setting, we're starting to lose some surface heating, and the cap, a lid on the atmosphere, is starting to come back in and smush these storms back into oblivion. Not as much of an issue farther north, and so far it's not an issue with this thunderstorm that just brought golf ball size hail to Temple. So let me loop this over the last hour. Oh, look at that shot from Jason. Come on now. Jason, you better have that DSLR of yours out there taking pictures. I know you can hear me. In fact, you better not hear me. You better be outside taking pictures. I demand wall photos. So again, here's a look over the last hour. You can see no more severe warnings in Northeast Texas. We still have a severe storm warning for Dallas. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds with that. We've got storm that was tornado warned that is really weakening quickly near Rusk. That might honestly be gone by 8:45. Same thing with this storm near West. Although it is still trying to hold its own, it looks like. We'll see. Then we've got storm that went tornado warned over Fort Hood. Now not tornado warned, but still capable of golf ball size hail near Rogers to Holland. And that is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Looks like storm over Dallas is weakening. That is good. So again, this activity in Northeast Texas, not severe right now. Hopefully won't really become severe, but we're going to be watching it carefully in case we see some individual cells pop up, like this one near Quitman. A little bit of dime-size hail with that. This thing near Rusk is weakening quickly. This thing near West, weakening quickly. Storm over Dallas is trying to evaporate. And this one over Temple, still quite a bit of a hail core, good mid-level mesocyclone, mid-level rotation. But the outflow, or winds pushing out ahead of the thunderstorm, has cut off some of the inflow into the circulation, though not by much. I mean, it literally is to a point where if this hook echo swings around and catches back up, that would help essentially allow the inflow to get back into the surface-based portion of the storm. That could help spin a circulation up. And we're going to be watching for that. In fact, that might be what's trying to happen here. This little boundary here is what I'm watching. That's where the outflow pushes out from the storm. But notice how it is pretty much almost caught back up with it. So while it's not tornadic right now, I am not going to say it cannot go tornadic again. Or attempt to. So we're going to be watching it carefully. And again, oh, look at that shot from Jason. All right, I know we like looking at radar and stuff, but we're going back. I mean, look at that. That is the supercell, I believe, near West, Texas. But I'm going to double check. It is. In fact, our Jason's sitting about a mile southeast of where Steven and Ben are sitting. And Jason, if you heard that, they're literally like half a mile up the road from you. So all our chasers are at this point probably sitting within a mile of each other. You can see that base of the thunderstorm, and then above it you can see the striated mezzo, and then above that you can see the updraft. I mean, this storm's still kicking. It's not severe, but again, this is the severe, or the storm near west. See, this is what we love about storms in Texas in the spring. You know, a lot of people think we just go out there, see tornadoes, and sure, that's part of it, but I mean, look at the storm structure. I love this as much as I would love seeing a tornado in an open field. I mean, I don't know if folks understand, this is what supercells look like. I mean, a lot of times you have rain wrap stuff, you know, they're grungy, but then you get shots like this. And I mean, you can watch these feeds completely, by the way, on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. Please give us a subscribe. We'd really appreciate it. We've got a lot, these videos, you can watch those videos all by themselves with the Chasers audio. Boy, is that beautiful. Sorry, I know. So again, a couple severe storm. Honestly, we're about to be down to one severe storm warning in the state of Texas, and it's going to be this thunderstorm on Highway 190 over Rogers, just southeast of Little River Academy. Severe storm capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and localized winds over 60 miles an hour. This is going to be making its way into Rogers with golf ball-sized hail in the next 5 minutes. Buckholtz, about 8:35. Cameron, about 8:50. Milano, about 9:10. And thereafter, this could try to make its way towards Highway 21, between Bryan College Station and Caldwell. And again, you know, look at Steven's shot. I mean, it just so clearly demonstrates the structure of a thunderstorm. In this case, a supercell. South is to the left. I believe north is to the right. Look at that. I mean, let me see if I can whiteboard this. We're about to go into Dr. Nerdy Dave mode, but I'm going to try and put this as a whiteboard so I can draw and show you what you're looking at. I mean, this is a supercell. This is what you'd be taught if you went to a storm spotter training class. Well, that's not what I wanted. I need that to be... Look, I mean, here, this is your precipitation. That's your precipitation falling out of the updraft. This, that's your wall cloud. You've got wind being sucked up straight into this updraft. And that's, as the, it's sucked up, it condenses. And that's your wall cloud right there. That is where it is below the base of the thunderstorm. If we had any sort of spinny mischief, that's where we would be looking, right there. And wall clouds are pretty common with storms, mind you. You know, that's a wall cloud. What we'd be looking for is strong horizontal rotation. You don't see that, you know, going strong left to right or right to left. You don't see a lot of rapid rising motion. Above that, you have your updraft, where air goes straight up. And again, just look at Jason. I could give you a different perspective on this. And again, different light settings on different camcorders. I'll show you real quick the same exact thing. All right. Hey, let me draw. Rude. Up, I broke it. Rude. There we go. That's your wall cloud. You got air being sucked up right into that. You'll notice sometimes near storms it gets windy as you approach it, but the wind's being pushed toward the storm. That's because the storm's literally sucking in the air. Look up here. You see this? That's the updraft. Your winds go straight up. And it gets pushed up like that. Condenses, your cloud condenses, your base of the thunderstorm, your rain-free base in this case. You've got your precip falling out of the thunderstorm right over here. This was where you'd have hail and wind. And if you had a tornado, it'd be right under the base. So again, right here, straight up. That's your air being sucked up. It condenses here at the lifted condensation height, or your LCL height. And then, 40, 50,000 feet up. And then once the precipitation, hail, whatever, ice gets too heavy for the updraft to hold up, it starts falling out of the sky. And that's what you have right here. And the cycle repeats. You've got wind going out like that, right back up. Outflow, and then it's sucked back up. It's so beautiful. I mean, and trust me, we're going to have actual good pictures of this posted on our social media channels, mind you. I'm just showing you live video. We've got folks out there. This is where those really expensive, nice digital DSLR cameras come out. Not for video, but for actual still photography. And that's what's going on right now with these folks. I'm willing to bet. They're probably all out of their cars, probably hiked down to a field to get away from the road, the power lines, and the trees, and they're probably getting beautiful shots of this. And I guarantee you, they're going to end up on this wall. There's going to be pictures. But, alas, I'm pretty sure y'all are tired of hearing me talk about storms. Understood, Jason. Alright, so, again, we are down to what's about to be one severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, but we may have some mischief further east again. I'm starting to get a little concerned about this cell near Gilmer. This thing near Gilmer is starting to get a bit of an inflow notch here. Did I freeze? So again, this is what we're looking at. A little bit of a rotational signature developing with this storm north of Gilmer in East Texas. We're going to have to watch that carefully. It's going to be moving towards Ore City, Lone Star, Jefferson. And again, we're not done with the severe weather threat out here. These storms are still spinning. And we still have storms out here, even though we've kind of calmed down a little bit. Hopefully, we can continue just calming down. But, alas, here we are. So this storm over Rogers could have golf ball size hail, the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds as it moves southeast down Highway 190 towards Cameron. What I need to do, real quick, apparently Jason's stream on my end might not be being nice, so what I'm going to do is refresh it. Hey, I might have crashed that computer back there, actually. This might be what happened. Interesting. Might be what happened. For the technical aspects, I've got multiple computers behind me on the shelf that I use to ingest some of this video, and then I stream it over the network to my video client here. I'm actually I just bought a HDMI ingest card with 4 ports on it, and I just have to hook it up to the computers, and then I'll be doing that and getting some bandwidth off the local network. But anyway, that's how I do it, get the video in, but it looks like the computer I use may have done a boo-boo, which is interesting. Makes me want to take it off the shelf, hit it with a hammer, take out the 10-year-old motherboard and CPU and put something new in. But it costs money, and you know what? Money doesn't necessarily... no, it's called having a budget. So again, this storm over Rogers, Buckholz, 835, 840 Cameron. If it doesn't go south of town, about 850. Milano, about 915. So that's one severe storm. With that, honestly, that computer might have just gone to sleep. Interesting. Oh, it's Monday, Monday, Monday. Okay, well, I'm going to have to manually reboot it. So, hey, maybe we need to start a fund so I can apparently get a new motherboard and CPU to put in that for the second computer, since apparently that one is old and decrepit at this point. All right, anyway, hi, look at me, camera. Hello, hello, hi, I'm Dave, David. It is 8:26 p.m. We're monitoring a couple severe storms that are capable of producing hail. This one over Rogers, moving towards Buckholz, Cameron, and Milano. We have a storm up in portions of East Texas we're going to be watching. And again, looks like most of our chasers are going to be heading in soon for dinner. You know, the storm they're on is weakening and dying. That was near West Texas. And then now we are dealing with nighttime stuff. But you know what? We can at least keep watching those pretty sights for a little while longer. A new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm I just mentioned I was concerned about. This is going to be for portions of Marion, Cass, Harrison, Upshur, and Morris counties, and this is going to be until 9:30 p.m. A severe storm over Gilmer, moving east at 40. Quarter-sized hail, wind to 60, and they are watching it for signs of rotation. You can definitely see that here, the which way the wind's blowing mode. Real quick, take it back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that there. And we're about to have a tornado develop near Rogers. I'll tell you that real quick, and then we'll go look. But let me look at this first. Gilmer, circulation, you have inflow here that's being wrapped around. Then you've got your greens back here. So broad circulation right here. We're going to have to watch that as it moves towards Ore City. If it intensifies, we're going to need a tornado warning. Speaking of tornado, when I mentioned that outflow, or that hook catching up with the outflow with the storm near Rogers, well, that just happened, and it's trying to spin up. So let me show you what we have now. In fact, you'll be able to see it. We call it a wrappy hook. You can see that now. That hook's starting to wrap around the which way it's blowing mode, and we're at a very low altitude here. So you can see we do have a couplet developing. Could be a developing tornado with the appendage of that hook. And this is going to be southwest of 190. In fact, it's close enough to the radar. I feel comfortable getting the atlas out. Let's put some roads on here. And I think they're probably going to need to put a tornado warning on this pretty quickly. So again, this is going to be County Road 104 south of 190. This is going to be County Road 204 southwest of Buckholz. County 109, that goes south of Buckholz. This is now just east of County Road 101. If we had a tornado develop in the last 2 minutes, it would probably be near County Road 101, west of County Road 104. But as radar updates, this is probably going to be moving closer to County Road 104 now. And I am very confident we're about to have a tornado warning on this. So again, we do now have what I do believe is a developing tornado. This is going to be about 4 miles south-southeast of Rogers, generally moving in the direction of Buckholz. If this keeps moving southeast, we may be able to keep it south of 190, south of Buckholz, southwest of Cameron, but I'm not comfortable saying that yet. But those of you outside of Rogers, outside of Buckholz, south of 190, get into shelter now. A tornado is likely in the incipient phase, if not already in progress. We'll get a radar scan update in a minute, but you can see how that hook wrapped back around, caught up to the inflow, that outflow boundary, ate it, and now if there was a tornado on this scan, it'd be right there in that appendage. And we're going to get an update here in just a second. But again, there's going to probably be a tornado warning here real quick. And again, I mentioned that if this get caught back up to the outflow, the tornado threat would increase real fast, real quick. And it looks like that has happened. I just got a report someone shooting guns at the storm. Who's shooting firearms at the Supercell? That's interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised it's Texas, but come on, don't shoot the guns at the Supercell. The Supercell's just going to eat it, ingest it, probably make it into a hailstone and throw it back at your head. So again, we do have the potential now for a developing tornado near County Road 104, probably a couple miles south of debris ball. Maybe. That might be a debris ball. Now, I'm not... You see that? Yeah, it's a debris ball. So we got a tornado down, doing damage now, very near County Road 104, south of Highway 190. This is now a confirmed tornado with a tornado debris signature, both on the how hard it's raining mode. In fact, I'm going to turn off the smoothing so you can see that. We keep the smoothing on pretty, usually to keep it pretty. But again, that little correlation coefficient drop, I think, indicates that we did have at least a brief tornado touchdown. In terms of the reflectivity, that reflectivity bump, I'm not necessarily sure what caused that. The correlation coefficient, if that was all debris, you'd expect a big blue donut here, but there's not. There's a little blue donut, so I think we had probably a spin up, but the circulation itself is a little farther north on radar. It's very interesting. But that might have been a tornado. So again, regardless, we do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning until 9:15 for a severe storm located now about 5 miles southeast of Rogers, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Buckholz, Cameron, Minerva, to just west of Milano. It does not include Rockdale, does not include Milano, but it may include Milano if it keeps doing what it's doing. So again, this thing's doing some weird stuff right now, but clearly trying to put a tornado down. May have just had a tornado down. That little reflectivity jump in the hook is pretty suspicious, but there's area of blue there, so that might have been a spin-up tornado, but we'd expect a much more pronounced blue donut there if this was all debris. So that might be hail wrapped around the circulation, which means golf ball size hail getting thrown by 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's just not fun. So looks like our storm chasers are done chasing for the day. It's fair, it's nighttime, so we'll go back here to the full screen version of me, and again, it's 8:33 on the 2nd of April, 2023. We have a tornado warning now for portions of central Milam County, and that, again, is until 9:15. We're doing this. Let me get some more streets on here. Again, those of you who don't live here probably have no idea where any of these streets are, but those of you who do live here probably do, so that's why I'm putting these streets on here. So we'll get another radar scan here in just a minute. We'll find out if that was a debris signature or someone just got annihilated by wind-driven baseballs. But again, tornado warning for Buckholz, Cameron, Minerva, Maysfield. Technically, is just west of just east of the warning. So if you're in Cameron, Buckholz, Rogers, Minerva, you need to be in a safe place immediately. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can see that latest scan just came in. That hook is wrapping into the storm, which can act as essentially the rear flank downdraft swinging around, which can accelerate the area of rotation and may produce a tornado. Back to the which way it's wind blowing mode, and we'll get a scan update here in a second, but we're not seeing a super clear-cut tornadic circulation at this point in terms of, bright red against bright green, where we would expect this tornado to be. We'd expect the tornado to be... Hold on, let me turn off the road mode so I can draw on this without making a kerfluffle. Would expect the tornado to be right there, but it's not. It's showing up back here. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see. But again, this thing could clearly put a tornado down at any time. We're not seeing any sort of, something may be going on there. But hello, dog. How's life? Did you enjoy your day out in the boonies? Happy birthday. Huh? Rude. Does that mean it's BATH time? Rip. All right, so we've got a tornado warning again. This is for central Milam County until 9:15 for a possible tornado now approaching the southern side of Buckholz, County Road 204. Moving east towards Buckholz, Cameron, and eventually Milano. Let's zoom back out, make sure we're not missing anything. West storm is actually still a storm, but it's continuing to weaken. And then we've got a couple storms trying to perk up here in East Texas again. In fact, there's a new severe warning. Rotational signature, we were watching west of Ore City earlier, has weakened out and broadened up, which is good. Still a pretty good indication of quarter-size hail, maybe ping-pong ball-size hail with both these storms as they move off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So again, you got that. You got that. Both those storms moving east at about 40, which means more hail possible in places like Jefferson, Ore City, Gilmer, over to Nesbitt, and Marshall over the next hour. Real quick, I'll probably mute the stream for a second when I do this, but I'm going to eat a peanut butter granola bar. Again, those are two severe storms moving off to the east. I mean, the same thing goes up here. Let me, let me load a loop real quick. I'm horrible about, doing these loops and giving y'all a sense of where these things have been and where they're going. And real quick, I'm going to mute for a second so I can eat this granola bar without giving y'all ASMR. But I will move this around so y'all can see where storms have been over the last hour, and then we'll continue. All right. So, let's get back to it. One tornado warning, a couple severe warnings. And again, I don't think we're going to see too many or any new storms really fire up over the next few hours. I think what we have now is what we're going to have. And hopefully we can just keep dwindling down storm numbers this evening. For now, definitely concerned about this storm west of Cameron. Potential for large hail and Buckholz to Cameron in the next 5 to 10 minutes. 60-mile-an-hour winds, and can't rule out a spin-up tornado. This thing's got a pretty good rear flank downdraft with it. Again, it's trying to cut off the area of inflow, but still could see a spin-up tornado occur very near Buckholz, especially south of 190 right now, so be in a safe place. That's going to be your lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. At present course, this thunderstorm will be near... Oh, I'm going to go back and look. Someone did tell me how to pronounce this town. Milano by 9:15. Going up. Oh, no. Milam. Thank you, by the way, J.R. Lopez, or Junior Lopez. At this point, this storm looks like it's going to stay west of Bryan College Station, unless it turns left a bit, but otherwise it looks like it's going to go closer to Caldwell. Regardless, y'all in College Station are probably getting a lightning show to your northwest right now. All right, let's go back north. All right, so we've got two severe storms from Ore City back to Gilmer. These do show the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and both storms are moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. The threat of severe thunderstorms has concluded for the night in the DFW Metroplex. It's over. It's done. If you're west of these storms, essentially pretty much north of I-30, west of I-35, you're done. I don't think we're going to see any new storms fire up, maybe one or two, but what we have now is what we're probably going to get for the remainder of the night. These storms moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, and again, we are seeing some indications of strong outflow winds. We'll do some probing here. Could have winds near 60 to 65 miles an hour in Ore City, Milano. And back in Gilmer, we could have some heavy rain and hail as well, especially with the storm coming east on 154. Both these storms are moving east, again, at 40 miles an hour. I'll put a tracker on them. And this is just to give you a rough estimate. I'm going to actually make it a little broader than that. We'll do that for this. Again, Jefferson, probably about 9:05 p.m. Karnik, about 9:20. Uncertain, about 9:20. Gray. Smithland, 9:20 to 9:25. Lassiter, about 8:50. Berea, about 9. Harleton, about 9. And again, that is just for this first storm. Got a second one right on its heels. That may be about 20 minutes later with the possibility of additional hail. Again, I need to make sure we're still live on Facebook. It looks like we are. And again, this is our general plan for the spring, by the way. Days like this, we plan just doing live coverage, most of the afternoon into the evening hours. Maybe doing it again tomorrow. Probably going to be doing it on Tuesday. Tuesday could be another problematic day in many states. Nasty little hail core now on Highway 190 between Buckholz. It's probably hailing in Buckholz. Cameron could have golf ball size hail here. If we had a tornado, it'd be probably just south of Buckholz on County Road 204, coming up to County Road 201, maybe within 2 miles south of 190. But the rotational signature, not all that impressive now. If we had a spin-up tornado about 10, 15 minutes ago, it looks like that RFD, rear flank downdraft, came in on the backside of the thunderstorm, cut off that inflow, and helped to terminate that tornado's life. In terms of, is that the last tornado we're going to deal with tonight? I can't say that for sure. I mean, there's always the optimistic approach that yes, but optimism and Mother Nature just gets you a hit on the head with hail. But now it's time to drink water out of the ginormous water bottle. Very useful for summer months, by the way. It's 80 ounces. All right. Looks like they just updated the tornado warning at 8:45 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable. Try that again. At 8:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Buckholz, or 8 miles west of Cameron, moving southeast at 30. Pettibone, Minerva, and Hoyt are in the tornado warning. Generally moving like that, so it could eventually say hello to Milano. Cameron, you're still in this tornado warning technically, so you need to be in a safe place. That's lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we may not have this tornado warning too much longer. It doesn't look like it's spinning at the surface right now, but that doesn't mean it won't spin up again. Regardless, the potential for large hail and damaging winds continues. Those storms I was just talking about in East Texas, I'm slightly hopeful they're north of a boundary. I'll turn let's switch back up here. I'm going to actually turn surface temperatures on real quick. I'm hoping we have rain-cooled air mass up here that is keeping these storms what we call elevated above the capping inversion. If so, hail threat, some wind, but it would greatly reduce the threat of a tornado if we had any issues. The reason I say that is this storm is really spinning aloft, and that appearance is starting to become a little more hooky near Ore City. So I'm concerned a bit as this moves east towards Jefferson. But regardless, the storm will be near Jefferson about 9:10 p.m. In fact, let me just go my main map up here so I can tell you. This will be near Smithland at about 9:25. Gray about 9:33. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail with the storm near Ore City, moving east towards Lassiter, Berea, Jefferson, Smithland, and Gray. Further to the west, this thunderstorm near Gilmer has the potential to also produce quarter to ping pong ball size hail in Gilmer now. After Gilmer, moving east towards Diana, 9:14, Harleton about 9:25, maybe near Nesbitt in about 50 minutes or less. And again, you can see both these storms do have suspicious-looking appendage features, but nothing that screams, holy moly guacamole, I'm going to spin up into something spinny doom and cause issues in the tornado department. But we're going to be watching these storms carefully. They do appear to be both becoming more supercellular in nature. Otherwise, we now have one other severe thunderstorm, and then as this storm that may have produced a brief tornado about 15 minutes ago. Moving down southeast, now south of 190 generally. I mean, it's hailing on 190, but this mostly is going to stay south of Cameron, at least the potential for a tornado. And then this is going to be moving down towards Minerva. And again, Minerva, located right about here, 9 o'clock. Milano on Highway 190 at Highway 36, 9:15 p.m. Caldwell, around 9:45 p.m. Central Time. The supercell we were watching near Laguna Park, Whitney, has now dissolved into a shower. Storm over Gilmer. Could have hail in Gilmer. Quarter to ping pong ball size right now. Also, could have some of that just east of Ore City, moving towards Jefferson. And again, those are the only three severe storms right now. Switch out to a statewide view. Storm over Gilmer showing a nastier hail core. Well, y'all can't really see anything on that satellite image. Maybe I should fix that. So again, here's a loop over the last several hours. You can see we've had issues in North Texas. We're done with storms in DFW tonight. You can see storms weakening in parts of Central Texas. We still got a nasty storm near Cameron coming up on Minerva. We've got nasty storms back in East Texas now where we're actually seeing some intensification. Again, Gilmer, you could be getting quarter to ping pong ball size hail, maybe golf balls. Same thing goes for folks in Jefferson here the next 15 minutes. For those of you asking about Monday and Tuesday, we've got a video on our YouTube channel. Search for Texas Weather Center or even Texas Storm Chasers. We have a forecast video from this morning that goes over the severe weather outlooks for tomorrow and Tuesday. And then we will have a detailed video forecast update out on both those days with our usual Texas weather roundup. It'll be out by probably 6:30 a.m. on Monday. All right, let's go back in, take a look at radar. We have 3 severe storms at this point. First severe storm coming up on Jefferson from the west, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, it looks like. Again, this is coming up on Jefferson. First, it's coming up on Lassiter now on Highway 49. Coming up on Berea, which is just north of 49. Then Jefferson itself here in the next 15 minutes or less by 9:09 p.m. Smithland there at 43 and 49 about 9:20 to 9:25. Gray at approximately 9:30 p.m. The potential for golf ball size hail. Storm number 2, also golf ball size hail, likely in the community of Gilmer now. Thereafter, this storm will be moving east towards Diana there, 2:59 and 1:54 by 9:10 to 9:13 p.m. Harleton by about 9:25 to 9:30, and then north of the city of Marshall on Highway 59 in approximately 55 minutes. So that, both these storms, give me my mouse. Rude. Okay. Capable of producing golf ball size hail. All right, moving down south, we have a tornado warning that remains in effect for areas northwest of Milano, north of Rockdale, south of Cameron. Not really seeing too much of a strong rotational couplet at the lowest tilts of the radar. Definitely a lot of wind, some hail, but I do not know if this storm remains tornadic. I mean, hopefully it doesn't remain tornadic. I mean, let's be honest, I think all of us would be happy if we could get these storms to quit being rowdy so we could all move on with our evenings. Here's myself included. Eat some dinner. But we're going to be here as long as necessary, because that is what we do. Again, I'm just taking a look at some data real quick for the upcoming days, just because I'm curious and I thought about it. All right, so it is almost 9 o'clock. Houston, you're not going to get anything tonight. Storms we have now, I'll turn on the regional radar. We're not going to probably see any new storms really get going tonight. So storms where they are now, east, that's what you're going to get. This storm near Cameron, it may make its way towards I-45 this evening, but it's probably going to be gone by 12 to 1 a.m. Here in portions of northeast Texas, we're going to be dealing with this for probably another 2 to 3 hours before we get all this out of the state. And it ends up out of our neck of the woods, literally. So again, we only have one tornado warning right now. It's for this storm southwest of Cameron. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. It's an interesting little swinging hook feature here. Again, this is starting to try to swing back out a bit, but as we look at the storm relative velocity, notice we don't have any real tight circulations. And again, this is just all... We're watching it, but understand we do have the radar's over here in Granger. We're looking probably, what, maybe 1,000 feet, if that? Let's ask the super duper magical awesome blossom button. Yeah, we're looking at about 1,100 feet. So again, if we have something develop, we're going to know pretty well. And I mean, as this hook swings back in, it's possible we may spin up another tornado. So those of you near Minerva on Highway 1 or FM 1712 need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So, we're going to be seeing that. So again, we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do. We're going to need a new warning, whether it be severe warning for hail, or if they do believe it is capable of producing a tornado, they're going to have to put a new tornado warning out there soon. We'll know soon, but either way, let's go back to East Texas. This thing east of Gilmer's throwing up a lot of hail. Oh, let me tell you, that's cute in a not a good way. Okay, let's get rid of that. Where's my radar? All right, well, let me tell you something. You see, obviously, I mean, that's a hook echo. That's concerning. That's just north of Harleton there on 154. But, look, the radar, that's just messy. I'm really not totally sure this is what we call a surface-based thunderstorm. I think that rain-cooled air from earlier may have this rooted just above the boundary layer. All nerdy ways of saying, I don't know if this really is going to pose a tornado threat. I mean, we may just have enough of a stable layer within the first few hundred feet of the surface with that cooler air that that may prevent this from spinning up. But boy, I mean, obviously we're going to watch it because it's got a signature. It's rotating aloft, but now regardless of if it's what we call surface-based or above the cap, this thing does have hail. And that's not in question here. Jefferson, you're going to have quarter golf ball size hail here in the next 10 minutes. And even farther west, east of Gomer, this thing's got a pretty good hail signature north of 154 now. So again, both these storms could have golf ball size hail, and both are moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Let's just draw storm tracks. Let's do it this way. All right, so I'm going to do it this way for 40. No. Come on. Okay, good enough. So Jefferson rolling into town the next 5 minutes. This will be rolling into Smithland there at 43:49, about 9:15, maybe a minute or two later. Gray, almost right on Louisiana border, about 9:25. And then it's going to be crossing I-49 in Louisiana, north of Blanchard to Gillum, Oil City, Mooringsport, about 9:40 p.m. The storm right on its tail, also hail. Jefferson, probably about 9:30. Smithland, 9:50. So again, first storm with hail, then second storm about 20 minutes behind it. And then these other storms in northeast Texas are behaving themselves right now. They're just showers and storms with some heavy rainfall. They are not severe. Further south, with our supercell now north of Rockdale on moving towards Milano again. Gonna have to wait and see what they decide to do with this. Now, there is a bit more of a signature right there, but again, this thing's really struggling to try and put a tornado down. Which is a good thing. We don't want tornadoes. Those of you in Minerva need to be in a safe place still for another 10 minutes. Milano to Rockdale, you're going to be dealing with this over the next 10 minutes or so as this crosses over Highway 79. Again, overall, we're not doing too bad here. So we'll see what they do with that storm, but otherwise, the only two other storms we're dealing with in the severe weather department. This storm here near Jefferson that's moving east on 49 towards Smithland and Gray. So again, let me switch. I'm going to switch just to a slightly different product, and I'm going to loop it for you, just so y'all can see what's going on. So again, so this is what storms have been doing over the last 30 minutes. You can see moving east about 40. So again, Gilmer, you just had your second round of hail. Hopefully the last round of hail tonight. Jefferson, you're about to get Storm 1 with hail, and then Storm 2 with hail. Both these are moving east at 40, so probably staying north of 180. North of Longview, north of Marshall. We'll have to watch that one near Gilmer just to make sure. It might clip north sides of Marshall. And then we're going to be dealing with Diana with the second storm, Harleton with the second storm, Jefferson with both storms, Smithland, probably both storms, so the second one may go just to your south. And then we still are dealing with this storm farther south in portions of the western Brazos Valley. We'll go take a look at it. We'll just let it loop too. So again, they have not extended this warning yet, which is a good thing. It means they're having to think about it. But again, those of you in Milano, you're about to get hail regardless. Could be quarter golf ball size hail, some localized strong winds. And again, we're going to be watching. Helene, go to sleep. You're done. If you're west of these storms, if you're on I-35, no more storms. It's done. DFW done. Austin, Waco done. San Antonio, you never got any. Houston, I don't think you're going to get any storms tonight unless this one near Rockdale makes it all the way down there, which you better not, because I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to Dainger field. I'm not even going to pronounce it because I'm tired. You're fine. I think you've just got some rain and showers, honestly. And then question to Chris Marley. I'm new here. Can someone tell me why channel name is Texas Storm Chasers if it's David's channel and he's in Oklahoma? Well, Chris, congratulations on finding out where I live. I do, in fact, live in Oklahoma, if you must know. I live right here, about a mile north of this radar site. Right here on the border of Moore and Oklahoma City. Reason it's Texas Storm Chasers is because I was one of the folks who founded the company in 2009. I moved to Oklahoma in 2013. And in fact, half the chasers you saw watching on the live video today live in Oklahoma. We chase Texas. I cover Texas. Most of the chasers you see video from live in Texas. So the reason I do it is because, one, I don't chase Texas anymore because I'm here in this office doing the coverage. Two, a majority of the other folks you are watching or see video from live in Texas or chase in Texas. I mean, if it makes you feel better, if you go watch the December or the tornado coverage from last December for North Texas, if it makes you feel better, I was doing that tornado coverage from about 10 miles south of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Way over here, in fact. The coastal family town of Ocean City, New Jersey, just on the barrier island from Summers Point. Over here, you have Mora. You would if it loaded the satellite data there, but it didn't, so you don't get it. But no, while I live here, a majority of the state, or a majority of folks live in Texas and still a Texas company. Colleen is in the clear. All right, so they are going to replace this with a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like, which means we're about to be out of tornado warnings, which makes me a happy boy. So let's go ahead and switch back over to the super duper awesome blossom high-res radar. That was a different color table, wasn't it? Was that really a different color table? It is. Hold on a second. I'm going to fix that. That annoys me. There. All fixed. Sorry. I didn't notice that until now. I've got the, that was the radar scope color table. I've got that on my other radar stuff, so I just didn't notice it. But there we go. Back to the high-res radar. You can see we now have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Milano, Rockdale, down to Rockdale, almost up to Guys on 190. But this storm's essentially taken Highway 36 down southeast. Eventually, we're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning all the way down to Snook and Caldwell, but that'll be a Weather Service Houston thing versus not. Rockdale, you've got some storms to your northeast. You're going to have rain, lightning, wind, but it's staying northeast of you. Happy birthday! And then we have these two severe storms still in East Texas. It's one near Jefferson, some strong winds, some hail. Now, it's starting to look a little more interesting in the rotation department. We're going to have to watch that. It better not be spinning up. I am not in the mood. Mother Nature does not care if I am in the mood, but I am not in the mood. But again, these are all moving east at 40. So let me put some arrows on here. There you go. About 40 miles an hour. So once these two storms are out of Texas, and it's still going to be another hour before this one's out of state, hopefully we can actually start calming down here. And just have some ordinary showers and storms that are behaving themselves. And by the way, I don't care where people ask where I live. I don't make it a secret, but I did live in Texas for about 25 years. No, not 25 years. I can't add. Oh, let's see. From about, I think it was late 96 through early 2013. Pretty much where I grew up. So again, I still consider myself a Texan. But, you know, this is where God, I feel like, wants me, so. Will I be back in Texas one day? Oh, I'm sure, but, you know. We are all here for a reason. All right, so. Let's get back to it. Storm number 1 over Jefferson. I'll be moseying on east towards Smithland, Uncertain, and then Louisiana. Storm number 2 back over Diana, making its way towards Harleton on 154, and then continuing east, maybe clipping Nesbitt, and maybe the north sides of Marshall. We're going to have to see how far north this makes it. It is trying to trend a little further southeast. That little thing needs to stop trying to wrap around there. I do not like little appendages. This may be elevated, but I do not like appendages, especially when it actually has some velocity coherence. Bad. We'll keep an eye on that. I mean, let's be honest. Half the time these things get near Louisiana, they try to spin up anyway. It's nothing new, but we're going to watch that carefully. Those of you uncertain, Karnak and Leia should be doing the same. Tyler, you... Honestly, unless you have a random storm develop, I mean, I can't totally rule it out. Otherwise, Tyler, you don't have anything. You're done for the night. You're going to have issues on Tuesday. All right, back in Brazos Valley. Here's our severe stormy. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing, it looks like, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. It's going to be a severe storm now over Highway 79 between Rockdale and Gauze over Milano. And this is essentially just riding 36 now towards Kreisman, Caldwell, Deanville, and staying, hopefully, south and west of Bryan College Station. '89, yeah, I'd get out of the mobile home. If you have a friend's house or something, you know, a gas station, somewhere with a site-built structure, just in case. Otherwise, the storm over Milano at this point, Caldwell about 9:45, it looks like. Kreisman, probably closer to 9:30. Snook, about 10:10, and Somerville, about 10:10 p.m. this evening. Bruce, that's the Texas Weather Center. It'll have a similar logo as the Storm Chaser one, but slightly different. So, Texas Weather Center. All right, let's take a look. We're seeing some pretty good winds with this second storm now, east of Gilmer. Over Diana. Some winds of 60, 65 miles an hour. Not totally sure those are making it down to the surface. Also, for what it's worth, you can just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app or just go to our website, texasstormchasers.com. Those videos are there as well. This first storm now showing a bit of a nasty hail core, honestly. Over Jefferson, moving east towards Smithland, Karnak, Uncertain, Gray, Leah. A little bit of a circulation. I'm a little concerned about that, but for now it's behaving, but it's borderline problematic, honestly. And then farther west, the storm over Diana is more of a wind hail maker for now. But again, I'm hoping both these storms are north of an outflow boundary, to be honest. I'm hoping that means that'll keep the tornado threat much lower. But we'll see. I'm not going to totally rule it out, because doing that would result in Mother Nature getting angry at me and trying to prove me wrong, and then Mother Nature and I would have to have a bit of a discussion. Last live video chase, about an hour ago. Those videos are on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Yeah, we could have issues on Tuesday in the eastern third of Texas. We'll have a new video discussion out talking about that, and maybe a storm tomorrow by 6 a.m. Monday. All right, it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for the first storm, a severe storm near Jefferson, moving east at 40. Ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 possible. It's going to be uncertain in the next 10 minutes, and then moving into Louisiana. We're going to watch it carefully, but those of you Smithland, Gray, Uncertain, Karnak, and Leia. Next 10-15 minutes for Storm 1. Could have quarter ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60. A spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out, but is not currently super imminent. Storm number 2 could also have quarter to golf ball size hail as it moves east at 40. It's going to track about 3 to 5 miles south of this first storm. And then both storms are going to make it in Louisiana. And then this second storm is going to try to pass closer to Nesbitt, Marshall, but hopefully passing just north. Yeah, I'm tired. It's tiring. Tired. tired, David. When was I last out chasing? I was out for several days last May, and I'm going to be out for maybe a few weeks this year in May and early June. I'll chase when it's not in Texas. If I need to cover Texas weather, I'm going to be here in the office doing the Texas weather coverage, and then others are out chasing it. But if it's not a Texas threat, then I'll be chasing, probably. For example, Tuesday looks like another big day in Illinois, Iowa, parts of Missouri, and if we didn't have a Texas threat, I would likely be chasing up there. But I think I'm going to have to be here in the office to cover any tail end Charlie mischief in Texas. But we'll see how that works out. But this is my job. This is what I do. This is essentially what my job has become. And I am perfectly content with it. It is what I am supposed to be doing. So again, the storm now exiting Jefferson off to the east. Moving essentially with Highway 49 off east towards Uncertain. Come on, radar, let's update here. Starting to get too cold in here. I can turn the AC unit down. That wasn't a good sign. A little hook appendage there, but so again, Smithland, Gray, Uncertain. Karnak, there as this storm rides down Highway 134, Leia, and again, quarter to ping pong ball size hail winds of 60 to 70, and again, I'm a little optimistic this is not going to be tornadic, at least for us for a while, because it looks like the shear axis, this is what we call the shear axis, where winds go from trying to be ingested into the storm or just south winds to the winds being pushed out by the storms themselves. And notice how this is ahead of this hook echo, which I am hopeful means this is actually not going to try to spin up. Then again, just like I mentioned with the storm near Rockdale earlier, if that catches up to that shear axis or that outflow, it could spin up. And we're just watching, mind you. There's no tornado warnings. There's nothing like that. These are hailers, first and foremost. Okay, what about the storm heading into Caldwell? Well, let's just go take a gander and say hello. The good news is this thing does seem to be weakening. Notice this storm is starting to shrivel up like the other storms we dealt with earlier. The size of the storms come down. The reflectivity, or how hard it's raining mode, the hail core have come down. And, oh yeah, I'll share that link. Hold on. We do have a Discord. I'm not good about sharing the link, but I can do that real quick. And again, we are trying to grow the Discord, but I've just been so busy. All right, invite people. All right, so I'm going to send that Discord link in the chats. Mount Pleasant, I think you're probably done. You've got some rain and storms, but nothing severe. Discord, I don't know if you can find us in the Discord directory yet, because I think we have to be around for 30 days, and we're a relatively new channel. I can look real quick and see if that's available for us yet, but I don't know if we are in the directory yet. All right, getting back to it. So yeah, the storm near Milano is moving southeast towards Caldwell. It'll be there by probably about 9:45 to 9:50. It could still have some hail and some gusty winds, but hopefully it'll keep weakening. I mean, it's still there, mind you. It's still severe quarter-size hail, but it is not showing indications of trying to be tornadic. It has some strong winds, maybe 50, 55 miles an hour, and then maybe some nickel quarter-size hail. But if it keeps weakening, that would be great. So Caldwell, it is moving towards you, though, so it's about to get rowdy. Yeah, that one near Caldwell will stay west of College Station, and again, we're watching it, but it's behaving itself and slowly been weakening over the last 20, 30 minutes. All right, let's go back, look at our East Texas storms. We got 2 severe storms at this point, and here's a look, by the way. Mount Pleasant, you're done. Sulphur Springs, done, etc. This little cluster of storms starting to organize. There might be some small hail from Lone Star up to Naples, but nothing that screams severe issues right now. Just had a golf ball size hail reported in Diana, which is back here north of Longview. So this storm is golf balls moving towards 59. Nesbitt. Excuse me. Come on, radar. Let's not. Moving towards Harlington now. Nesbitt, north sides of Marshall. Eventually, maybe Scottsdale. Okay, now that's starting to get a little more problematic. That hook is really trying to reach out there. We're going to watch this carefully. Again, just in case. We don't want any sort of mischief here. So what I'm going to do real quick, make sure we have the latest velocity scanned in a second. But again, this thing, I really don't like that hook trying to reach out. It's trying to punch back out ahead of its own rain-cooled air and get the inflow or some more warm, unstable air back into it, and that might help it try to spin up. But so far, no. But it is moved over Karnak now, an area of some rotation north of Leah. Uncertain, you're going to have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail and Uncertain, Leah, Karnak over the next 10 minutes. And then this is going to move into Louisiana towards Mooringsport and Blanchard, Louisiana. As it moves east at about 45 miles an hour. And again, we're going to watch it. Yeah, it still looks like it's behind its outflow, but obviously with any sort of a signature like that, you're going to watch it like a hawk. And then this storm that was over Diana, it's riding east pretty much on 154 towards Harlington, has a history now of golf ball size hail. Nesbitt probably staying just south of Jefferson, crossing over Highway 43, probably again close to Karnak, and Leah maybe about 2 to 4 miles south of this first one. And both storms are moving east at 40 miles an hour. And then the only other severe storm right now is a storm approaching Caldwell. And this storm could have quarter-size hail, maybe some wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour as it moves southeast at about, what do they got? At 30 miles an hour. And again, this storm is generally slowly weakening, so it may not be with us too much longer. It's about to move into Kreisman there on Highway 36. And then Caldwell in about 20 minutes or so. And we'll put a storm track on this real quick. So at this rate, it being Caldwell, actually closer to about 9:45. Somerville, if it survives 10:10 p.m., which means it would be on into Lyons probably closer to 10 p.m. And then the only other severe storms we're dealing with right now are these further to the north, up in far east/northeast Texas. Storm number 1 right now passing over Karnak and Uncertain with some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That's moving east. That'll be out of Texas in the next probably 10 minutes, moving east at 40 miles an hour. And then this second storm coming up on Harlingen could have golf ball size hail. It dropped golf balls back there in Diana. And is generally moving again towards Karnak, staying north of Marshall and Nesbitt. All right, real quick, let's take a look at the severe weather outlooks for tomorrow. Now, this for tomorrow was issued at about noon today. We'll get a new outlook at about 1 a.m. And let me go ahead and clean this up a bit so y'all can actually see what's going on. So 1 second, please. Thank you. We'll get some of these cities off. So again, this is the severe weather outlook for Monday afternoon, Monday evening. There is a low chance for 1 or 2 severe storms. It is entirely possible we go the whole day without any storms at all because we're going to have a stronger cap in place and subsidence or sinking air. But if we get a storm, it could be like the storms we saw today with some big hail, some wind, maybe a tornado. The severe weather outlook for Tuesday. Now, again, this was issued this morning, so we're going to get a new one at about 1 a.m. too, so there may be changes, but again, we have a level 3 out of 5 risk. Northeast Texas, level 2 risk goes back essentially Sherman, Mesquite, down to Jacksonville, to Shreveport, and then a level 1 risk. The higher your risk level, the higher the chance you have rowdy storms in your neck of the woods on Tuesday. This level 3 risk, the orange, that's about a 1 in 3 chance of storms in your area on Tuesday. Level 2, that's about a 1 in 5 chance of severe storms, and then the green's about a 1 in 10 to 1 in 20 chance. Severe storm is defined as anything producing winds over 58 miles an hour, quarter-size hail or larger, that's 1 inch in diameter or larger for the millennials or whatever who have never seen a quarter, and then, of course, tornadoes. So we'll see what the latest outlooks are. But again, tomorrow, 1 out of 5, there is a chance for a severe storm. But we may, and hopefully will, go the day without storms. This is for Tuesday. We're going to be dealing with severe storms, probably eastern North Texas, northeast Texas. And then we're going to be dealing with a bad fire weather situation, western half of Texas. We could have 75-mile-an-hour winds in the panhandle, West Texas, with humidities 5%. And drought conditions, there is the potential for extreme to somewhat historic fire weather conditions. So Tuesday's the day in the panhandle, West Texas, where if a grass fire breaks out in the prairie, it could burn 50,000 acres in the span of 5 hours. That's the kind of fire we're talking about. Even though surface fuels are still a little not super high on the energy release component scale, but they're rising quickly every day we have these warm temperatures. Well, that's interesting. Okay, a little bit of a thing there. That's a little... might be trying to spin up, a brief spin up just south of Uncertain, but again, it's going to be in Louisiana here in the next few minutes. We likely have quarter-size hail, Uncertain, Karnak to Leah, and this storm right back west over Harlingen could have golf ball-size hail with it. And it's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Probably going to stay just north of Nesbitt, staying north of Marshall, and this one's going to be moving towards Karnak and Leah. And then you've got these storms in Louisiana. We'll take a look real quick. I know someone asked. Farmerville, Downsville, Louisiana, down to Chatham, Louisiana. This is a hailer. Looks like winds of, well, I should say, yeah, about quarter-size hail moving east towards Monroe. So a bit of hail with that. Nothing tornadic at this point. And then the storm back in central Texas, near moving towards Caldwell. Again, generally still weakening, still has quarter-size hail. It has a bit of a hail core, you can see. It'll be over Caldwell in the next 15 minutes or less. And you can see severe thunderstorm warning continues for that storm until 10 o'clock. This is for northern portions, well, I should say central Burleson and western Brazos County. And again, as for the severe storm, about 10 minutes north of Caldwell, moving towards Caldwell. That'll be moving over Highway 21. And again, the storm is still producing plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning, some nickel to quarter-size hail. It's over Kreisman right now, some 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. But it will be missing College Station and Bryan to the west, moving towards Snook. So hopefully it will continue to weaken. Now we'll look at these East Texas storms. Again, this storm near Uncertain. But that'll be out of Texas in the next 5 minutes, moving east towards I-49. Mooringsport, Oil City, Belcher, Benton, Louisiana, Blanchard, Louisiana. That'll be crossing over I-45 in those communities here in the upcoming 10 to 15 minutes. And then this second storm is a hailer. The potential for winds, you can see some winds it's trying to show, about 65 miles an hour just north of Nesbitt. And that's moving east at about 40. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on it. Again, about 40. So this is going to be crossing Highway 59 between Jefferson and Marshall, well, pretty much now to over to the next 10 minutes. This one will be an Uncertain in about 20 minutes. Karnak at about 9:53. And again, this is a second storm. I know y'all are getting hit with the first one right now. And then we will be in Leah at about 9:55 before also moving into Louisiana a few minutes after 10 p.m. Switch back over to the mode that lets y'all see some animations. Yeah, and this is just a look over the last hour. And even though that storm does have a hook on it, so far it's behaving itself. But we're watching it. This other activity in northeast Texas is strengthening a little, but if you're west of this line, you're done. Most of North Texas is done. Most of northeast Texas is done outside of the easternmost column of counties up against Louisiana River. And then we've got this storm down approaching Caldwell. It's actually starting to intensify a little bit again in the hail department. So I guess Mother Nature didn't want me to be ambitious and hope it would be weakening and dying, but borderline severe. Could have some nickel to quarter-size hail. As it moves southeast, Caldwell, it'll be in town the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're also going to see this thunderstorm. If it continues, it'll be moving towards Snook and Somerville over the upcoming 30 minutes. The dog just rammed the door? Was interesting. What you doing, doggo? Did you ram the door? Oh. All right, so with all that in mind, let's take a look up here again. All right, so again, storm number 1. We'll switch back to this view. You can see this storm is about to be in Louisiana. Yeah, it does have some low-level rotation, but hopefully it'll continue to behave as it approaches the north side of Shreveport in the next 20 minutes. And we have this thunderstorm here north of Nesbit, capable of quarter to ping pong ball size hail. All right, we're going to do a storm track on this again and again. As this moves east about 40. 59, it's going to be crossing over just south of Jefferson now, but then further south over the next 10 minutes, just north of Scottsville at about 10 o'clock. Uncertain at about 10:02. This will be crossing over Karnak at about 10, and then crossing into Louisiana. This activity farther north, this is a line of storms. I can't rule it out becoming a little severe with strong winds and maybe some small hail, but it's behaving. And then this storm down here in Caldwell at this point is also behaving. Still some quarter-size hail, but not really concerned about a tornado threat with this at the moment. And hopefully it'll continue to slowly weaken. So with that being said, for now, I'm going to let this radar play for a while. I'm going to take a quick break. The live stream's not going away, mind you, but I'm just going to let the radar play for a while. And hopefully we can... Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Outside of that, we'll be back if we have any more, tornadoes, baseball-sized hail, any of that. But I'm hoping we have reached the point of the evening where we're going to be done here within the next couple of hours. But again, if we have any sort of tornado warnings, we'll be right back. But seeing as things are starting to settle down, we're down to a few storms with some hail. No tornado warnings for a while now. And hopefully we won't have any more for tonight. We're going to go ahead and kill this live stream for now. But again, any tornado warnings, and we will be back on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. And we encourage y'all to follow us on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You can do the same. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, texasstormchasers.com/radar, Texas Storm Chasers in the Google Play and Apple App Store. We'll be back if necessary, but hopefully we won't be. And if assuming that's the case, y'all have a great night. We'll have the Texas weather roundup out by 6 a.m. Monday with the latest forecasts on storm chances tomorrow into Tuesday and the remainder of the week. Y'all have a good night. God bless.